And what I've seen today, I have seen my South African friends, because of being told the truth, that the rest of Africa stood by you when you needed us. They have become very upset with me, and you can see a lot of trolling. And Matovu, I am not worried, man. I'm never worried. I like challenges of that nature. Godfrey Matovu, you can now hold on there. You can see even South African, television station, the defense forces, everybody. Hillary, are you Gondi? Are you from Canada? Something like that. The other time, Hillary, your thing caused me a lot of chaos. But I'm okay. I have gone through it. Don't worry. So I can see my man from Zimbabwe. How are you? If you want to speak, Honorable, you can come. Matovu, can you greet the people first as we wait for PLO to come?
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Matanga. Let me hope you can hear me, because as if the mic is off. Oh, it's on now. All right. Dr. Matanga, I thank you so much for always making these Twitter spaces. And I've been waiting for this one for very excitedly. Yeah, though I'm still driving, but I'm very happy, and I'm gonna park somewhere. Then I come back. But in a brief statement, in my own view, I could say that Africa has got its own African parasites. Because me, I sat down and I looked at most of the people who are causing trouble in Africa to date are not the white. We Africans are the ones who are spearheading who are eradicating the peace in most of the regions. Because if you look at the region of the Central Africa, West Africa, no one can come out and blame the white for now. Because me, I blame the white for the past they did to us. But right now, it is us, the Africans. And more so, maybe I can say that African leaders can come out with the best solution for the unity of us, the Africans. Yeah, otherwise, Mr. Matanga, for now, I'll stop there. I'm going to come back. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
My brother, stay on the line and listen as you drive, so that you come back and tell us about these parasites in Africa that eat Africa themselves. So the audience will be very happy. And I want to say to you people here on the platform, you should never, I am never discouraged by the type of insults that I've received. Because if I was very bad, then God would have not kept me on this platform, on this earth for the number of years.
Hello, how are you? I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Matofu, can you
thank you.
Your microphone, please?
Oh, that's awesome work. Thank you so much.
Matovu, yes. Are you people hearing me now? Yes, okay. I have not shied away from telling the truth. And I want, first of all, to begin this platform by telling you that I have no regrets. I did not insult anybody in South Africa. I have not insulted anyone, but I've stated my ground that this is not the Africa that we want, where other Africans are singling out others and are calling them to go away. Xenophobia is at the highest, killing Somalis, killing Mozambicans, killing Nigerians, slaughtering them. Ah, yes, there are some Nigerians who are real, or people who do drugs. That's okay. Get hold of them, put them in jail. But don't slaughter everybody. Don't go against everyone. So that has caused me a lot of backlash. And my sister Madge, you better come out and defend me, because you requested me to come on your platform. I didn't know that this platform, there were people who were very mad, who wanted to kill others at a site, who wanted to, to blackmail others and prostitute the names of others. If somebody keeps on asking you where you went to school when he has not gone to school, and they have not asked, I'm not asking for employment. And for me, on this, you can't, where I've lived, you don't control me where I should live. I've lived because I know my situation. But the type of killings, the type of hatred against Zimbabweans, against the people in Zimbabwe who are neighbors, is what made me to come up to say hello. Time has come for us to stand up against such actions. And if you are going to threaten people because you have just seen a Twitter, no, you can write and write until hell. I'm not seeking a job that I'm going to go and those things you write will deter my job. No, I've already made my life. But I'm trying to help people who might need this life, might need life tomorrow. That a better Africa is an Africa where all of you are included. Yes, not only one country getting annoyed with the rest of Africa. I'm so shocked. I have just been to another platform a few minutes ago, and the way the debate between Nigerians and South African women and men, I just had to shut my ears. We from Uganda, we are not, we welcomed everybody. And Marge, you have not come out forcefully to say what Matanga said. And Marge, I need you to cut that piece and put it on so that people can see. I said, when we grew up, every African school was collecting money for liberation of South Africa. We used to pay money in schools when our headmasters, our teachers were asking us to bring along some contribution. It was not a forceful contribution. It was a contribution for liberation of South Africa. That is what I said. Then somebody says, where did I have the money to liberate South Africa? Marge, you have not come out as a person who invited me to that platform to defend me. You have to defend me. You have to bring out what I said. I did not insult any South African. I did not insult anybody. That's the statement I said, which is being quoted. Then somebody came out, and I even gave the story of my South African minister of. I now be forced to name the name of the minister who told me, "Welcome to Africa." Then I said, "But I have just come from Nairobi, South Africa." He said, "No." So I don't want to bring those things. I've kept quiet. I'm moving on. And I can see my sister is here. You better defend me. I have got a career to defend. I cannot be mad, put in mud, which is not my making. I never wanted to be a person who is fighting everybody. I was only saying when we grew up, we are contributing money for the liberation of South Africa. So the people of 1994 who got apartheid gone, please also help. Siad Barre in Somalia was giving passports. Zuma has got a passport of Somalia. So why should these are facts that you cannot run away from? So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the topic. I want to clear your name because you have seen quite a lot of things being talked about in these platforms. Oh, Matanga, this, that. No, no, no. I don't. Please, I'm here. And for me, you cannot come to my platform to use my platform to insult President Museveni or President Ruto or President who. Come to my platform with evidence and give me evidence, and I will interrogate that evidence. But you can't come here to start fighting Museveni on my platform. If they are hating me because they want me to give a platform to fight Museveni, this platform, the people here are all fighting. I'm fighting for the whole Africa. If one country is not well, that's okay. We shall clean it. But I cannot condemn President Uhuru Kenyatta, William Ruto. I cannot condemn President Museveni. I cannot condemn Munagagwa. I can condemn them on evidence. If they are killing people, I will say it and I will bring the evidence. But you don't come to my platform and you start using my platform to attack. Like a Buhari, I have stood firm against General Buhari because I have evidence for General Buhari killing people and maiming people. Yes, I have that evidence. The lawyers have given me the evidence, the videos, and I have prepared my case, which I'm filing right now within the courts of United Kingdom. That is true. They gave me the evidence. Chuku is here. They gave me real evidence, and even the ICC went home and found the real evidence. Here is a younger man who has been released from prison. You capture him from the outside the court. You detain him without the law. That's evidence we are looking for. So for me, those who think I'm going to be cowed down, you are in for a big shock. This man, Matanga, does not stop until he finishes his mission. I stood against ICC, I won. This is the man who won against ICC. And I made 2 presidents in Africa. Uhuru finished his term. Another one has taken over the term. I'm proud because they wanted to fix them. They wanted to put lies on them so that they detained them. Not that people did not die in Kenya. People died. People died in Kenya. But you cannot come and make 2 wrongs. You go and investigate this. You are investigating Uhuru Kenyatta with malice. No, not Matanga. I will not accept. You are investigating Ruto with malice. No. The Ocampo 6, you are investigating Babugo with malice. It is not only the Kenyan case I handled. I handled Babugo's case. Do you people know that I handled Babugo's case? Do you people know I handled technically as a volunteer, handled Bemba's case? Bemba of Congo. If you catch Bemba, why don't you catch the president of the Central African Republic who invited Bemba? Tell me, if you indict Babuko, why didn't you indict Quattara? Because both sides were fighting. Quattara was not using water. This is the Africa that we must speak out. Some international agencies are making mistakes. You go and indict Gaddafi's son, and you leave the terrorists who came to overthrow Gaddafi, who are now making Libya impossible. What type of life is that? I stood. You go to Congo, you indict Thomas Lubanga. You indict Thomas Lubanga, Bosco Ntaganda. Where are the other rebels? Why are you hiding the other rebels? Why don't we take all of them? This is Dr. Matanga. That is what I talk, and I am honest. You challenge me on evidence, I bring it down. We can't bring it down. I have evidence that there is a Congo serious miscarriage of justice in DRC Congo. There's one rebel officer who should be indicted to stop this war in Congo. Yes, you can't come to Kenya and indict people because of their tall, and another one is short. Others then take them to court. I refused. And therefore, South Africans who are attacking me because I've spoken the truth, sorry, I have not. Let me finish this platform. I am going to come down for you. I will also bring a platform here which will discuss your behaviors. Yes, you are inviting people that you come and get visas on at the Oliver Tambo Airport, then kill them. We shall also create a campaign against your economy if you want it that way. I can create a campaign, and I'm very influential though. South Africans listening to me, you go on doing it. You don't know Matanga. I will create a campaign that you will never like. You can't drink. Why do you harass these Zimbabwean boys and the girls? They are your neighbors. You make them look like animals in the caves. No. Anyway, that's not the topic of the day. I only wanted Marge, since she has come on as a speaker, to clear some of these things once for all. And then get the clip that I talked. My talk is recorded. Mark, please record it, take it out, and put it on my platform. I put it on your platform. Let people hear exactly what I said. Because I've been mixed up in a situation which had gone sour a long time ago, March. I didn't know. You had already talked about this topic. I came in. Now I'm the person who is being whipped on Twitter, trolled, threats. But me, I'm a soldier. Let them come slowly. Eh? They can threaten you, but not me. So thank you very much. I'm a Ugandan, and I will remain a Ugandan. I have lived internationally, studied internationally. I contributed to my international welfare and the system, and I thank the people that have supported me. I don't want to go into history to tell you, because none of you told me to do what I was doing. I was doing it from my conscience. So the topic today is Africa's date and the conflict. Have they dented Africa's international image? To me, the answer is yes. When you see people going to beg, when 54 of you instead of one person presenting the views, how do these people in the Western world think about us? How do they think about us, surely? When you are going to America, for example, we have 54 ambassadors in the African Union who are stationed in New York, United Nations. What is this for? Is this not a waste of money? Is this not a waste of resources? Is this not a waste of human resource that is needed on African continent? Two, we borrow money. But what do we do with this money? What do we do with this money? What do we use this money for? Are we borrowing to suck ourselves into further debt? If that is so, what can we do? Isn't it time for us to start telling the world, help us, cancel these dates and let's start afresh? There is something that I want to suggest to you people listening to me. The Chinese are giving us money to build railway, SGR, airports, roads. But the population in China is struggling to grow. It's about 2 billion people. They lack where to sleep, where to eat, where to develop. Some of you in our countries, I'm speaking on behalf of my country, Uganda, for example, a suggestion to President Museveni that a place like Karamoja and other areas, we still have plenty of land unused. But Chinese can make rain from some of these places. I'm not going to speak for Maj and the Kenyans who are on the platform. Every day Kenyans are crying, and Joe, you Wagachi, Waga, Joe, you are always crying, food, water. Why can't you give the Chinese some part quietly within the boundaries and make them one tribe? A tribe of Kenya, a tribe of Uganda. Because in years to come, 10 years to come, we are going to have children who look like a Chinese. Because these Chinese are not just sitting and sleeping, they are eating food. And when you eat food, any human being, and Marge is a doctor here studying medicine, she knows a human being must react in so many other ways. So in 10 years to come, we shall have African Chinese children produced by Chinese workers, like the coolies, the Indians coolies who came to dig the railway came with the Indians. Are the Indian coolies not today the biggest tribes in our countries in East Africa? They are. Malawi, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, Uganda, Kenya. The Indians have formed a tribe, a big tribe, and they play a very vital role in our economies. So for me, I believe debt can be cancelled. I want to see the first cancellation of debt coming from China. Chinese to say, we have built you the railway, the roads, but now we cancel this debt, we start afresh. We can also come and live together with you. What is wrong with that? What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with that. So let me go by the order, Honorable, and then start as we wait for PLO has said he has a technical problem with the Twitter. He's very good at Facebook and the video, but he's not very good. Honorable from Zimbabwe, Honorable Mupafa Paraia Brighton, please, from Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Dr. Matsanga. Let me say hi to everyone on this platform. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to air my views, my opinions toward this topic we have today, is Africa's debt and conflict dented Africa's international image. It's a good topic for me. Also, I want to thank you, Ms. Dr. Matsanga, for that critical thinking you have aired when you say we can't have 54 representatives in New York. Yeah. It's quite worrisome. We can't have 54 representatives. We must have only one representative for the whole Africa, not to have such number of representatives. It means that Africa, we are not united at all. If you are united, we stand with one voice and plan our things together. Going back to my contribution for today, debt distress in Africa is now worrisome. We cannot borrow money to pay salaries or wages. No. We must stop this. Western should not take advantage of our desperation within the continent. African countries must be very careful whenever they enter into debt contractual relationship and avoid adhesion contracts, which only benefits the lenders only. This means contracts should fairly allocate risk between the parties. This includes, for example, accommodating who is better able and more willing to accept the risks. In addition to that, contracts should provide the parties with clear answers to issues that could arise between them. This could require policymakers to be up, to work up and provide guidance to their debt managers on the terms and conditions they can accept in contractual negotiations. My second point now, there's need for comprehensive approach on all sovereign debt, and is not just a financial issue only. It has implications for social, political, economic, cultural, environmental situation in that particular debtor country. On their approach to debt restructuring, there is need to incorporate all relevant stakeholders. This includes citizens of the debtor states, multilateral creditors, bilateral and private creditors, such as bondholders, institutional investors of various sorts, and commercial banks. My point 3, there's need for comparability also of all treatment during restructuring. This means that all creditors should participate on comparable terms in any sovereign debt restructuring. The use of SADC sovereign debtors can improve creditors' confidence by offering all creditors comparable treatment, and this would give them comfort that any relief they provide that would benefit the debtor rather than the creditors. Africans should avoid debt traps at all costs. I'm happy that my president, Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, is working tirelessly to make sure that we use our own pace on developmental projects that he is spearheading with the mantra, the country is built by its people. In our language, I'm also happy that our president have put in place measures to stop exporting lithium to any foreign country, so that we value add our resources within the country. That's my contribution for now. I'll add more. Let me hold my mic and give other people a chance so that we go ahead with this discussion.
Before you go away, you've raised very important key issues that you have raised here.
Yeah.
One of them is debt restructuring. How far do you want the debt to be restructured? Do you support the debt to be restructured or the debt to be cancelled?
Yeah. If it means to cancel, let it be cancelled. Then we restart again.
Yeah, meanwhile, while you are here, tag each other, send Willis, I can see, send a note to all of you, to each other, tag each other so that you don't miss any of our discussions. They are very good. Willis, you won't miss any entertainment here, including insults. The Africans have got very big insults. But then when it comes to discussing their areas, they don't come in. Thank you, Willis. You mute your microphone. Then I'll call you to speak
Okay.
next.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Just hold the fire there. It is becoming very hot. And Honorable, you'd suggest that if it reaches a stage of cancellation, why don't we go for cancellation throughout? I'm still with you.
Doctor.
Why don't we go for cancellation direct?
Yeah, if it's possible. But some of these contracts, as I said, they are adhesion contracts. They are only benefiting the lender. If there's need for cancellation, let it be cancelled.
Okay. Can I stay on the platform and I want to bring you something, all of you here on the platform?
Definitely.
These are guys who came and took our goods, our raw materials.
Indeed.
Now wait, let me come. They came. You stay on the platform. They came. They took cotton. They took minerals. They took everything and took it to the metros of Europe. They developed their infrastructure, their waterways, the canals, and so many things where water comes. They take out goods. They bring in goods through our own resources. Surely, don't you have some courtesy that now the friend that I took goods from is bad love? Why can't I return some in a good faith by canceling these dates so that he can go and use the money that he's getting to build his infrastructure so that you can be able to carry the goods tomorrow very nicely and we work together and trade and get money? Is someone on the platform here thinking the way I'm thinking? Let's hear from you and then come down. Kifinji, Daniel, you are invited. Justice Linda Nimwenyi, you are invited to speak. My brother from Zimbabwe, can you tell us something?
Can you hear me?
We hear you, yes.
We are saying our minerals or our products have been taken out of the African country, right? They have been benefiting our resources. So now, since they have been benefiting, we are saying, why can't they cancel the debts and restart afresh so that we get into new contracts?
Yes. That's exactly what I am saying. Are you hearing me?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's better to ask for cancellation, not rescheduling. Cancel the dates.
Yeah,
cancel
of course.
the dates. Cancel and we begin afresh. African nationalists, I saw your hand up, but I want to bring in Marge, a lady Marge, but African nationalists, you are here. Let me hear your view, Mr. African nationalist. Quickly, Marge, you hold the fire because you might become my co-host as I go to help PLO to come on board. African nationalists, what are you saying, sir?
Hello, David.
I cannot hear you.
I can hear him. Can you hear me, Dr. Matanga?
Yeah. Okay, now Africa drop, then come back because you are not being heard. Yes, Willis, go ahead, and Marge, don't leave.
All right. Good evening, everyone. So, I'm Welisane from Cameroon, and I'm following the conversations very closely. Now, I listened to Honorable's submission, and I picked out a couple of issues. Now, he made emphasis on the contracts, which are always not favorable for the debtor, but for the person who is lending. Now, my worry is, are they not supposed to be expert opinions just in case a country is going into borrowing? When the terms of the contract are being brought to the table, is it does it bypass expert opinion of reading and it goes directly to signing? Isn't there supposed to be a protocol or a procedure, a process where each term of the contract is read strictly? Because I think that if we read carefully, there are issues, there are clauses that when you read, you say, no, I do not agree with this. I do not agree with clause one. I do not agree with this term. I do not. But how come we take contracts, we sign them, and then at the end of the day, we start playing the blame game? So I just want to know if, when a country, or when someone is borrowing, I want money, and as you give the money, the next thing is just the payment, and if you're defaulting, then consequences start ensuing. Is there not supposed to be a process for reading the terms of the contract? This is my worry.
Thank you very much, Willis from Cameroon. Do you think Paul Robia reads the contract? I might. I'm asking, does President Paul Biya read the contract, or he goes on signing and signing and signing? How many of you in Cameroon are being consulted before these contracts are signed? Please.
So yes, exactly my same point. So I am rather recommending that we are consulted before actually getting loans, so that it is being read. It is not a one person something that a loan is being contracted, and then at the end of the day, the entire nation is now called upon to solicit for counseling.
Thank you very much, my sister from Cameroon. I believe Paul Biya can never even read the contract. He doesn't have time. Even he doesn't have time for our African football when it is being played in Cameroon last year. You saw Mr. Paul Biya flying back to Switzerland, where he lives. And thank you very much, my dear brother, sister from Cameroon. Stay on the platform. There's quite a lot coming for you from Cameroon, especially you on the question of conflict. So don't go away. We want to hear from you on the ground, or wherever you are, the conflict between Amazonians and the French-speaking country, which has taken long for 6 years without Africans and African Union bringing it to the table at the AU. I hope, as a Cameroonian, and the people who are on this platform will help to bring up this type of conflict so that it is discussed. My Africa brother, the nationalists, are you back now with a better microphone, or you are still in chaos? Let me move to
Dr. David.
Yes.
You hand Ariacon on me. I don't know whether you are permitting me
Kifingi,
to make a
Daniel,
comment.
you go ahead. Kifingi, go ahead. Maj, I want you to move to the co-hosting so that you help me, and
Okay.
so that we get some people as speaker. Even if you sit there, Maj, without talking, move to the co-hosting. Yes, so that we have Mr. Other speakers. Kifingi, take the platform.
Thank you, Dr. David. I first of all start by appreciating you, sir, for the amazing work you do for our African countries. You are a real Pan-Africanist. I got to first experience you through the talk shows you used to host on network, sometimes in 2012, 2010, and thereabout. Now, since I've been following you and I like the debate, and today I feel most obliged to make a comment around this issue of the debt. First of all, I'll speak given that I'm a practitioner in the debt markets, and the problem of the debt of Africa and how it's denting our image It is our own creation as Africans. We do not really want to develop ourselves from the perspective of, first of all, even the people who negotiate these debts on our behalf, sir, they get undercuts. They don't read the contracts like my sister from Cameroon has said. In our country, in Kenya, of course, there is what we call public participation. Anything government is contracting on behalf of our country, they have to do public participation. But this public participation, they are done for the elite. Sometimes the contracts are too bulky in the sense that a common mwananchi in Kenya, mwananchi is a citizen. He cannot be able to really understand what are the terms and conditions of these loans. If you take our country, Kenya, we are so much indebted right now that we are almost, actually, the recent ranking by the IMF and World Bank, we are position 6 in terms of the rent. Now, where has this debt gone to? The first failure is lack of clear patriotism by our leaders, the people who contract on our behalf. They don't want to do the right thing. They go and get undercuts, they go and have some robbing fees, they are part of the people get their own negotiation fees. They come with this money, some of them is touched in abroad. Again, I don't know why we are too much colonized to the extent that we are not liberating ourselves. And I come to the extent of what Lumumba said, that Africa has not been free until our mind is free. And I truly believe of the preaching and the continuous advocacy of Dr. David that really we as Africans, we need to restyle ourselves. Currently here in Kenya, really debt is taking a toll on us. Why? Because some of the debts have not been absorbed in the right way. And I believe it's the right time, and over time we need to rise up and say these debts must be absorbed in the right projects if we have to get them. Now, come to the question I've heard Dr. say, Dr. David, we can advocate for complete cancellation of these debts. That's the right approach. The right approach. But still, for example, in our country here, I know majority of the people who will go to negotiation table, they don't go with that in thinking. They want still again re-extension of timeline, renegotiation and all that. So I have a real problem, especially myself here in country Kenya. It's how our debts are being absorbed. And so much patronage by the people who contract on our behalf. They do the very wrong thing. And then they go creating for themselves apartments in Dubai, Seychelles, wherever and all that. And you know, at the expense of our common Kenyan, which is wrong. So thank you, Daktari, for organizing this forum. My view is we really need to attack the people who, and the attack here I'm not meaning in the wrong sense, the people who really contract on our behalf. They don't expose to the real Kenyans what is the impact. They are too selfish for themselves. And Daktari keep calling them out. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kivinji. Before you go away, I will not stop fighting for a better Africa. And I will not stop
Yes,
making Africa my priority. Under whatever pressure you bring on me, the names you call me, I am not the one you are calling. You are calling the words. Because I know in my inner soul, I am determined to make sure that a better Africa for the best generation to come. That's what I'm looking for. That's why I'm telling my brothers in South Africa and sisters,
yes.
Please don't discriminate other Africans.
Yes.
I just brought a historical perspective that when we are growing up, every Africa was contributing, every African in school, in primary school, we had contribution for liberation of Tanzania from apartheid. And that's all I said. But my South African friends are worked up with Zimbabwe. I don't know, Honorable MP from Zimbabwe. What problem do you have with these people in South Africa? Because for me, I am not seeking asylum in South Africa. I have not even tried to do anything or to marry anyone from South Africa. What problem do you have? Because I'm dying. I'm being fixed on the cross for your sake. So when you come on the platform, you better tell me what problems again when you come for the second round. Those waiting to be brought in are very many. I can see Award, Africa Request, Just Hillstar, and so many of you. We are bringing you in the second phase. But when you are finished talking like Githingi, you can drop down and listen, then come back and ask. But Githingi, I want to ask you, the Kenya debt, what do you think we can do about it now? Why don't we call Chinese? Since you're a Kenyan, I'm now going to ask you a direct question. Every year in Kenya, your country asks for food, water from northern parts of Kenya, which are dry, semi-arid areas. And you still have land which is not used. Chinese are dying of population. It's coming to 2 billion people. They produce heavily every year. That's why they wanted to restrict it to one child per family. But later on, they said, no, it is not a good policy. Human rights came in and said, no, why do you restrict women from producing? So now, every year we cry of poverty, of hunger, drought, starvation, animals dying. Why don't we get one district or one area in northeastern Kenya, Mr. Githingi, and give it to to the Chinese to develop and grow their own food, and become self-sufficient. Even they could make rain come in northern part of Kenya. Yeah, because Chinese make artificial rain. The Israelis are making artificial rain. It comes. So why don't you think about that? Any Kenyan on this platform, think about that, and probably let me, Topisa. Where is Mr. Topisa? He was here, the first one of the first people. I don't know where he has gone, Topisa, but let me bring in Marge. Marge, first of all, can you welcome Elif's Wanda, and welcome Marge. Marge, can you test the microphone, my sister?
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, Dr. Matanga?
Marge, we hear you.
Yes. So do you still want me to address the issue that happened, or do you just want me to continue with the topic? I'm fine with both versions. Dr. Matanga? Can anybody else hear me?
Yes. I think you are the one who's in charge now.
Okay.
I can hear you. This is Abdi talking.
Yes. So actually, I would like to clarify, because there has been a lot of hate speeches and also death threats, which have been reported to the authorities, to the German authorities, and they're investigating. The hate speeches were also directed at Dr. Matanga and me, and the death threat on me. I don't know if Dr. Matanga received.
And me too also. And me too.
Okay. So this is against the law, and this is clearly stated in my space that we do not entertain that, and we are law-abiding citizens. So now, sorry, that's my child in the background. So the topic actually was about xenophobia, and I coincidentally got into a space before, and what I found there was nothing that we as Africans should be proud about. And of course, when you as an African see something like that going on, you want to come in and at least listen or try to speak from a point of, somebody who's not really, really in the middle of this conflict that you found going on. But in that space, there wasn't any room for a divergent opinion. So they did not let people who wanted to say something that's more neutral speak. So in line with what happened, I created a space to address this, and the objective of the space was not to demonize any country, and South Africa was not demonized. We had people who later, after the space, really were spreading hate speeches, but they're not representative of South Africa. That I want to put out there. Now, Dr. Matanga spoke in the space. What he said in the space is his personal opinion, and he has the freedom of speech. And if anybody wanted to disagree with him, they could have disagreed with him respectfully. And he, on the other side, did not insult anyone. So that I want to just put out there. So we have a lot of hate speeches, and as we know, globally, when you find that there are a small group of people trying to represent the whole country, they really also want to make other people who are not involved feel like it's the whole country being attacked. Nobody is attacking South Africa. Nobody is saying that South Africa is xenophobic. We had instances of people coming out personally and really, really telling us that they're proudly xenophobic. So they take the responsibility themselves. Now, because we are addressing issues, we had also South Africans in the space who were able to discuss very soberly. They had solutions. They discussed these solutions. And yes, there are many who would also come out and discuss with us the issues that are really on the ground and need discussion. And because of this, I have an upcoming space tomorrow that's going to discuss the issue that's causing a lot of tension, which is the undocumented immigrants. And in this case, the first objective is getting the South African perspective. I chose two speakers from the space that spoke really soberly and have invited them to come and represent the South African perspective, as the main speakers. So far, the first person has responded and said, well, she's going to think about it. And the second person has not responded. But if he could respond, because I really found his contribution very positive, and he was explaining the temporary order, the temporary permit, and yeah. So, sorry. Yes. And after that, because of course, when they're in the space, there's going to be people who are going to have a right of reply, which of course are going to be Africans and especially the Zimbabweans. And to close this, of course, people are arguing and saying, well, why are you talking about this on a Twitter space? And then we will have also the Zimbabwean perspective. So really, these are the spaces, you will see them out there. There's need to speak. We cannot really say that we cannot discuss things on spaces. We have seen what Dr. Matanga has done previously with the spaces, especially the Tigray situation. So yes, there are many things that can be done through the spaces. So absolutely nobody went into that space to insult anyone. There were people who really actually after the space, used their groups, because I've now been told which group they're using to really just follow their agenda and even political agenda. So no, there was no hate speech coming from Dr. Matsanga. I hope that is clarified. To the topic, before I listen in more, I think that the death has really dented the image of Africa. And Also, the one thing that's clear is that the negotiation is not done properly, because I don't think it's only the president of Cameroon who doesn't read the contracts, but I doubt that the Kenyan presidents read those contracts, because there's a Kenyan in the space who talked about public participation. These are really formally existent, but especially at national level, it's more of how much percent of the money are you going to give me if I get you that contract on board? It's like they're cutting deals. That's what happens in my country. That's corruption there. So when a Chinese or an investor comes in, the person they're negotiating with, has to give them some percentage of they have a cut there. And this is something that makes negotiation really impossible, because it's like just business out there. And that's at the national level. If you go at the county level, even us diasporans, when you go back home and you have an investment, you want to invest, sometimes you can only invest if you know the governor, and the governor is going to ask you for bribes. So corruption is one thing that's making us unable to even correct the dented image that we have because of the debts. Because where we get the debts from, what they look at, they value money very highly. And when you're in the position of a borrower and you're not, they don't consider you a luxurious, okay, you're a luxurious borrower in the sense of them getting more money, but it's not at the same eye level. And it's time that most African countries, learn to understand that most Western countries are developed, and sometimes we are actually business partners, and so we approach them at that level, and not being given a debt that is really portrayed like our aid, where it's debt. And the one example I like to highlight is that if you see from I live in Germany, so if you see the German delegates going down there in Kenya, for example, to cut deals, they never show them on TV here. Nothing. Yeah. When they're taking aid there, that's when you see the TVs around there. So really, it's something we need to think about. And having lived here, I've also gotten to know how. Yes.
My sister, my co-host, you are saying this is a new point you are bringing in here now, which is a very good point. That when people from Germany coming to Kenya, they don't show them on TV when they are going to give this aid, isn't it? Is it true?
They don't. They show them only when they're going to give aid, but they don't show them on TV when they're going to cut deals. Like when they're going to give the debts that are the bad debts, then you don't see that on TV, because they know it's business, and they never want to show you that they're really benefiting from those countries. They only show their, these ministers when they're taking aid, they're like, no, the aid that's actually a dead aid, that you see, because then they want to portray the we're helping narrative. But when they're really benefiting, and their interest, they protect their financial interests out there, they don't show those. They don't want their population to know that we're actually the business partners. Yes, that's what I was saying.
Thank you very much, Marge. And thank you very much. We continue struggling for this continent, and we shall not give up. It's good you have clarified to everybody that is exactly what I said, and I did not say anything which is offensive to any South African. I gave my view that there was no need of killing Somalis who are hardworking, who have gone there, who have run away, and they have created their corner shops. And you come and ban their shops, and put tires across them. That they think they have the monopoly of talking ill about others, but I'm warning them.
Can you give me a chance to talk about that? Because
yes,
I am a Somali.
Abdi, I'm giving you a chance shortly. They think they have the monopoly, but we have also the tools, and we shall also marshal people to show to the government that these xenophobic killings and hatred against other African states must stop. Must stop. We want an integrated Africa. Africa that integrates. But if they still have apartheid era systems in their heads, then we must educate them. I'm sorry. For us in Kenya and Uganda, we allow them to come to our countries without visa. They get the visas at the doorsteps. Nobody stops them. But when you want to go to South Africa, you have to carry a box full of documents. Even when you have your money more than some of them in South Africa. Yes, you carry a box full of documents. Tell when your father died, when your mother was born. What data are you collecting here? We want a free, a borderless Africa. President Dr. William Ruto said, a borderless Africa, an Africa without borders. That is what we want. That's why when he was addressing Ramaphosa in Kenya, he said these borders should end so that Africans can carry their eggs and sell them. Kenyan eggs are not the same as the Ugandan eggs. Kenyan carrots, Kenyan sukuma wiki is very nice compared to the Ugandan sukuma wiki. If you sell them, sukuma wiki is the greens for those who are not Kenyans. Is the green vegetables. I don't know what the honorable calls them in Zimbabwe. That what is it, Marakwan, something? What do you call the green vegetables that you put as a side dish? The ones in Zimbabwe are very sweet. We need to eat them in Kenya, and the Kenyans can eat ours. Flowers can come to Kenya. Who tells you that there are no more men in Kenya who can buy flowers for their women? At least for me, I don't buy flowers for women. I'm sorry, Marge. If you are expecting some flowers, you won't get them from Dr. Matsanga. But let's come to the point, the topic. I can see there's the man who dropped the African nationalists. You had a point, but you dropped. Then we go in this order. We get Joe. As Wanda, you will come in to moderate after the Pan-African guy has spoken. Abidi, you are speaking next after the South Africa, the African nationalist speaker. Then we come to Owor. No, we get a sister, my sister Zeli. I want to hear your voice today. Then we come to Owor. Then we come to Hisda. And then we bring that as a stand there. Then we bring more people, new platform, new people on the platform. Thank you very much. Take the microphone, African nationalist.
All right. Thank you very much for the patience. The network actually took me out when I was about to speak. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm speaking from Nigeria. I'm a patriotic Nigerian and also a supporter of African unity as well. All right, so we've been talking about debts and conflicts. Since the emphasis has been on debt, there's something I want you guys to know about debt, all right? I'm going to speak about debt on an African perspective. I don't care about international image because the debt itself, there's a problem with the debt, all right? And I want us to see debt as a form of investment in a country. When you collect loan from IMF and World Bank, it manifests in form of debt. You are supposed to use the loans to develop your country, all right? But there's a problem. There's a problem the way debt is run in Africa and the way debt is run in the European world. It's two different things entirely. So I'm going to talk about the debt in Africa, and I'm going to compare it with the debt in the European world so that you understand what I'm trying to talk about. I want you to know that your GDP reflects your debt in the sense that when you have high debt, your GDP goes up as well because there's not enough money pumped into your country for economic development. So it raises your GDP, okay? So if you look at my country, Nigeria, we have $100 billion debt. Okay, so our GDP is the largest in Africa, 550 billion. Okay, then you have a country like Egypt. Okay, they have a debt of about $430-something billion. All right, sorry, Egypt has a debt of about $160-something billion. All right, and their GDP is about 430-something billion. You have South Africa. South Africa have a debt of about $260-something billion. So they have a higher GDP as well of about $430-something billion as well. Okay. Now let us go back to some other African countries. I did some write-up. Just hold on a bit. All right. You go to a country like Morocco. Okay. Sorry, just try to understand. I want to relate something so that you can understand the difference between the African debt and the European debt. Okay. A country like Morocco has a debt of about 94 billion, and they have a GDP of 160-something billion dollars. So you can see that Morocco has lesser debts and also lesser GDP, because that is the amount of loan they've been able to get from World Bank and IMF over the years. So you can see that their debt is low, and their GDP is low as well. So when you see Morocco debt of 94 and you see South African debt of 260-something, you will think that Morocco is better. No, they are not better. South Africa can access more loans. That's why they have that debt, and for the reflects in their GDP. So Morocco that has a smaller debt, $94 billion, you can see that their GDP is less. So now when we go back to some other countries, just hold on a bit, please. Okay, if you look at a country like Tanzania now, okay, Tanzania has a debt of about $99 to $40 billion. That's Tanzania. Okay, so their GDP is about 74, around that 74. That's GDP of Tanzania. Okay. So you can see that the lesser the debt, okay, the lesser the GDP, okay, and all this debt is causing crisis for us. Okay, so now let's go to the European nations. So you'll be shocked what I'm about to tell you now. Let's go to Europe. If you come to a country like France, just hold on a bit. I did some write-up. Just hold on. Okay, there's France. All right. If you go to a country like Germany, okay, Germany has a debt of about $2 trillion. I hope you understand what I mean. $2 trillion. That's the debt of Germany. So guess what their GDP is? $4 trillion. That's the GDP of Germany. So that's $2 trillion means that's the money Germany is able to get from their European banks. Okay, so you can see the volume of debt they have. That's the amount of money pumped into Germany. That is the reason why Germany is one of the best in the world. And you can see it reflects in their GDP. So they have enough money for infrastructure. They have enough money to do whatever they want to do. Let's look at France. France has a GDP of 2 trillion, 3 trillion, between 2 to 3 trillion, and they have France has a debt of 2 to 3 trillion, and they have a GDP of 3 trillion. All right, 3 trillion plus. Okay, and you can see that. So that's why Germany is also one of the France. Sorry, I made a mistake. The first one I said was Germany. Now I'm talking about France. Now France has a debt of about 2 trillion. All right, and they have a GDP of about 3 trillion. So you can see bigger debt for France, massive GDP. That debt means that France has a lot of money to pump into their country so they can do whatever they want to do, build infrastructure, make their citizens very happy, create welfare system, everything is going on fine. And you don't hear anybody screaming that Germany is in debt, France is in debt. Nobody talks about it. So the debt system is different. If you look at a country like China, now I'm going to some bigger heavyweights now. China has a debt of about 10 trillion. Okay. Can you beat that? $10 trillion. Nobody should come here and tell me that, oh no, because it's Germany, because it's France, they can afford that debt. No, those debts are mounting. But the truth is that those debts don't mean anything to them. Now, what's the GDP of China with a debt of 10 trillion? So they have a GDP of 18 trillion. So you can see that there's no miracle in this. The bigger your debt, it means that you have enough money pumped into your country. The bigger your GDP, the better your welfare system, the more the industrialization, the more whatever can happen to your country. So it's a very simple thing. But yeah, when you look at the media, they shout, Africa is in debt. Our debts are peanuts. The truth is that we have peanut debts that cannot do anything for us in Africa. So we continue to struggle. Inside this peanut debt, the IMF will be screaming that we are in debt, we are in debt. How much is the debt? And Africa is a country that have all the natural resources. Okay, we have all the own. Every African country is worth trillions of dollars. When you want to unearth the natural resources, is it the one?
So my brother from Nigeria, the point I'm getting from your address is that some of the shoutings that IMF and the World Bank and other people shout at us is made to embarrass us. Yet also these other big countries have debts. Is that the point you are trying to make?
Not just that one. What I'm trying to tell you guys is that the global economic system is segregated. Segregated in the sense that the way the economic policy is run for the Western nation is different from Africa. Okay, the Western nation have access to large amount of loans, and these loans are allowed to mount, and they use these massive loans for their development. In Africa, we don't have access to large amount of loans. First of all, what they give us here is peanut loans that cannot cause enough development. That was why I have to differentiate the loans. The loan system in Africa, I call some several African countries. I call Nigeria, our loan is 100 billion. I call Tanzania, their loan is about 30 something billion, and the GDP of Tanzania, let's look at Tanzania now. The loan of Tanzania is about 39 billion, their GDP is 74 billion. That's why Tanzania is struggling. If you look at France, the loan of France, which is the debt of France, is about $2 trillion. That's not small money. And the GDP of France reflects 3 trillion GDP because they have enough money pumped into their country. And the mounting debt in the Western nation does not affect them. You don't look at the Western media and see them screaming about debt. I don't really think they are actually meant to pay those debts. It's just mounting and it's coming in large volume for their economic development. What I want you to understand is the reason why we have slow development in Africa and massive development in Europe. In Africa, we can only access peanut debt, which is peanut loans that translate in form of debt. And that is why the progress in Africa is so slow. And that's why there's so much unrest in Africa. And it's this unrest in Africa that leads to these conflicts. I believe that this conflict is a topic that I will talk about it later. Every country have what causes conflict. Me, I'm in Nigeria. I know what causes conflict in my own country. But I just want you guys to understand that the loan system is not balanced, okay? And if we want to address it, it means that we have to cancel this global economic system, how it works. It doesn't favor Africa. The only way we can cancel the global economic system, okay, is for us to live peaceful in Africa. If we can live peaceful in Africa, we can all build and become powerful and have one voice. Because like I was saying something just now, I said the country like Tanzania, Ghana, that can only access very tiny loans in the form of tiny debts. Those countries worth trillions of dollars when you try to unearth the natural resources, okay? Naturally, if you're going to collect loans, IMF should be able to give you loans based on the amount of natural resources you have in your country, so that we can have enough dollars in trillions and develop Africa, okay? The Western nations, they don't have...
Okay, my good brother from Nigeria, you have made very, very, very good points here.
Yeah.
I want to ask you one question before I let you go and allow Abidi to come in. Can you consider giving Chinese some land in the North Nigeria, Maiduguri area, where Boko Haram is operating, because it is not used, so that they can grow their crops and cut off these debts of roads that they have constructed in Abuja, in Lagos, in Port Harcourt, and so many projects that the Chinese are doing that are lending us money. Why don't we consider giving them to become part of our clans, or part of our districts, our tribes? Because here we are. Look at the Indians came as coolies, workers on the railway. They have now made tribes in all East African states. And in 10 years to come, I'm looking at 15 years to come, I might not be around here. Or God willing, I might be around, because all is in the hands of God. We shall see Chinese, black Chinese on the continent of Africa. What will you say to them? What will you say to them? They will need a state. Why don't we do other ways of counseling debt by giving them a place where they can grow their own food enough to export to their country? And we say, cancel these dates. Let's begin afresh from now. We are one global market, one global citizens.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
That is a form of enslavement. Okay, you are trying to transfer more powers to them. We will not develop in that way. All right, it will provide opportunity for all these superpowers, to cause confusion in our country as well. You understand me?
You are fearing recolonization.
Yes. We don't need that.
Why don't you also fear going to borrow their money?
No, what we need in Africa is that we need to unite. We need unity. We need to stop fighting ourselves in Ethiopia. We need to stop fighting ourselves in Nigeria. We need to end the war in Cameroon. We have to come as one. Every African country must maintain unity and start building up. If we can do that, do you understand me? We can have one voice. What I want you guys to understand is that the way the global economic system is planned for Africa is rigged against Africa. I just try to make some things very clear to you. How can we?
I have understood. I've understood you. You got my brother. You got a point that if we stop conflict, if we stop fighting each other, if we stop, all these accusations, hate, throwing names against each other, unite. We have resources in Africa that can build this continent for centuries to come. I agree. Thank you very much, my brother from Nigeria, all the time supporting me. Thank you. Keep up the good work as a Pan-African. We are together. We shall not be deterred. Abidi, I believe you
yes,
are...
mzee. Hello, mzee, habari yako?
Mzuri, and I believe you are in Mogadishu.
I am in Mogadishu, mzee, habari yako wewe?
Shikamo, marahaba bwana.
Asante sana mzee.
You are enjoying the sunshine. I'm enjoying the winter. How are you?
Exactly. I'm okay. You?
We are fine. We are being trolled by our friends who kill
South Africa.
in South Africa.
That is why I want to talk about now.
And then add on with debt and a conflict. You have
exactly.
a conflict since 1991.
Exactly. I'm going to start with them.
Here, isn't it?
Exactly.
You?
Exactly. I'm going to start with them. The South Africans are creating a group. It's called Operation Dudula. And this is dangerous. Very, very dangerous. These people are talking about killing people, mob justice. They're talking about hate against fellow black people, which is unacceptable. And I think we have to talk about that. They've been talking about you, doctor, for almost a week. All right? For almost a week, they were talking about you. They're saying, no, we have to kill him. We have to do this. I mean, it's pathetic. And it's time we talk about that because my people, the Somali people are there. They've got the shops. They're decent people. They work so hard. All right? But still, these people have been told that, we are killing them. We are selling them food that is unsafe, propaganda. Now, the question is, who is making these things here, the propaganda about us? It is not the black people. No, it's the media owned by the white people. And the white people, they want to divert them. They want to divert the attention to us, the Zimbabweans, the Malawians. They want to portray us as we are the ones who are behind their poverty. It is not us. It is their country. They have to wake up, work so hard, and gain whatever that they can gain. But there's what you call blame game there. They're blaming, the Africans. All right? 70% of their land. I'm talking about 70%. They don't, talk about that. All right? 70% of their land is owned by the white people. Now, the question is, the apartheid is still there. All right? The black people were just given a land. I mean, they're given a presidential seat, an empty one. But all the power, the media, the economy is owned by the white people. The media is diverting that towards the black people. And the hate is just too much. You hate them saying in public, on Twitter, that we're going to kill the people. Get out. We are killing you. Words that you cannot even tolerate. And I'm telling you now that everyone, each and every one of us, has to talk about that continuously. Because if we don't, people are going to die. A few years ago, we saw people were getting burned in the streets. Zimbabweans, Somalis, getting burned on the streets. And now they're going on with an operation called Operation Dudula, which is dangerous, which is there to kill people. Now it's up to us now. If you're going to talk about the debt and, the IMF, things that we can't change, waste of time. I think we have to talk about these people, the South African people, the black people that we tried to help so much back in the days. We helped them so much, but now they're hating in public, on Twitter, everywhere. Go out, take them out, And I think we cannot just be there and watch things unleash towards, a catastrophic end. I think it's time we talk about that. I think it's time we stop it. I think it's time we don't get the fear. I saw you, doctor, after they scared you, you said, no. It's over now. I'll never, ever talk about that. They won. You should come back stronger, doctor. Huh? You should come back stronger.
Abidi, I am, you know me as a fighter. I don't give up. Those are tactics.
Exactly.
Those are tactics of retreat. I am going to bring a topic here.
Thank you.
To discuss xenophobia
Thank you very
in
much.
South Africa.
Thank you very much.
Their ministers of law. I will bring people. We shall be millions here. They don't know the person they attack. They are trying.
Exactly.
They are trying a deadly person who is going to come back with a topic where they cannot run away or they run out of AU.
Exactly. Yes. And now they are there. They hate you now.
Time has come for us to tell them the truth. We did not say anything wrong.
Exactly.
We contributed for the liberation. Siad Barre in Somalia contributed for the liberation of South Africa from apartheid.
Exactly.
South Africans have our passports. I am going to bring a topic here to ask South Africans who took our passports to return them.
Exactly.
If they didn't know what type of person they are dealing with, let them try me.
Exactly.
I'm keeping quiet. I'm listening. You take away my education, which I studied? You can't ask me.
They can't.
You will not take it away. I am also I am a hard nut to crack. I am giving them time to say what they want to say. But when I bring a topic here for their discussion, they will throw those passports back to us.
Exactly. You know what? They came to me, they DM me, they're saying, we know you work for the BBC, we are going to kill you, we are going to do this and that. All that to scare you, Okay? The same thing they said to this lady over here, I think her name is Madge. Yeah. They said the same thing, that we are going to kill you and this and that. That is to scare you. But that should not take us back. Let us show them that we can come back stronger than ever. We can assemble people towards this, that we can stop them, that we can tell them the truth, that we love you. You are black like us. You are us. But what you're doing is not okay. You cannot say we're going to kill you here. It doesn't work like that. All right? I think we have to tell them the truth, that the problem is not we, the black people. The problem is the white people there who own the economy, who own the media, who own the land, who own everything. And they took advantage of the ignorance, all right? Diverted them to the black people. All right? So I think we have to talk about that. And there's one man over here who's good with the debt. I think his name is Hirat. He's a financial, guy. I think you should give him a chance to speak, because he's better than me. Is that guy? Exactly. That guy is a good guy, with the data stuff. Me, I'm not that good with it. I'm a journalist.
I'm bringing him. Yes, I like my people from Mogadishu. They're always honest like me. And you know very well, all Somalis are my good friends.
Asante sana.
And
Asante sana, mzee.
Yes, when they came to Britain, they found me in the United Kingdom. In 1987, I had come here. And I've been here since then. And I helped
Okay.
all of the Somali MPs, the ones you see down there, some
We
of
thank you
them
so much.
for resettlement, for filling their forms. That's why I have this heart of not liking anybody, hating a refugee. I hate anyone despising a refugee in my eyes because I have been a refugee myself. I've been there. I've seen how tough. I was a refugee with Isaias Afeki. He's now the president of Eritrea. We worked together in London in the same office. I was a refugee with Zenawi. I was a refugee with Dr. Tedros. So you come here to insult me when you cannot even polish the shoes of Tedros or Matanga. So I'm not bothered about that. Boss, I'm very proud. I haven't gone the other side to tell people off. You can't do anything to me. I have gone through all those stages. I cleaned the trains in London. I cleaned the toilets of trains up to Edinburgh, a train from Edinburgh, London to Glasgow. I worked there. So I have gone through all those troubles. I also know what life is. So for people who come here who want to kill Zimbabweans because they are refugees, undocumented, they want to kill Nigerians, they hate them. They have, stereotyped Nigerians to say, when you see a Nigerian, you are seeing drugs. That type of nonsense cannot be there. If we don't speak about it, it is going to grow big in Africa. And we shall speak about it until the motion comes to the top, to the AU, for AU to pick up our request. So when we wanted to get passports for Africa, South Africa rejected and moved the motion in the AU to stop giving African passport. So it means the whole thing of xenophobia is ingrained in the government. Are you people hearing this today?
Yes, we do.
You didn't know that? The AU
We did.
proposed that every African should have one passport. South Africa blocked. It stood firm and refused. And we had taken all our passports, photographs for passport. They are in AU as we speak. So it looks like even the government there, we're asking Mr. Zuma to return the Somali passport. They don't know me. I'm going to bring a topic that will embarrass that government until they talk to me. Yeah. I would ask people, I would name them who have our passports from Uganda. They have our passports. They use them to fight. If you want to challenge me, these younger men who have no homes, they come here because their home is Twitter. Don't challenge people who have homes and children. And call names, call me names. What names will you? You can't take anything from me. Let's come to, it was after Abdi, there's Joe, yes. Then Hirad. No, after Abdi, there's Joe, then Zeli. Zeli, my sister.
You given me a chance.
Yes, after Joe. Who is
you.
that who says I've not given him a chance?
No, I said you had given me a chance after the current speaker.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I know it is getting,
you can go.
It is
good.
good. Yeah,
I can go
go.
after you.
Then it's Zeli, then Joe. Joe, you hold on. It is getting late in Kenya, I know. Thank you very much. Take the microphone. Then Hirad, Hirad, then Joe, can I want to move you up there as a co-host.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor. And thank you all the panelists and all the listeners. I am from Uganda and I've enjoyed the discussion ongoing. I am very pleased and also disappointed. The topic is really touching us, but there is another looming issue that wants to take over the topic that we are engaging with, and that is the issues coming from South Africa. Now, Doctor, I would want to approach from that point that just after the brother from Somalia has talked concerning what is going on in South Africa, I want to join in to make mention that I think the suggestion that you're making, that we try and maybe give land to some of these our borrowers to become part of us, it would be one of the ways of trying to solve the debt burden that we have. Somebody has also shared in there to say that it could be kind of a new colonialism or recolonizing Africa, which seems to be true. Now, I have a different approach of how to debate about whether to cancel the debt that we have with these people or not. Doctor, I would like to ask ourselves a question. In reality, me, I am an African and I live in Uganda here, and I see what goes on with concern. You realize that when a debt is given to a country like Uganda from, say, China, the discussion which goes on in the contract is, in most cases, that which is benefiting a China government than even the country that they are borrowing. For example, in Uganda here, in most of the debts that we have, say, for example, we are borrowing to make or to construct a road, the terms in the contract may be, which we don't see actually, it seems to me that suggests that the contract to make that road shall go to China. And before you know, China will come with all its engineers and all its machineries and everything, every technical knowledge they will bring, and they will fetch all the money again back to China. And the young men of Africa will be doing only the pottery work, and we receive the residues of the loan that we have borrowed. Before we pay the loan for the period, the road that we have, the road that was constructed using the borrowed money, before the loan is paid, it will be worn out again. And Africa would have not collected any money to do investment that could use the road to give it effect to pay it back. And so to me, it's my opinion that it seems to me that China is actually using Africa already to benefit itself. You've given their opinion that China is highly, densely populated. And it seems that several of their resources are redundant and staying with them indoors, in their houses. And if they find a country like Uganda, which needs to work on their roads and so on, it will be an opportunity for them to actually send excess of their money out to go make more money, and their people to have fresh breath in such African countries. So, in the discussion of whether we should cancel this debt, I think such benefits that accrue to China and other borrowing countries must be brought into the limelight in the discussion. And it must be a win-win talk, because it seems to me that those countries benefit so much from Africa than Africa gains from them. I would like to make a joint again on a brother from Nigeria who was trying to make a point that the higher the borrowing rate, the higher the GDP. And so the indication of a GDP, in quotes, is development. I don't think that is true, basing on the analysis that I have given there, because the more the borrowing in the style that developed countries deal with Africa these days, it seems to me that more money goes back to them than to benefits Africa. I would like to make mention of two things. There is what they call external borrowing and internal borrowing. Africa, in most cases, we depend on external borrowing. His comparison of European debt levels and Africa, it seems to me that most of the European governments borrow internally. And when they borrow internally, they use such monies, because the money is within the same boundaries, to do development, and it gives effect. So whether too much burden, debt, the GDP will keep growing. If we do external borrowing like Africans are doing, money goes out. And even when we borrow a lot, it will not reflect positively in our GDP. So the suggestion for way forward, instead of saying that we give them land, I think the governments of Africa needs to discuss policy on a land policy. I know in Uganda, I am a lawyer by profession. In Uganda, non-Ugandans cannot own certain type of tenure systems in Uganda here. We give them lease. And so I think way forward, instead of discussing that we give them part of Karamoja or part of land in other parts of Africa, we encourage them to come and own land here and bring their investments here, such that they can help us to market their goods manufactured in Uganda to outside world. In that way, Uganda would be gaining, selling, in form of taxes and so on, and the development would come. So we encourage them to come, do their investments here, other than giving them free land. If we give them free land in the near future, the burden that is now being discussed in South Africa as being facilitated by certain types of people, called the whites maybe, is most likely to result here. We are kind of going to draw our countries back to the
Mr. Owori,
time.
hold the microphone.
Yes,
Hold
doctor.
it. You're a lawyer.
Yes, doctor.
Can you also, as you make your submission, that in 10 years or 15 years to come, we shall have Chinese Africans?
Yes, doctor, that is true. And that's a fact.
And given that our country, Uganda, is very fertile with everything, between me and you, or I know you come from Tororo.
Correct.
And Uganda is a very fertile state in everything. So in 10 years, look at Uganda. How shall we be looking? How shall we be looking? So if you don't talk about the way to give them some place, let's talk about the Chinese tribe that is growing on our continent. Because every part of Nigeria today, every part of Zimbabwe, Chitungiza, where there are Chinese there, Honorable MP, and I can see, I already hold the microphone. I welcome the president of the Patriotic Zimbabwe Party, Mr. Charles Mutama, who is on the platform. Welcome, sir, to talk to on this serious subject. You are one of the few candidates going to stand for elections in Zimbabwe 2023. I am honored to host you on this platform today. And I am one of the few people who do not give up and be silenced by some malcontents who bring toxins of disunity amongst Africans. Never. You can take it to the bank and ask God if you can find a way near him, that Matanga never stops until he finishes his problem. So if you have tried me, I'm going to try another method. The next time, or I didn't want this subject to take a center stage. But there are so many people who are angered with statements that have been. You have seen our brother from Mogadishu. He's not very happy. He's not very happy. We are not talking about things that have not happened. People have killed people in South Africa because of where they come from. And the people killing on daytime TV. We used to see this.
Stop lying, Dr. Wen, Doctor.
And when we are talking,
Shali, can you please have some order, Shali? If you want to speak,
no,
you just
don't
raise
worry.
your hand.
Don't worry. There is
No,
only
I'm
one way.
waiting for my turn. You mustn't lie. I'm waiting for my turn.
Yeah, wait for your time, then you'll speak. And when you bring here your language, I have removed you from this platform. Go home. You will not speak here again. That is this, to get you disciplined. When people are speaking, you don't speak. This is not the way we are bringing up children in Africa. No way. For you, you will not speak on any of my platforms in your life. You will not get any request, and I'm blocking you. That is the method. That's why they brought the blocking pin numbers. You cannot come here to interrupt people. We are busy talking something which touches Africa, and we are telling you the truth. You see, you can't just come and then you want to disrupt everything. No way. No way. Just wait for your turn. I had given you chance democratically to test the waters. Then we are talking, you want to make dictate talking market. Go and talk in Johannesburg. Thank you. So, Owor,
Yes, doctor.
that is where we have a problem. We have so many Chinese here that are growing everywhere, in Africa. Every part of Africa, they are Chinese. In Cameroon, they are. In Mogadishu, they are. In Kenya, there are very many. They are producing children. Our countries are fertile. The sunshine, there's no winter, there's no summer. We have summer throughout. So what do you suggest? My suggestion is that there are certain parts in Africa, like Karamoja. For us, we have been growing up giving Karamoja food in Uganda. Thanks God to President Museveni coming back and fighting all cattle rustling, things have settled now in Karamoja. I give a credit where it is due. And the Karamojongs are growing food, also feeding us in the south. Don't you think if we get one of those lands, one district, and gave to Chinese to develop rain, which we need very much in Karamoja, rain that we need not much in northeastern Kenya. Maji knows, and Joe, they know very well that in northeastern Kenya, people are crying for food every day. Every day, they are crying for food.
Okay, thank you so much, doctor.
As you land the mic, also give chance, listen, then we shall come back.
Dr. Matsanga, I have one question for Owor, please. May I proceed there?
Yeah, you can proceed.
Yeah, Owor, you mentioned that there are some Ugandans who can only hold leasehold titles and not freehold titles. If you could just, while you're landing, expound on that, please.
Okay, I think you didn't hear me well. I said the land policy in Uganda is that non-Ugandans cannot hold, can only hold land, or can own land in Uganda in form of lease. There are certain types of tenures that they cannot own here. For example, we have Milo land, those which are perpetual in nation. We only give that is you use up to some time, and your lease can be renewed, or you're here on contract for after some time. I hope you get me right. I would like to just try to give quick answer to doctor's question, and then I give space for some other person to talk. Yes, doctor, you're really a lover of Africa. You love Africa, and you imagine for us to be where we want to be. But doctor, there is one thing I would like to put across. It's my thought. The first
Is somebody hearing a word?
the white mans or the people who have money come with that in mind, and they try to want to.
He keeps cutting off. Good evening, Dr. Mathanga. My
I am
apologies.
seeing you, my sister, and Joe, Marge, and Joe, the one of the speakers has arrived. So I will give you time to control the seat for a few minutes and speak from that point of view. Then she takes that seat. She's one of the speakers. But Owod, are you now hearing us? Can you, as you give your suggestion, last suggestion? Owod.
I don't think we have a war on the platform anymore.
Okay.
We can't hear him.
He's on the platform, but he's not.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can't hear him. We keep losing him, and I think I advise him to drop off and then join the platform. I think he has connectivity issues. Welcome, Hannah. We've missed you on the platform, and Dr. Matsanga.
Yes.
I have very few points that I would like to convey after the last person has gone, the one as you had scheduled, and then I will drop off as a host and just be a regular listener if you don't mind. Hello, are you there?
Dr. Matanga, can you hear Joe?
Yes, I've heard.
Okay.
Joe, you go ahead. I was trying to connect to Professor Piero, but his Twitter has a problem. He can't come on Twitter straight. He's not able to connect. So I'm going to use him to go through the Zoom on the television. As you speak right now, my television is also showing in Nairobi exactly what is taking place right now. So you are also equally being heard by a bigger audience. So whatever statements you are talking is going worldwide. Thank you.
All right, I will choose my words. I wanted to say that we need to destigmatize and demystify the debt or the national debt when it comes to the way we as Africans or African nationals view it. We should not be ashamed of debt because there is no nation on earth that doesn't have any debt. There's a brother from Nigeria who spoke before, and he gave us very candid numbers on the debt to GDP ratios of many countries, Europe and Asia, and also he mentioned the United States, and I do appreciate him for breaking that down and making sure that all of us are aware that when it comes to the global credit system, the system is rigged against anything black or any country that's black or any country that's African. And that is the way that it's been going. Even in the United States, there has been cases where certain banks, and we have like Wells Fargo and Citibank, they were sued, I think, in 2017 for issuing high mortgage rates to African Americans and let's say black and brown people, and they were giving white people some better rates or better APRs on their mortgages. Africa's debt to China is about $69.6 billion. Africa's debt to the World Bank and IMF is about $702 billion. Africa's debt to China is almost catching up to Africa's debt to the rest, to IMF and the World Bank. And this was one of the key reasons why we saw our leaders being summoned to the West at the USA Africa Summit. The United States is really trying to curb or to hide the influence of the East on on Africa. And most of our leaders, when they went there, instead of negotiating with one voice, we know what happened. Some of them were made to sign some documents. Others, they went there as if they had gone for a vacation, and they did not represent the interest of the African people. Debt is healthy if the state debt is used to grow the economy. If we use the debt we borrow from the IMF or from China, and we fund our infrastructure projects, and when we are funding these infrastructure projects, we make sure that our youth, our engineers, we make sure that the labor force that is used in making these infrastructure projects happen, that labor force is from the region or from the said country. Then we then that grows the economy in the region that debt has been used to fund that project. We need to use our debt to fund commerce and industry. We need to use our debt or the money we borrow to fund our mining, to fund building more of assemblies. We need to stop importing already assembled cars from Europe and the United States and Japan. We need to build our own assemblies. So when those Toyotas come into Africa, we assemble them, and our youth, our African people, they do have find employment. We need to use that funding to build more processing plants. We need to use those funds to do more research and to do more prospecting. There are so many vast regions of Africa that we know that certain elements or certain minerals exist, but we, instead of doing the research ourselves, we let some multinational companies or corporations come into Africa or come into our countries and carry out their research. They know where the meat is tender or where the meat is fat, and we let them have that information instead of getting the funding, paying our researchers, and paying our people to do that prospecting. And we need not to use debt that we borrow to pay our bills. Most of the African countries, or most of the African countries are carrying a very heavy burden of a wage bill. Most of the African MPs, they are the most, especially the ones from Uganda, they are the most paid or the highest paid MPs in the world. And compared to their population, it's quite the contrast. We don't need to use the money we borrow from outside to pay our doctors, our teachers. We need to use that money for growing the economy. And if we look at the debt to the GDP growth, the GDP ratio, we should pay more attention to that. When it comes when African countries are negotiating for loans, like the previous speaker said, that we are not given enough money, and we are given very stringent conditions to receive those monies, and we are also given very high APRs. And this should change. We should be negotiating like the way China negotiates for its debt, or like the way the United States negotiates for its debt. Right now, the ratio of Japan's debt to GDP is about 225% to 227%, their GDP. The debt of the United States to their GDP is about 768.7%. That of France is about 98.1%. The United Kingdom about 85.4%. The Italians, they are at about 134%. But you'll find that most of the African countries, when they go to borrow, right now their debt to GDP ratios, they are not even approaching 100%, and they're negotiating better. And the main reason why the countries I mentioned, they are leaders of industry. It's because they have access to credit, and when they obtain the credit, they build their industries, and they develop their infrastructure, and they improve the skills, and they train their population so they can grow their economies. But we've seen that out of the amount that I mentioned earlier, the $696 billion owed to China, if we can account for all the monies that are hidden out of Africa by African leaders and dictators who fleece and loot the coffers of the African people. You'll be surprised that they amount to almost to $1 trillion. Um, then the amount of media attention that is given to our African leaders, especially when they steal from the African people and they build those apartments in Dubai and Switzerland and they had their money abroad. It's almost as if there is an unwritten rule that the international media cannot report on that. And it's about time that the African media and the international media wake up and start exposing these people. During the reign of the Nigerian president, Sani Abacha, it is rumored that or it is alleged that he took about $5 billion within a period of 2 years. His last 2 years, when he was reigning in Nigeria, we know the amount of money that Mobutu Sese Seko took. Recently, we had one of our president mentioned, like President Kenyatta, mentioned it as one of the people with numbered accounts in Panama. We need not to ask for the forgiveness of loans, especially the loans that Africa has borrowed on behalf of the people. The loans we need cancelled are the ones that Africa incurred during the time of colonialism, and they are still paying on those debts. We need reparations for colonization and for the slavery of our brothers. And instead of borrowing from outside, we need to do more of borrowing from within the institutions or the banking institutions in Africa. We need to borrow more from the African Development Bank than from the IMF and World Bank or China. We need to borrow more from the local banks. Yeah, in Kenya, if you bid for one of those projects, local projects, and you win that bid, there are some banks who can advance you a line of credit as long as you show them the proof that you did win the bid. Like if you win a bid to build a couple classes in a primary school, they a local bank, I think Equity and even NCBDA, they are offering credit to the locals on public projects. So we need to open our borders. The issue of xenophobia, it's we really need to speak on that, and we need to condemn it on all fronts. We are all Africans, and we say that Africa is our business. This is really our business. We need to condemn hate from all corners of Africa.
Joe, before you come to that, I want to ask my fellow Africans on this platform, what wrong have the Zimbabweans who fled from Zimbabwe done to my South African friends that we can all collectively as Africans pay them to leave them? That is all I'm asking. Because this whole debate of xenophobia, why some of us are being targeted, is because it came in defense of Zimbabwean people who are being mistreated, the Nigerians, the Cameroonians, the Somalis who are being killed. What wrong have they done? Maybe there is something that we don't understand. So maybe when the president of Patriotic Zimbabwe Party comes on platform, he can give us what is going on. Why do South Africans hate you so much? To the extent that when any other person outside South Africa talks about defending you, we are blacklisted and trolled. Some people troll us the whole day. You see? So, Joe, what do you think we can do as you land the mic?
I think we really need to condemn xenophobia. The Zimbabweans haven't done anything wrong, and they should not. And even the Somali people and the Nigerians in South Africa. I think in our lifetime we are going to see all the borders of Africa dissolve. We are going to have open borders, and what most people who are practicing it don't know that they are being propelled to fight a culture war by the media owners in South Africa and in other from the West. Instead of the war that they should be fighting is a class war. They need to be asking how comes we are black in South Africa and we are not we don't own our resources, we don't own our land, we don't own our mines, we don't own our production. Why are we worse off than why are we worse off today than we were during the days of apartheid? Why are we fighting our brothers instead of fighting for a cause that is more deserved? Um, I wanted to land by saying that in Kenya we have a community of the Shonas. They moved here in the 70s, and they've lived here. And I think as late as last year they were offered citizenship in Kenya. They interacted with the Kikuyu people of central Kenya, and they they fled Zimbabwe as a result of religious persecution, and now they are Kenyans. And very soon, and this is an idea that whose time has come, we are going to have open borders. That a project in South Africa will be funded by a bank in Nigeria and guaranteed by the minerals or the guaranteed by the minerals that South Africa mines, and so on and so forth. That we will borrow, we will trade with each other, and we will trade within our borders. We are not going to look east for our help. We are not going to look west for our help because we know that our help is within Africa. And I think that's a good place to land my point. Viva Africa.
Thank you very much, co-host. I think I had chosen Zele, then Hirad.
I think I was next, right? Hirad?
Hirad, do you want to allow the lady to go first?
Absolutely, yes. Ladies should be always first.
Then lady,
Okay.
my sister
Thank you.
Zeli, and
Thank
then
you.
Joe, can you exchange the the spaces with
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Masanka.
Can you exchange
It's a
the
pleasure to
spaces?
participate here.
Can you?
I think there's an echo coming in, but it's okay. You can continue.
Oh, there
Yeah.
is echo. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
let somebody else speak and come back
No,
again. I
not
don't
from
know
your
why.
end. Not from your end. I think it's the TV. Yeah. So just continue. And meanwhile, please
Okay.
remember to follow each other, everyone, so that we build a network here.
Okay. Okay. What I think about the debt is if the debt is being used for something useful, it's not an issue. To make sure that it's being used for something useful, we should. I think what's missing in most African countries, I'm originally from Ethiopia. I know that for sure what is missing is the people do not have a way of easily communicating with their representative. They have actually no way of communicating unless the representatives goes to the region, gathers everybody in a room and talks to them. So what I suggest is, that the people should have more say in how the debt money is being used. So debt in itself is not a bad thing. Another thing is what is really bad in Africa, I think, is the fact that the ease of doing business is not there. People cannot work. The taxation system is difficult, at least in Ethiopia, it's very difficult to make, for businesses. And that's what I hear from other African countries. So we should we should make use of wisdom and the current technology to make it easy to do business so that the country can pay its debts and all the problems of instability and all the problems what are happening in South Africa of killing other people because they are just because they are doing better than the ones who are already there, or trying to even blame the white people. I think it's colonialism has been gone for so long that we can't continue to blame the past for our current situation. I know current political situations may affect Africa, but rather than keep blaming other people, I think we should just try and do, do the best we can with what life has handed us, with the cards that life has handed us. I mean, countries like Vietnam had been handed worse. I mean, they have been bombed, they have been poisoned, yet, you know, they're much better than most African countries economically now. And about whites owning more land in Africa, I think we should stop that too. If somebody's parents had somehow owned land in Africa and it was like passed on to them, instead of trying to fight them, just talk to them. Maybe they want to sell off their land to the, you know, whoever would take it and develop it. If we drive them out of it, it's just not going to be productive anymore. You know, people who make money don't necessarily have that money because they took it away from somebody. It's just they have the know-how to make money. Because I'm saying this because of experience, past experience in Ethiopia, where people continuously think that, you know, this is, I'm talking about things that happened 40, 50 years ago during the imperial majesty time, because some people lived relatively well, others thought that they were somehow disenfranchised, they, as if it was stolen from them. No, some people, you know, just nature is like that, gives some people the know-how of how to make money. So it's better to work with those people and find ways to make life better for everybody. Don't discriminate other against other Africans. Don't discriminate other white or European or Chinese. I mean, everyone is created in the image of God. There is good in everything and there's bad in everything. So I think we should be open minded, good for the good, look for the good in others, uh, leverage that, and make life better for everybody using wisdom and technology. That's my submission. Thank you again, Dr. Sanka, the co-hosts. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I had asked, DM'd you if I may pin my post, which is about what I just spoke. If it's okay with you, I'd like to pin it to the Jumbotron. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My sister, as always, you have been on my side. You have stood by me and at the tough hours, and let's continue struggling for a better Africa. But before you go, and before I bring in Hannah, who was supposed to make a speech here, but she came early or too late or too, I don't know. Uh, Ethiopia is a huge country, and some of the parts in Ethiopia, the land is not used at all. And we are here, the people who constructed the railway from Addis Ababa to Djibouti are Ethiopians, are Chinese. They took about 2 years in that place. Believe me or not, they took 2 years digging that railway. They have produced children. They have marriages, intermarried. Our population. In 10 to 15 years, we shall have Africans that look like a Chinese. What do we call them? Where do we take them? Why don't we begin thinking now, other than when it knocks on our door, when it is too late? That is all my point. It was a suggestion for me. We can cancel this date by telling them, come and live with us. We sort out the mess. You create rainfall. Some parts of Ethiopia don't see rain at all. And yet Chinese have learned how to make artificial rain like Israelis. Are you people not seeing what I'm seeing in the world? Exactly that. So before I bring in Hannah to Madge, thank you very much. Keep it there. We are being encouraged to come out and speak more about what has brought us a bad name on all that. I have also made a report that anybody who comes in like a Shire and others who insult, the tracking starts. So they are being tracked. So that's not a problem for me. It's now a problem on the South African system and the other systems that will close their accounts. So thank you very much. Let's go to Radio Punchline Africa. It is going to bring you a show. Can you all of you listen to this from Radio Punchline Africa, which is now, and I'm calling Radio Punchline Africa to play the video, which people will hear what these people are talking about, the date and the conflicts in Africa. Radio Punchline Africa, please go ahead.
The first question is a very important question. What makes African and third world debt different from the American debt? Number one, America doesn't pay its debts. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in U.S. dollars. Africa has to earn the U.S. dollars, and the only way it can end the U.S. dollars is not to be associated with growing its own food and becoming and doing something to make
Dr. Matsanga, you have to mute your mic. Dr. Matsanga, yeah, mute.
IBRD research, the World Bank, is that no country should grow. And is a very important question. What makes African and third world debt different from the American debt? Number one, America is never going to pay its debts. It doesn't have to. Its debts are in its own currency. We can simply print it. The African debt is not in its currency. The African debt is in U.S. dollars. Africa has to earn the U.S. dollars, and the only way it can earn the U.S. dollars is not to be assassinated for growing its own food and becoming independent and doing something that the United States does not like. The principle underlying the foundation of the World Bank, the International Bank for IBRD, research, the World Bank, is that no country should grow its own food. Africa and the third world should only grow export crops. To export, in order to have an oversupply of cocoa and other tropical raw materials, to keep down the price, they must buy their grain from the United States or Europe, so that if they do something that we don't like, we can do what America tried to do to China in the 60s. We can sanction them. We can say, we're going to starve you. We're going to not export any grain to you. So owing their foreign debt in dollars means that they have to somehow sell something that the United States wants, not what they want. I think the most evil organizations in the world today are the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. And my book, Super Imperialism, that I wrote in 1972, is all about that. The largest purchasers of the book were the Defense Department and the CIA. I was immediately, the organization I worked for was given a $75,000, $85,000 Defense Department contract for me to come to explain to them how American imperialism worked. And they used it as a how to do it book.
Dr. Matsanga, back to you.
I think I was next, right, Hannah?
Yes, Hirad. Thank you very much, Punchline Africa from the studios. Ladies and gentlemen in the space, thank you very much, Maj. My regards. Thank you for being there, and whoever else was there in my place. You've had what you've had. Most of you know about that, and most of you are aware of this. For me, I will put it this way: is Africa a race of dependence? Has Africa become a race of dependence? Herod, go ahead with your submissions. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Hannah, and thank you, Dr. Matsanga. As usual, great program. Yes, so the topic is: has Africa's debt and conflict dented Africa's international image? Well, the conflict has dented our international image, but the debt, I believe the debt, as the other brother, I think, African nationalist, has shown, and also Joe has very well sort of fleshed out, the debt does have a bad side as well as a good side. It has a good side because if you use the debt for good reasons, such as developing the infrastructure, such as developing building schools, building hospitals, and then having those produce incomes to service the debt, then it's a good debt. But if the debt is not being absorbed by the country or the area that's taking the debt, and it goes into the pockets of a self-serving politicians, then it is a problem. So that is sort of an overall. But when you get into it, into the details, let's quickly find out who gives debt to Africa or sub-Saharan Africa. The biggest debtors or biggest sort of givers of debt is people called bondholders, like bonds. Those give us about 145 billion, followed by the World Bank, which gives us about 83 billion. China, we owe China about 79 billion, we meaning Africa. IMF about 67 billion, and then African Development Bank about 32 billion, and then other lenders like the UK about 13 billion, United States 7.2 billion, I think. And that's the Sub-Saharan Africa's sort of largest lenders. But then the why is that debt a problem? Well, let's look at like countries like Somalia. Again, it's not a good case to use it, but there's something called HIPC, which stands for Highly Indebted Poor Countries. Uganda went through that. Ethiopia went through that. Several other African countries went through that program. It's called Highly Indebted Poor Countries Initiative, which says that if you go through reforms set up by the IMF and the World Bank, your debt would be wiped out almost, I think, over 95%. Somalia, since its independence, sort of owed about 5.4 billion of a debt. Majority of it is an interest that accrued since the collapse of the central government. The Somalia was told that in March 2020, if they sort of do reforms, then its debt will be forgiven. And those reforms, so far, so good. Uganda had the same similar issue. They were told in 2000 that if Uganda goes through sort of economic reforms, its debt will be forgiven. So overall, debt is not really as bad as the people are making it. The other brother, African nationalists, really raised very well that it all depends your GDP. Are you able to service the debt? That is the key thing. And then are you able to absorb the debt by building or by using it for good reasons? If I was a president of a country and I was taking a debt, where would I use that debt for? The first thing I would build would be roads, because roads are the most important sort of infrastructure. Every business goes through the roads. The people travel through roads. If you build a road, you will get an investment of over 200%. Then followed by telecommunications, followed by electricity. The problem that African countries have is that when they take a debt, the debt really or the money goes into the pockets of our politicians. So where is the future for Africa? I would say yes. Africans should take debt carefully, but they should use that debt for good reasons. By 2050, the year 2050, Africa is projected to have a quarter of the world's population, which means it would be a good market to sell to. It would be one of the biggest markets by 2050. In addition to that, by by 2050 or even right now, Africa has one of the biggest minerals used for renewable energy, such as blue economy or the batteries or the minerals used for batteries for the electric cars. Africa right now is a better investment than China was when the Western African countries were going to China 20, 30 years ago. So the future is with Africa. The only question that needs to be answered is that are the politicians, are the sort of intellectuals, are people who are the sort of the cream of the crop of Africa, are they ready to catapult Africa to the next 2050 or 2100 century? That's the question that needs to be answered. That is not bad as long as it's used in the right way. Thank you. That's my submission.
Thank you
Here's
very much.
before
Sorry.
Dr. I have a follow-up question to Herod, if I may, Dr. Ali. And Herod, thank you very much. I want to follow up on two aspects. One, on the Somalian death, which I find it to be quite interesting. There is a roadmap that they were given to follow so the death could be forgiven. How much more death has it taken since then, since that figure you've given us? And how far off are they from getting those death reliefs, if you have any idea? The other thing people are not mentioning is the interest rate that we are accumulating these debts on, the rates that we as Africans are given, and the rates that they borrow within themselves. Thank you, Herod.
No, that's a good question, Hannah. Yeah, so I don't believe Somalia has taken any new more debt. I think they're getting grants from the IMF and the World Bank, and also they're also getting grants from the African Development Bank. But next, actually, end of this year, or maybe the third quarter of this year, is when they will reach what's called a completion point of the debt relief. It's called the completion point. When they reach that, I think they would only have about $500 million of the previous 5.4 billion debt left. And then after that, then they can borrow. So the question that Dr. Matzanga and Hannah and others need to contemplate is Somalia ready to take additional debts? And there are people that want to lend to Somalia. I believe there are both private as well as the likes of the multilateral agencies like IMF and the World Bank are ready to lend to them. So if Somalia takes, let's just say, 3 billion debt right now, is Somalia able to absorb that debt? Does it have the internal controls? Does it have the national institutions which could account for that $3 billion of debt? Well, yeah, that question needs to be answered. Then, with respect to the rates, country has its own risk profile, and each country would get a different interest rate depending on where it stands in the spectrum of the credit risk. I think someone earlier said, I think it was Joe, who said that we should be borrowing from African Development Bank, but the African Development Bank doesn't have the sort of the capital that the other banks have. Like, for example, a World Bank lent about 84 billion to Africa as of 2021. I don't believe the African Development Bank has that kind of capital. The African Development Bank, I believe, I'm looking at it right here, it lent about 31 billion to Africa as of 2021. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yes, I think you've done very well, Hannah, on that one. But I follow up with lots of just answer yes or no. Should we, if you can add something, because I know here you are very good at economics, and I like you all the time on my platforms. Brother, keep it up and always attend them. You'll educate very many of us. If we continue borrowing, and every time there is a word in Kenya, I don't know whether Hannah will translate it. Gonya, 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 gonya. In Kenya, when Obama's sister said he doesn't like Africans because Africans have become gona, gonya, gonya, gonya. What does that mean, gonya, gonya? Hannah, you'll tell us what it means. Begging, asking for handouts. We are the God created this continent called Africa. Let me be very frank to you people. Have you sat down and noticed why we are surrounded by water and not with anybody else? Is somebody on this platform seeing what I'm saying? Why is it that Africa, God just made sure that we are alone? We are alone. And look at it from that point of view, Herod. And then the speaker coming on this platform. Then God went further and allowed minerals to be in South Africa. God went further to allow minerals to be in DRC Congo. God went further to create sunshine. There are some places like Uganda where the temperature is 70 degrees throughout the year. That's why the East African Railway, the first railway dug by the British interior to look for what? That weather. Sir Winston Churchill said, there is a place up there which is different from the places down here. Even when the railway reached Kisumu, for you who have studied African history, like I've done, the British were saying, no, this is not the place. There's another place. We have come in a wrong way. Let's go the other route from Eldoret, Maggie's home. Pass there, we shall find this place up there with 70 degrees, growing food, and the banana is as big as the leg of a human being. Why then we people who have all these utilities, all these minerals, all these resources, Herod, why have we become beggars?
Because of us, because of the ability for Africa's leaders, Africa's intellectuals, Africa's people.
Herod.
Did you understand me? I'm sorry, Hannah.
Yeah, did you mean inability from our leaders?
Yes, the inability for us to see that it's better to institute something that or infrastructure or something that could help our young people rather than putting that money in our pocket. For example, I'll just give you one example. There are money available to do to complete almost every infrastructure of Africa. There's the money available, but 80% of them do not come to fruition. They don't come to completion simply because the bureaucracy, the inability for African politicians, African institutions to see the start of a project and then the completion of the project. I mean, that inability is the biggest hurdle. Africa wasn't that different from Far Eastern Asian countries about 1960s or mid 60s. They were not. I think I heard the education system of Korea or the infrastructure of Korea wasn't that different from that of Kenya or even Nigeria in 1960s. But right now they went ahead of us. Why is that? Well, because it's not that they have a better environment or they have better sort of land. It's just that they have politically they saw that uh, people that put in reforms and said we're going to help and develop our people, and then in the long run that would help everyone. Like for example, in countries like Nigeria, I heard Nigeria had almost 300 billion of income from oil from early 1970s up to around 2000. 300 billion. Yet all of that went to waste. I think the brother African nationalist can correct me on that, but similar things can also happen in African countries. Africa, by 2050, it would be the hugest market in the world. The question is, can we put in the reforms that would help us as Africans to take advantage of that?
Thank you very much. You have brought out one of the obstacles, challenges that we have, why we keep on increasing debt. I have not seen very many people talk about conflict. Do you know that when you are traveling to Dubai and you reach Dubai airport, there is a department for detecting violent people, which you don't see. And they have quietly put in work people who say that one, pull that one and ask where it comes from. They see you from the CCTV camera, that the glass, and you see yourself going, passing, and the immigration office or customs will call you. And I believe, Hannah, you know very well, at Heathrow Airport, there are those glasses. You can come with your luggage all the way from the trolley, with the trolley from the real where you have picked them on platform number 6, 7, 10, 2, and then you are walking, going, you see somebody saying, come. They detect quite a lot of behavior. Now, conflicts also put us in very terrible situation in international image. Africa is called as a continent of conflict. Everywhere you see, people are fighting. Look at the DRC Congo. Look at the occupation of Bunagana. Look at Rwanda, a good country that was doing very well. Everybody wanted to love to go to Rwanda. I don't know whether Madge, have you ever been to Rwanda? What a beautiful country. Hannah, have you ever been to Rwanda? My sisters, how many of you here have gone to Kigali before? How beautiful Kigali came up to the apex. It became one of the best countries that every meeting was being taken to Rwanda. And as we now proceeded, things started changing. Today, President Kagame is in his defense when he said, when you touch Rwanda, when we touch Rwanda, I cannot do this, I can do this. Why do we wait until our image is dented? Why do we dent our image in conflicts? Who funds these conflicts? This is what this class from next month, I have already 400 and something divided in two classes. I will be teaching pro bono for free, various topics. If you have time, you will be given your timetable. You can come and pitch there, take notes from me for free. I want to ask you those questions. Why do we destroy our image? You go to a hotel in London, you are going for sauna or swimming, and you find people there, they say, oh, where do you come from? Of course, this question is asked. Luckily enough, in London, they don't ask like in South Africa. South Africa, they ask while they have cut your hand already. You know, in London, they ask you politely, where do you come from? Uganda. Ha, Idi Amin. Have you seen, you know, ladies and gentlemen on this platform, I have carried that burden for many years. Some of you grew up just read about Idi Amin. But Uganda was associated with a bad image of Idi Amin. Eating people's tongues. You see? So we carry this image. Even if you are an academic, even if you have excelled in making a rocket that goes to Jupiter, but when you have this tag, where did you come from? Africa. Which part of Africa? Nigeria. Hala? Nigeria. Then the man keeps quiet a bit for a few minutes. Then he says, Nigeria? Yes. Nigeria? Yes. You think he's going to tell you something very interesting. Dear ladies and gentlemen on the platform, he tells you, oh, if you are from Nigeria, I'm not going to do any business with you. Why? You don't know. So I want people, when you come up, now I'm going to bring people, a new set of people, and starting with the president of Patriotic Zimbabwe Party, Charles Mutama, who will speak for 10 minutes. And I want you to they will fill you with questions to explain why. First, you can touch on the incident of South Africa and Zimbabwe if you want. But I want you to tell me, like Hirad has said, Hirad has explained here, we have countries that are not able to pay, and they will never pay. You can't pay, we shall not pay. Ghana has already started the notion, we can't pay. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to me surely. If we are going to come on this platform and pretend we are going to pay this money, we shall see the Sri Lanka way coming our way. First of all, the American money that was given to us, they put a very dangerous man to supervise the money. How many of you know Johnny Carson's? Put up your hands. I want to see. How many? You have heard of a man called Johnny Carson's. And Johnny Carson's is a man who overthrows governments together with George Soros. Now you put a man like that one to be supervising African presidents. What is he going to tell them? He's going to tell them double standards. He will tell the NGOs that go ahead, ask the government for accountability. So we are in trouble. We are in big trouble. Now I can see my brothers who have been here longer. Gilbert, you have been here longer. You have been asking for the microphone for the longest, but I will start with Mr. Charles Mutama, then go to Gilbert, then come to artist, aristocratic. Why? Oh, yeah. Where do you get these names? Why don't you put the real name like me? Mine is very clear. But that's why everybody is hitting me much. My name is clear. You can go to hell. You can go to Angel Gabriel and tell him, why did you baptize him Matanga? This guy comes from the mountains of Elgon. I am not mad. I'm not fearing. The topic I'm going to bring, imagine you will give me another doctorate. Don't worry. The topic that I will bring and I will make South African government react. You have touched the wrong button. Me, I don't go down like that. I'm a fighter. Ask this Charles Mutama will tell you. I'm a fighter. I fought for Mugabe single-handedly in Britain. They wanted to kill me. And I'm still here. I'm still here. Policemen had to guard me. Have you ever been guarded by police? Scotland Yard, guarding your house. I speak my mind, man. You have touched the wrong button. These guys don't know. You have touched the wrong guy. You can threaten a girl like a badge, but not me. And I'm not going to allow her to be threatened. Or Hannah. Or any Somali person to be threatened here. Why are you threatening them? What have they done wrong? You can't threaten Somali people. What have they done wrong, surely? They are hardworking. Yes, come to London here. Go to Streatham. They own property in Streatham. The people whom I helped to fill the application forms, they own property. I don't own property, but I'm happy with the mayor of London, my brother Sadiq. We did help very many of them. Luckily enough, he was elected the mayor. So when people start the war, you be prepared for a war. So I don't know This name is aristocratic. Ariawala. Where do you come from, my brother? But don't you tell us when you come on the platform, Mr. President of Patriotic Party of Zimbabwe. Take the microphone, then Gilbert, then aristocratic, then Sammy. This guy, Sammy, has put up his hand for long time. Then I will bring in a new set of good speakers, Victoria, Emeke, some of these names. Dobis, you are on here earlier, then you disappeared, my brother. What happened? I always bring you back and you disappear. Dobis, what happened to you?
Network problem, but I'm back now. I was traveling.
Oh, thank you. Now you have come back. You are among the after that. Then all of you people who have spoken, come down. Then Hannah takes charge of selecting new ones to come up, and we listen. Decorum, no insults, no attacks, no hate. That's it. All those who have attacked us, we pray for you. Especially me. I pray for you because I've lived here longer. If I went on attacking people, God would have taken me a long time. So please, thank you very much. Mr. Chelsea Mutama, the president of Patriotic Party of Zimbabwe. You are welcome. The mic is yours.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Matsanga, Hannah, and Maj for hosting this space on this very important question. I would say it's a subjective question. As Africa's debt and conflict dented Africa's international image. I think for some time now, amongst Pan-Africanists, the question has been, does the international community per se matter when it comes to the image of Africa? And when we mean the international community, are we referring to the West, to the East? Are we referring to Africa included, Asia, South America? Or we are referring to the West and to the East when we mention international image? So after answering that question, we will realize that there is a bias when it comes to the image of Africa, which is pregnant with selective amnesia of our historical predicament as a continent and as individual countries. We are countries that have been affected by colonialism and neocolonialism. And right now we're battling neocolonialism. And this question has two parts. The first one is debt, and the second one is conflict. And we can clearly see that there is a connection, there is a nexus between debt and conflict. In other words, there is a nexus between the economy and politics in Africa. In other words, who is fueling this debt? And who is fueling this conflict? And what is our role as Africans in mitigating the factors or preventing the ongoing status of being a slave to the lender? the Bible says the borrower is a slave to the lender. So as Africans, what are we doing? Are we going to end this status of being slaves to the IMF, the World Bank, and the Chinese banks that are lending money to Africa? So those are fundamental questions that need to be asked when we tackle this question, so that we objectively assess where we've gone wrong as a continent and what role we've played, if at all, or we're just victims of Western and Eastern conspiracy bent towards exploiting Africa ad infinitum. So now I'll go to the issue of our approach as a Patriotic Zimbabweans Party in Zimbabwe vis-a-vis the issue of debt and the issue of conflict. In Zimbabwe, our lenders are the IMF, the World Bank, and of course the Chinese. And from the discussion, we have had the issue of interest accrued from the debt, and of course the burden of the debt itself, which is passed on to posterity. And of course, we are aware, and some are not aware, of debt restructuring, debt forgiveness. Those are some of the issues that we need to tackle as African leaders. So in Zimbabwe, as a political party, we are proposing that we begin to rely on our people. Many of you might not be aware, Zimbabwe now has more than 3 million Zimbabweans living abroad. In South Africa, in the United Kingdom, in the United States or the Americas, in Australasia, and in other African countries, and even in the Far East. And we are proposing the Zimbabwe Diaspora Bond, which echoes the same idea that one of the brothers mentioned, that African governments should borrow within. They should borrow from African banks. They should borrow from banks within their countries. So us as Patriotic Zimbabwe Party, we are saying we should borrow from Zimbabweans. Zimbabweans living abroad should become lenders to our country. And it's a win-win transaction where our people who are abroad can benefit from a return on their investment through the promotion of infrastructural development. And infrastructure is the bedrock of development, as even the African Development Bank has noted. So the foundation of our development, just like President, the late John Pombe Magufuli also realized, that Africa should not rely on Chinese debt, and also Africa should develop its own infrastructure. The infrastructure development projects in Africa will catapult Africa to industrial development, the creation of employment. And then attending to that, the issue of workers who work these projects, the issue of technocrats, engineers who work these projects should be tackled by African governments. I am saddened to mention that in Zimbabwe, at the one hand, I want to give credit to the Zimbabwean government for the infrastructural projects that are being undertaken, including recently the building of the Zimbabwean parliament, which is modern, which is bigger, and so on. However, I would also want to caution that celebration and say, why are we taking a loan from the Chinese to build the Zimbabwean parliament, and then also allow them to build the Zimbabwean parliament? Are we not confident of our own professionals? Do we not have engineers in Zimbabwe? Do we not have building contractors? Do we not have ordinary workers in Zimbabwe? the issue of unemployment in Zimbabwe needs to be tackled. And the only way it can be tackled for the creation of employment is through these major infrastructural developments. The expansion of the Wange power generators and so on, all those projects, they're being done by the Chinese. The Gwai Shangani Dam, all those projects, they are being done by the Chinese, funded by the Chinese. However noble the projects are, we need to revisit our foreign policy. We need national cohesion in our foreign policy as Zimbabwe and as other, most African countries. The problem is, let me go back now to the issue of conflict, which is also fueled by external forces. And we are failing as Africans or as individual African countries to realize that when we are divided, then we are not able to focus on these key foreign policy issues that we are discussing on this space. If the foreign policy of a nation is driven by a single party in parliament, there is a danger that that foreign policy does not have a national input, so that we can have a win-win foreign policy in as far as approaching the Chinese or the Western countries. For example, tackling the issue of sanctions in Zimbabwe that were imposed by the West, that is the US and the European Union. Is it the duty and the mandate of the Zimbabwean African National Union Patriotic Front alone to deal with the issue of sanctions, or it is a national issue? So they're laying the problem that we do not have national cohesion, and we are not united as individual countries and as a continent. What is the role of SADC in the issue of xenophobia in Africa? What is the role of the African Union? And what is the role of Pan-Africanists on this forum in as far as making sure that the Southern African Development Community, the East African Community, ECOWAS, the African Union in general, are doing to pick up from where Chris Hani, Steve Bantu Biko left off? The issue of Black consciousness, pride in being African, pride in Ubuntu. What has happened to us as Africans? Who has bewitched us as Africans? So African governments have a mandate to now pick off from where Kwame Nkrumah left, from where Steve Bantu Biko left. The ANC has a role to play. They have negated their role of propagating and making sure that we institutionalize Black consciousness, Black pride, belief in ourselves as Africans, the ability of each and every individual African to contribute towards development in their country. Why should we rely on the West or the East? I think in Zimbabwe, for example, President R.G. Mugabe, the late, did well in 1980. In terms of education, Zimbabwe can be counted amongst the globe as one of the countries that did well in terms of education. So Zimbabwe boasts of a lot of professionals who are in engineering, in the medical field, in social work, in education field, and so on. So why all of a sudden should we rely on the Chinese? Why should we rely on the Americans and the British and the French? When the late President R.G. Mugabe played a very instrumental role in ensuring that Zimbabweans become skilled. Even in agriculture, Zimbabweans are skilled in agriculture. But we are not making sure that we believe in ourselves as a people. We have lost that pride that President Kwame Nkrumah had, President Julius Nyerere had. Ujamaa, what has gone wrong? So let me lend the mic and say African solutions to African problems. The international image, I would say, is very subjective. I think what I would worry about is what is the image of Africa to Africans and to the African diaspora, and what should we do? What role should we play? I feel most of us on this platform and anyone else who's not, we need to now take a direct responsibility and lead in our various countries at a local level and at a national level, so that the reality of what one of my brothers said, that Africa will become a success story in 2050, should become a reality. Thank you, Dr. Matanga. Thank you, Hannah and Marge. Thank you very much.
Before we let you go and then bring the next speaker, we want to thank you for having taken your time to speak to us. What are your Zimbabweans listening to you on this platform who are going to vote? You better tell them some kind word. You are here. If you leave Zimbabweans, Honorable Muftari Brighton is smiling. So many Zimbabweans are here. They want to hear your. What is this new magic that you want to bring to Zimbabwe that we have never seen? And just give you 1 minute to tell us, summarize your manifesto in 1 minute and a half.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Matanga, for that important question.
They are here. There are very many of them here.
And I thank each and every Zimbabwean who's on this platform. I think you have heard the emotion in my words when it comes to the issue of African solutions to African problems. As the Patriotic Zimbabweans Party, we are bringing in a breath of fresh air in terms of Pan-Africanism, the belief in the African passport. We want that to be a reality. The belief in borderless Africa, we want that to be a reality. The belief in African capitalism, our own form of capitalism, the African Wall Street. We believe in that as Patriotic Zimbabweans Party. We believe in our own capital. We believe in our own workers in Zimbabwe. We have the personnel. We have the manpower in Zimbabwe. We have the resources. And as such, we want to harness the leadership of our traditional leaders who have been marginalized for a long time. And we have copied the Western form of government. We want them in. We want our traditional leadership to be part of the executive so that we broaden the power base. We broaden the power and we ensure that the custodians of our traditions and our land are included in governance. And then, of course, we infuse that with Western democracy. That is why the current political systems in Africa have failed, because we have marginalized the African traditional system, which we see in the Scandinavian countries, which we see in the United Kingdom. It's still utilized. The monarchy, a monarchical system is still utilized. They are still given their role to play in nation building. So as Patriotic Zimbabweans, we want to make sure that we combine traditional African leadership with Western democracy. And then, of course, we want to make sure that our currency is pegged against gold. We cannot have a currency which we do not understand. We should not be using other people's currencies. We want to ensure that the gold that we have in Zimbabwe, we have a lot of gold. And most African countries have gold. How come our currencies are weak when we have the resources. And of course, this issue of disunity and conflict in Zimbabwe, we want to ensure that those who are bereaved, we should mourn with them. We should heal them. We have issues in Matabeleland. There are unresolved issues of Gukurahundi. We have conflicts that occurred after the year 2000. We have people who are bereaved. So we need to build bridges. We need to find each other as a nation. Those who need to be healed, they need to be healed. Those who need to be forgiven need to be forgiven. 2023 and beyond is a period where we are not going to point the finger at each other and say such and such is the devil, is wicked. We are all black people, we are all Africans. And we need to be united. We need to be economically prosperous. And we need to have a strong army, not only as Zimbabwe, but as Africa. Then are we going to be able to challenge our global competitors or even compete at a global level with a strong economy, with a strong army, with a strong traditional system and a disciplined nation, a united nation? That's the vision that we have as Patriotic Zimbabwe's Party. We should be proud of our flag, proud of our history, the liberation struggle. We should honor our veterans. We should honor our serving military and security services. We should honor our medical professionals. We should honor our teachers. And of course, those who are falling through the cracks, those who are unemployed, we should provide a cushion. We should not accumulate wealth at the expense of the ordinary people. A country is judged by how it takes care of its poor. That's our vision as Patriotic Zimbabwe's Party. We love our nation. We love Zimbabwe. We love Africa. Thank you, Dr. Matang.
Thank you very much, sir. If you could indulge me in 1 second to a minute or less, Mr. Charles, Your Honor, president to be, but I think you are already a president in many people's heart, and many times that you've come into these spaces and how you've spoken, you believe and you speak with conviction, and I applaud you that. And I think your people would be very lucky to have you as a president. That said and done, we've seen a lot of African leaders who merely put a lip service when it comes to corruption, and we use a lot of fancy words when it comes to looting public coffers, public money. We use fancy words that camouflage the actual act of what it is, which is theft. But we've been brought this fancy words by the West that we are supposed to be using instead of calling a spade a spade. What would be your stand in regards to that? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for that very good question related to a pandemic that each and every citizen in Africa, I think, is experiencing in their own countries. And Zimbabwe is not an exception. I think the way we are taking it or tackling it as the Patriotic Zimbabwe's Party is we are going to come up with a statement very soon. We are appealing, not just as our manifesto as the Patriotic Zimbabwe's Party, but to all political parties, that the current or those who are aspiring to lead will need to do what is called an asset declaration, so that when their term of office starts and ends, or whether in the middle, there is a lifetime audit that is done to determine the assets that they would have or that they have. So at the beginning, in the middle, and at the end. Because what we have noticed in Africa, not just in Zimbabwe, is we have some career politicians who have come in politics to loot. And by the time they leave office, or some of them even refuse to leave office, because politics has become a business, not only for them, but for their families and for future generations. Whereas politics is public service. So if politics is public service, then each and every public servant, from the president going down, should be accountable, should be scrutinized. So there should be life audits and asset declarations for public servants, those who wish to serve in council, in parliament, and at the executive level. And of course, there should be mandatory sentences for those found to have been involved in corrupt activities. So it starts with the politicians declaring their assets and life audits. And then it goes down to even civil servants who work in various ministries. There should be spot checks and life audits for civil servants. Because corruption, when it starts from the top, it goes down even to the men on the street. So government should lead by example, and a culture should be promoted. And we feel the only way we will promote a corruption-free government is through asset declarations and life audits, so that we can justify the assets that we have as individuals after we leave office, or when we're in office, vis-a-vis the benefits that we get from being public servants. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President of Patriotic Zimbabwe Party, Mr. Charles Mutama. Thank you very much for honoring our invitation and for coming in to share your views to the African people. The points that you have made is really emphasizing the self-African. Although you have said you are not very worried about international image, but we are talking about, we could have said both images are in chaos. Even the internal image, there are people eating, taking money. For example, you have just talked about Chinese building everything in Zimbabwe, yet you have local companies. You see, you the medicine, you ate it, you put it forward, then you swallowed it. Both images have been dented because we are doing gonya gonya. Give, kidogo. Give us small. Nahim from Ethiopia, be ready. And aristocrat, Gilbert, Gilbert, aristocrat, that name, where has he gone? Yeah, it is a very interesting name. And my friend Dobas, that order. But before we do that, listen to this from Radio Punchline Africa, right from Nairobi. Radio Punchline put up something on the conflict. There you are.
Today, thousands and thousands of Africans and many countries in Africa have conflicts. Notably, from Libya Cameroon, Nigeria, Biafra, and Boko Haram, to Democratic Republic of Congo, of where we have seen a resurgence of the past military and conflicts coming back in that country. Hundreds and hundreds of people have been displaced, killed, maimed, tortured, raped, several of them dying of hunger, starvation, and other natural causes. The fighting seems not to be ending. For the sake of Libya, the Libyan recognized international government is under siege in Tripoli from another faction recognized by Egypt, France, UAE, and other countries. Whereas the one in Tripoli is recognized by the UN, it has been bombarded, has been strangulated, and many millions of Libyans are dying of hunger, lack of water. The water system has been cut off. The bombardment goes on. In Democratic Republic of Congo, we've seen more of active rebel activities returning to the region after some silence has been observed. When we come to Cameroon, we see millions and millions of Amazonians slaughtered. Yet, when you come to Biafra, again, millions and hundreds of millions and millions are worried, displaced, tortured by the Buhari regime. Yet again in the north, we see Boko Haram killing, maiming, abducting, and burning down villages in the same Nigeria. When you cross over to Central African Republic, the same is the history that has littered Africa. While all these events are taking shape, Africa is silent. Africa is not making enough efforts to find a solution to what is causing the problems in Libya, in DRC, in Cameroon, in Nigeria, Biafra, and now you add in Khartoum, Sudan. As people die, the people of Africa have no answers, have no solutions. There is nothing to bring an end to the conflicts that have killed Africa. We seem to be new ones manufactured, old ones reignited, encouragement coming from external powers. One power that has been seen in the shadows of all these conflicts, especially the one of Libya, that has escalated in the Sahara region of Africa, is France. When you come to Democratic Republic of Congo, the same country is in the shadows. The war can be seen is France. When you come to Cameroon, in Amazonia, the one behind that has the key to bringing peace is France. Therefore, our question as Africans, why are we silent? Why are we not saying enough is enough of the wars? Thank you.
Back to you, Doc and Hannah.
Thank you very much. The studios in Nairobi. By the way, Punchline Africa Radio is online. It has been online for the last 7 years. You can enjoy the rumba music. Most of you who miss the rumba music, like Hannah and the Marge, Hannah and the Marge, you meet a lot. You miss music, and the rest of you, Nahima, all of you on the platform, always tuned to Punchline Africa Television. It is the only television online that plays rumba, that plays South African music, that plays Zimbabwe music, that plays Nigerian music, that plays Arab music, Somali music. We are online and we have been serving the people of Africa. That's my radio station. Thank you very much, people. That is the speech on conflicts. From here, you can guess for yourselves. As much as debt is killing us, conflict is killing us. But you know where the conflict comes from? In Somalia, I can't mention more than that because Hannah is going to finish me if I don't do that. And that is exactly what we want Africa to look. Hannah, let me bring you back, remove you first, then bring you back because you seem to have lost control of the microphone. Now, where are you now? Come back, my sister. Somebody is trying to take you out before you finish your assignment. Come back now. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Where are we? The conflicts are killing Africa. We are shame. It has dented our image. Yes, it has dented our image. Are we about to lose? We have lost our image. And as you see, the president of one of the parties in Zimbabwe has told us, we've lost our image. Everywhere you feel, that's the new set, that when we finish that, we come down. You can see Marge and Hannah. My platform is becoming very organized in the sense that I bring in programs, things that are real, which we have talked about before. My radio station will always help you, and I will be coming on your platform with things that you want. If you want a program, we can bring it to you to this platform. I'm inventing something new. I want people to be innovative, not to quarrel all the time. You are quarreling when you don't have even electricity. You are power. You are shading. Matanga's home. There is no electricity shading. Yes, yes. And then you tell us you are telling every African to shut up. No, surely you people. No. No. But let's go on. We must fight for a better Africa. Mr. Gilbert, the platform is yours. The microphone is yours. I'm now limiting 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Can someone hear me?
Yeah, we are not hearing you because you are very far from your phone.
All right, let me see if I can make it better. Is it better now?
No.
Oh, let me see again.
You are using earphones.
No, not using any earphone. I don't know.
Yeah, then increase the volume on your phone so that we can hear you properly. Are you people hearing the gentleman properly?
What about now?
Yeah, we hear you, boss.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Masanga, and thank everybody online today. I've been a fan of Punchline Africa for more than 6 years. I follow a lot of very interesting discussions and things about Africa, and actually I've learned a lot myself from there. A lot of things I've learned about Africa, about the depths and the conflicts that inflict the continent, which drives me to one point I want to share here, in that most often we Africans are not educated of what is happening on our own continent unless we are being told or informed or read from, let's say, foreign media or foreign sources. Then we begin to carry the song, we pass the song along. But for us to actually be informed of what is happening among ourselves, we don't. Starting from the system of education that we have, that is built on us to rely on the Western ideologies. Now, reflecting it to the topic of the conversation today, in terms of debts and conflicts. Debt is something that any government, any business needs. You cannot, debt is great. You can do with debts as well as you cannot do, as well as doing without debts. The person that borrows you the money is borrowing so because it's in a business process. It's a way of making money. So he has to borrow. He has to lend you the money. Now, when you go into to lend money, and then you are being told on how to do certain reforms on your country before being given that money, there's a red flag. That red flag means, even though we are giving you that money, you who came for the money, you came for the money because you have projects in mind for your people. But when you are given conditions of specific reforms, those reforms are not to benefit you. They are to benefit the continuous or the continuous process of borrowing and reborrowing, so that you stay in control, and the borrowing process can live long. That means that particular bank should be able to continuously lend you money. Because if they lend you the money on the condition in which you wanted, on the conditions in which you came in for, definitely you're gonna solve a lot of problems, or give a lot of solutions to your people, and subsequently maybe the next 2-3 years you might not come back for the next debt. So my point here in terms of the debt is, or a question is, to the stakeholders, those decision makers in terms of the debt collection, have you ever thought of doing a project without taking debts? I don't know, something to think about. Have you ever tried to do something without taking debts? Because the way it floats around the continent is like you can't do anything without debts. It's like any project that has to be done, if there's a railway to be built, if there's an industry to be built, if there's some construction work to be done somewhere, it must be debts. It must be debt. That's a very big question that requires change of mindset and rethinking. Then in terms of the conflicts have to exist for the control of the continent. Imagine that the continent is one in terms of language, in terms of currency, in terms of military, in terms of technology, in terms of borders. No one will control you. No one can control you. The conflicts have to exist for the control to exist. Unfortunately, we are not aware of that. We are broken. The continent is broken into countries. When you go into the country, it's broken into into regions, and then when you go in among the people, the leaders are broken away from the people, so that whatever is happening, we blame the leaders, ignoring our own personal or group contributions. Then among the groups, it is broken into parties. You go into the groups again, broken into ethnic groups, geographical groups, and so on. Then whatever is happening on the top between our governments and those who do the lendings, the point fingers are the leaders. And then we just continuously keep blaming the leaders for signing certain deals that they did. Perhaps we don't actually know what they are going through. If you take a scenario of what is happening, for example, in Cameroon with the war, we've listened on several occasions, or at least a few, where the current leader has actually put it straight that the the assimilation of the Amazonian is impossible, that they have tried. That's it. He said so he couldn't continue further. Why? Because the powers that be cannot let him take decisions on his own. And we, the people listening, will see how people like, he's one out of the many leaders on the continent that cannot take personal decisions on their own. So in summary, here in terms of the conflicts and the depths, is that have we ever thought of doing things without taking depths? Then in terms of the conflicts, have we, or what do we do to support the leaders so that they too can be bold to support their own decisions? Thank you very much.
Maj, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I presented my points. I have a lot of points to put down, but try to summarize it in a way that there could be a room for questions.
Oh, right. Thank you very much, Mr. Gilbert. I think it's Aristocracy who is our next speaker. Please keep it short and brief so we could have other speakers as well come in. Thank you very much. The last speaker, Mr. Gilbert. Go on, Aristocracy. Yeah,
Okay,
go on.
thank you so much.
Before Aristotle comes,
Okay.
I want to thank Gilbert. Aristotle hold the fire. I want to thank Gilbert for having listened to me for the last 6 years. My brother, salute you. 6 years we have been together. You remember when the Cameroonian crisis started of Amazonia, I stood with the people of Amazonia. I've never changed my stand. And I thank you very much for having been there with me. I will continue to do that until Mr. Paul Biya gives you freedom to live under Resolution 1608 of 1961 United Nations General Assembly that gave you the right to the self-determination. But it was killed by the Cameroonian leadership up to today in conniving with other African states not to bring this resolution to the United Nations General Assembly and the United Nations Security Council for creation of a Amazonian state. Conflict again. How many Cameroonians have died? How many Cameroonians are in refugee camps? How many Cameroonians, good brains? My international lawyer who has defended me internationally in all these cases that I have taken to the ICC to defend my people in East Africa, they go Campo 6, is a lawyer by name Charles Taku. Sir Charles Taku is my friend from Amazonia. He has suffered equally like me. We have stood together and we have won several cases worldwide, including he won a case in Arusha Tribunal, and that is great. Thank you very much, Gilbert, for standing for me. Aristocrat, co-host, I interviewed during your timings, but I am holding the microphone from this other side. Nobody will take you away from the microphone. Aristocratic
Yeah.
name, my dear name.
Thanks a lot. So I'll first start by thanking you, of course, for being on your platform, and Maj and Hannah. I'll want to.
Can you pronounce your name, Aristotle? Can you pronounce
Yeah.
your name for Dr. David so he could stop killing your name? He is murdering it, butchering your name.
Oh no, Hannah, please. But I don't know where the friend comes from. Where do you come from, Aristocrat?
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'll address this, of course. Yeah, I come from Rwanda in Kenya.
Yes, Rwanda.
Exactly.
Why are you not being honest and telling me you are my neighbor?
We are all neighbors. But aristocratic actually comes from it's just a simple meaning of my name. It's more coded. I'm into data science and development economics, and so aristocratic is noble, and noble is Albert. So my name is Albert. but Albert means noble, and noble means aristocratic. That's why I decided to pick aristocratic. But I will look into that and see how I can put Albert maybe more forward so that it's easy for the platforms. Thanks a lot for the platform again. A young chap seated somewhere in Germany trying to understand development economics and trying to understand the topics. So when you have this topic today, I really thought it's of really great importance. It's a topic of today and tomorrow that we have to think of and see how Africa will develop or countries in Africa will develop. I have a few views in response to the previous speakers. To respond to them, some of them I will be concurring with them, but some I'll also maybe try to maybe not be in good terms with them. Like for example, already we remember that when we're talking about Africa, we're talking about 54 countries. So totally a very big continent, 54 countries. Every country has its own policy, has its own territorial borders and everything. So remember that then every country has different physical spending, different policy in also guiding their funding, their financing and everything. So I think that's point one, which leads to a conclusion also that I'm going to attach to a conclusion that I was to make, that we should also rethink of issues on how to really harmonize policy within our borders and see that at least we can now learn from each other within the continent. And I think the African Union is supposed to be doing much of that. I want to also say, remember, we're also dealing with a situation where we are not in utopia. We are dealing with, we are also in a free trade zone. We are under WTO, all of us. So meaning Chinese will come to Kenya, Chinese will come to Rwanda, Chinese will go to Congo, Chinese will come to Germany. Where I am seated, Chinese are in Germany. They are not going anywhere. They are in Germany. They are here to stay. They are also staying and trading and doing everything, even here in Germany. The same way they are in Africa or in Kenya, it's the same way they're also doing here. They are in Silicon Valley, in California, they're in the US. But I think the approach that the Chinese government took so that they can develop from, we should be looking and learning from such countries and see what was the approach that other countries took actually for them to leapfrog so that they can at least get to the developed part, that they can also help their people. I know from a research perspective that a lot of Chinese people were sent out by the government. We call them intelligence or whatever, but there are a lot of them going to the US. A lot of them came to Germany. They learned what's happening in Germany. They came to universities here. They learned what's happening and they took back the knowledge. That's so much different with what Africa is doing. That's so much different with what our countries are doing. We get trained, but we are not absorbed back in our countries. They took back the knowledge. Now Germany today, on economic forums, Germany complains that Germany had a competitive advantage in machine production of machine. It was well known for machine production, but now they're worried that it's been taken over by China, that China is now producing machine at what rate, at what amount you want, and Germans now don't have such a competitive edge in technology, like in machinery or something, in robotics. So they're thinking of advancing of other things so that they can also have a competitive advantage. So I also want to draw it back to us. It's our problem. Could we also know and see how ways of actually investing in research, have a nationalistic view that we have our people outside here, how are they going to contribute? I want to say also what's the competitive advantage. Under WTO, first to come back to point of the WTO topic, remember we're in a free trade zone, so people are moving, people are also resources, people are also traded. You trade knowledge, you move from one region to another, you trade money, so people are also traded. You have countries, I think it's so simplistic when the media people sometimes compare the debt of Japan to the debt of Angola or to the debt of Cameroon. I think it's so simplistic because you're comparing a capital intensive country, which is France, to a labor intensive country, which is, they don't have the capital. So their debt will not be the same. So taking an example, so with a labor intensive country, economically, we are endowed with labor. We have human resource. This is what we have. We all know that the African population is quite young. We have a youth population, highly educated. This is what we should be looking at, and this is how we should say, how are we going to leverage on this? We have a very youthful population, very educated. Are they able to provide platforms for us that can actually propel us to the next generation, like the mobile phone revolution? Are we going to see the African youth developing applications like this Twitter, but is hosted in Africa, that we can use as Africans? And then these are the things that are going to propel us. I will turn my talk on one phrase: he who that pays the piper calls the tune. So we will not come out of the problem if everything is paid by the developed countries, or paid by France, or paid by America. Then we want to come out of the problems, but they pay for everything that we are doing. They pay for the Twitter platform we are having. We are just using. So if we are able to develop our own things, then we can then have a competitive advantage and say, we did a SWOT analysis. We realize that this is our strengths, these are our weaknesses, our opportunities lie on this ground, and this is what we are going to follow. Just I spoke of the human resource, and I want to bring you also to terms with the Doha Accord and Doha Agreement. It was a World Trade Organization agreement that was supposed to be ratified in Doha in 2006, which never took place. This was one agreement that was going to take care of small economies. We had already sat on the table and discussed how are we going to really benefit from trade as small economies, but it never got ratified. It never saw the daylight, because the big economies that are paying, of course, they understand how much it will hurt them. So I am again reminding, as Africans, Dr. Matsaga, you have a good platform, because he who pays the piper calls the tune. So then let's invest in data. What we lack as Africans is data. We don't have data to use when we are borrowing our money. We don't have data to use and say, I actually know Joe, he repaid his loans so well, so give him another loan, he'll repay you. We don't have all that data. So the data we have has all, our credit score has been tainted. So when I borrow in China and I use the money wrongly, corruptly, I don't use it, then my credit score goes bad. So when I want to go again borrow in the US at the IMF or World Bank, they look at my credit score and they say, you are a very risky person. We cannot lend to you. So the same way the bank handles you, it's the same way the country is handled at World Bank, or it's the same way the country is handled by Bank X and X in Italy. You go to Italy and say, okay, we'll want some funds to do our railway line. But they say, okay, how did you handle the last money that you are given? Then they notice the money was used to buy luxury cars, to go for trips, to fund your kids. They do research. We are all seated here working for the German Research Foundation. They do research. You are paid monthly, yearly to sit and look for data. Data is really important, but I think as Africans, some of us have really ignored this fact. We don't have data. We don't know how people woke up, how people slept. Kenya right now is suffering from a debt crisis because the president of Kenya gets into office and he thinks he wants to bring the cost of living down. But economics don't work like that. You cannot bring the cost of living down within 2 months, because you need to feed people, you need to pay salaries. Workers need to be paid every month, or else the economy is crashing. So you end up borrowing, and borrowing, you're expecting 1 trillion to come back as a resource collection, but you only get 600 billion. So you end up borrowing the 400 to cover up. Then, so it's a cycle. And then we will not really get away with the debt issue. My finishing points would be that we harmonize our policy and stop. From my angle, I would really recommend to think of regional blocks rather than an African Union altogether. We have an African Union behind our mind, but then we think of regional blocks. What is the SADC region doing? What is the South African region doing? How is Zimbabwe and Tanzania and who trading with each other? How are they opening their borders? Do you have flights from Zimbabwe to, like that? How is East Africa doing? Do we have, so it's easy for me to relate to someone in Rwanda and Uganda. Then this makes it easy for us to actually build wealth within ourselves. Then we can use this money to lend it to West Africa. Then West Africa can do the same in their region, then use that money that they have to lend collectively to lend it to Central Africa. But now we are all pulling apart. That's why there's a lot of conflict, and conflict would stop if we don't have resources to share. Because everyone who is fighting, they're fighting for resources. Whoever is fighting in Congo, they're fighting for resources. Whoever is fighting they're all fighting for the piece of cake. So for me, let's think of how to tap on the human resource that we have, how to tap on the knowledge with this youthful generation. They have power, they have energy. Before they grow old, could we actually make them produce? Can they work? Can we set up industries within our borders? Can we open up our borders with our neighbors, put up new flights, exchange ideas, like, bring East Africa, grow it, exchange ideas, and try to be there for each other. And then it will help with our stabilization. So this is my points. Harmonize policy, focus on trade blocks instead of the African Union as one. Credit score, to build our credit score. And I will also plead with everyone probably on my angle to look at a nationalistic view. Look at your country and say, how am I contributing to my country? How am I helping it to really grow? Because I think these European countries or the developed countries, they have had millions or thousands of years to really grow. I think Germany was selfish at one point. It grew its economy. They thought of themselves. They didn't care about the borders, or they fought. Today, if you mention to a German, some France, they are not in good terms. Okay, we are all in EU, but it's not like it's a darling that France is next there, But everyone is thinking, how can we grow France as French? How can we grow Germans as Germans? And that's what I'll also plead, like Africans also to see, like, how can Kenyans grow Kenya? Work so hard with the pride of your country. Work so hard, go to the mines, build stuff, because that, with your growth as Kenyans, then it will help Rwanda. Rwanda will help Uganda. Uganda will help Ethiopia, and the same. And we'll be able to also borrow across each other, across our borders. And probably peace will also be not a far-fetched idea. So that's my idea for the next few years, and how we can actually tap on the human resource for us to have a competitive advantage. I feel that we lack this angle of competitiveness. Yep. Thanks a lot, Matanga.
Thank you very much, aristocrat. My brother from Rwanda, I will now just call you my Rwandese brother. Thank you very much. You have nailed several points. I don't know how other people are picking these points. These points are very cardinal. You borrow. How many of you lend each other money? Let me ask a serious question. Hannah, have you ever tried to lend any money? Marge, you have been keeping quiet. Marge, have you ever tried to lend somebody money and then he turns around to kill you? Or to even harass you for asking for that money? Then I will tell you what my policy is. Marge.
Yes, please. Can you hear me?
We hear you, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Madge is a bit hesitant on that. I will answer you straightforward. For me, as Hannah, I have a strict guidelines that I'm given, which is that I use. Which is the Quran. I am limited in where I can borrow. To be quite honest, I don't use credit cards. I cannot use any facility that has interest due to my religion beliefs. So I am restricted on how I am going to borrow. And when somebody borrows from me, I'm also guided on how to give and how to ask back. So I raise my case. Back to you, Dr.
Oh, okay. Marge, yes.
Yes. Now, when borrowing money, I think that is just a background thing. I'm not used to borrowing money. I'm used to, living by my means. So it's rarely the case that I need to borrow money, and maybe serious planning may happen here and there. But I think most people, when they're skeptical when they need to give other people money. But when lending money, I'm personally a little bit skeptic due to past experiences where when you borrow people money, even you lend people money even with contracts. I have had cases whereby I lent somebody about that where you see you want to be, this is a fellow African in problems. I lent somebody about 3,000 euros in the contract and never got that money back. So when people want money, I rather send them to the bank. I hope I answered your questions. I'm having some technical issues here. That's why I'm silent here. Yeah. Did I answer your question? Yeah.
Yes, you have answered very nicely. You
Okay.
send them to the bank.
Yes.
Can I give you my advice?
Yes, please.
Or both of you and Hannah. Hannah said she doesn't lend, and she doesn't borrow where not. For me, I give you free.
Okay, but you can give until you don't have anything, Dr. Matanga.
Yes,
Some
I
people,
rather.
yeah.
You know why? Why are you not asking me why, ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen on the
Tell me.
platform? All of you learn from me. I have learned one thing, that money is the source of all the troubles that we have in Africa. So there are two things that I don't do, and don't come to me in the future. I don't lend money. I give what I have, and I tell you, that's it. If you are borrowing for food, and I have enough money for food, I give you, and I remain with mine, but I don't lend money because it has brought me enmity with my best friends. Enmity with my best friends. So what I've decided is no. Apart from my mom, I can give her, but everybody, from my brother, from my sons, my daughters, I give them. And I say, if you feel there in your house, you sit and I feel like you can give me back that money, bring it. Surprise me. But please, don't try to lend the money. And that's why we are different. Asians lend each other money. An Asian grows another Asian. But we Africans, how many of you grow each other? Look at what they did to Marge in Germany. 3,000, what are they called in German?
Euros.
Yeah.
Euros. Those days it was called a different, there was a different currency for German.
The Deutsche Mark.
The Deutsche Mark, which I still have about 100 of them in my house. I have about 300 Deutsche Marks. Very strong currency. Now, if you lend money, you are creating bullets to come to your door to kill you. They will kill you. When you go to ask for this money, you are dead. And somebody will say, Matanga is a very bad man. He's a dangerous guy. He has your money. And he's talking on the phone using your money, telling people how bad you are. So you younger generation on this platform, don't lend money. If you give it, knowing it might not come back. And that's what I do.
Thank you, Doctor.
And that's, you notice why I've lived longer? It's because of that. Please, Ugandans know what I'm talking about. Oite and Adele, you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Oite. I don't lend money. I give out money. People are very difficult in Africa. That's why we have these dates. Not if
Now you're gonna have your DM full. Your DM is overflow.
I don't know. There is now you Hannah. Don't create that problem. Nobody has seen that now. There is a hustler fund in your country, isn't it? Which you can borrow. And no, honestly, that hustler fund is very important, Jermaine. In Uganda, there is what we call parish. Please, I encourage people to take such loans. Me, I'm not going to discourage anybody in Africa war. This time, I am very, very objective. I encourage people to take that loan and pay back. Pay back that money. Have the notion. Anna, what were you talking? I am trying to reach that point. That's why you saw me going around that point. I'm trying to tell you, pay back the money. When you have borrowed, pay back. Don't come with a gun to kill the man who lent you the money. And that is happening in some African countries.
Dr.
Yes.
I wanted to just actually point out, I left this out in my presentation. I wanted to ask, with the African Development Bank, we have really encouraged each of us to lend within Africa. But do we have privy to this knowledge that in the African Development Bank, actually we only own 60% of the shares in this bank. 40%, 54 countries in Africa and 24 countries from North Africa. These are what constitutes the African Development Bank. With 24 countries, US is there, UK is there, Japan, all the other countries that are really capital owners. So these are the people contributing 40% of the capital. And that's why, as the African Development Bank, then we don't have enough capital. UK is the biggest contributor there. We in these 24 as the 24 foreign countries, and they have 14% of the share of the votes. Only UK has 14% of the votes, while 54 countries in Africa, we only have 60%. We have to share amongst ourselves. You know, we 60 countries in Africa, we have 6 votes actually, while
So even this bank, no, what you are telling me new something. Tell the people to even this bank is not
exactly.
ours.
So even this African Development Bank
Oh my
is
God.
not an African. Yeah, it's not ours. It's funded by. Yep.
Exactly. It's not ours. It's funded by the same people, but different name, different mutation, different faces. But guess what? You see, this is where actually I want to ask everybody here to just ponder on that for a minute. People here, UK, America, and I will stop at those two and think that the grass is greener on the other side. If you look at the UN reports that they have brought out, they have put children in the UK under poverty line, and this is a first world. Yeah, they're living below the poverty line. They've put I do not have the number off on top of my head, but they're living below the poverty line, and they're still telling us Africans to take the rope and put it around our neck. And yes, the only way we can do anything is by borrowing and borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. That means you are forever my slave. You are forever slaved by these debts. Why not put that money and bring poverty lines up to the level of maybe the other European nations that are not so much contributing a lot as much as America and the United Kingdom. I leave it at that. I will give back the mic to whoever.
Hannah, I have the
Okay,
numbers. I have the numbers for the
I know
UK.
who was going to come. No, hold. Aristo, I want to bring in a lady from
Yeah.
Ethiopia.
Give us the
Dr.
number of the
Matanga,
COVID.
may I? Okay, once you are done, Dr. Matanga, may I say something? But once Anna is done.
Yeah,
Anna,
yeah. It's fine. Troxer, give us the number. Give us the number.
From the UK Department of there's also of economics, so more than 1 in 5 of UK population, 22%, are in poverty. So this is 14.5 million people, and of these 8.1 million are working age adults. So we are talking 4.3 million are children and 2.1 are pensioners. So also there's poverty in UK. So it's 22% of them are in poverty, and we are, as you've said, with children, it's 4.3 million children who are also living below the poverty line. Yeah. So the only difference is the poverty line in the UK is a bit higher than the one in Kenya, in Africa, but they are also poor within their regions and they don't have enough food. There are food deserts in the US. People are dying of no cabbage, no greens, nothing, and there are also food banks there, and there are also food deserts. Like, you can also check food deserts, and you'll see even within the US there are all these problems. So even these countries have the problems despite them having the capital. So we might also be having some problems, but I think we have to look inwards for solutions also and have data. Yeah, data for me is key to everything, so that we can now solve the
okay,
problems.
you got the job. You got the job from me. So don't worry. I'm going to be in touch. I'll send you the message. You need to be doing a lot of my data analysis, and that is very good. Now, Hannah, you have brought chaos here on and Marge. What is paining you quickly?
What's paining me here is that, we already have, as I previously said, we have a dented image because of debt. And previously, while we were being attacked and told that we live in the diaspora, we make no contribution in Africa and we have no say to our mother continent, I'm of the contrary opinion. And for example, there's a speaker from Zimbabwe who said, the diaspora should contribute to Africa. We contribute already, but they always look at it in the terms of remittances. And Kenya, for example, now is trying to work on diaspora banking. And when I tap back to what Anna is also saying, if we have like the African countries really engaging the diaspora correctly, trying to fight the corruption, because if I'm coming to invest somewhere, I want to be sure that my money is secure. If they could give the diaspora and security, then there are people who are going to keep money in Africa and not in Europe or in the US. So instead of borrowing from these countries that are actually doing businesses with ours, we could borrow from our people in the diaspora who are even looking forward to retiring back in Africa. And yes, but they still need to reach out to the diaspora and stop looking at them as ATMs, but rather, and in fact, that not only us, they should look at our progenies, because like now, when we leave, we still remember the continent. Our children might remember, but maybe our grandchildren not. But this is a generation they need to trace and really connect with. And when we keep doing that, like Israel has managed to use the diaspora to develop itself. Of course, there are other issues there also, which might be too political at the moment to speak out. I'll leave that at that. But there are other countries really that use their citizens, their diaspora citizens, to contribute heavily to their economy, and they don't really borrow that much. That's all I want to say. And before I return the mic to you, don't remember to follow the Dr. Matsanga and follow each other, because we want to keep building the network. Thank you, Dr. Matsanga. Yeah.
Oh, thank you very much, Marge. Thank you, Anna. Thank you, everybody. Follow each other here. These topics now, you see, we are selecting very serious experts of the diaspora, Marge, aristocracy. Then we have expert of poverty alleviation called Hannah. Hannah, you have become an expert of poverty alleviation. You see, you need to get aristocratic man to get us the figures, and I know how many people in Britain are not also doing very well. That's very good. It's education. People should pick up pens and write these things. I like the way President Museveni teaches people economics with a pen. You know, that's what I want to do. When I return to Bududa, I want to go to the University of Makerere and just use the pen to teach people of this off-head. I am one of those who speaks off-head. All my facts are off-head. I have got them. So thank you very much. Nahim, how are you?
Thank you for the opportunity. Happy
Dr.
20.
Matsanga, I have a question for Aristocrat.
Now,
Perhaps.
who is this? Who is this who has a question?
Joe.
It's Joy. Joy was
Joe, why can't you smell the coffee? You have spoken. Just smell some coffee down there. Coffee from Kirinyaga. And then wait a bit. Nahim, we need a voice of a lady.
Thank you so much. Okay, let me finish. Happy 2023 for all, whether you are in good position or desperate like us. Doctor, I would like to say one thing. Address me like I'm Oromo, not Ethiopian. It says in my picture.
Okay, it is. You are
Thank you
from
so much.
Oromo.
Yes.
And thank you so much.
I'm not
Just
Ethiopian.
for today, next week I'm bringing that subject of Ethiopia
Thank you
consolidation
so
of
much.
yes.
One of the previous person, I can call it aristocratic. He already spoken about date issue. So I'm not gonna go there. He just took most of my discussion point, what I put it down. But I would like to say, I would like to really put the point back to us. Us means Africa in general. Before I relocate, I work in Ethiopian government office from federal from everywhere. I work in NGOs using US funding, European funding, German, all funding for Ethiopia. So I can say something. This dependency mentality from Africa is great. It erodes our problem solving, self reliance, self respect, and indigenous problem solving. It just erodes, and we start taking pride how we associate with our literary colonizers, our actually the people who are actually exploiting us. Why do I say this? Growing up, my father he actually self-made person from poverty. He got a little bit money, but he never really give out money for students or for any able person. My mother is different side. He always like when they come to him for school, material, school was free, so school materials or anything, he make them promise to take care of, he gives them sheep or egg, chicken or cows to take care, and they share 50-50 with my dad. He gives them the supply for that year, but that kid or that young man has to produce something. When they give that, 50% off, if the sheep got two, they will bring back my dad's portion. He purchased that item, but that gentleman, he cannot take it to himself. He has to give it back to his household or his community. Somebody has to be poorer than him. He has to give it back. I saw a lot of people whom I grown up with going through and having that mentality. Problem, self-reliance, how much it erode us. Sorry, doctors, to say this thing. You mentioned that why don't Africans don't import China's technology rate for running agriculture or something else. I challenge actually Ethiopian professors on this after returning back home, because how many university we have in Africa, agriculture university, engineering university, how come we are not able to solve our problem, either our education system or our dependency mentality? That is, we borrow a lot. If we look our spending, African country, we spend on war. We spend to quash or to eliminate our political rival. I have a few dots here to address actually. So the way actually Africa colonized in the first place is trying to be somebody else. We try to be somebody else. The Arab slave trade, they use us to enslave our own brothers. That's what actually, at least in Ethiopian history. The slaves are sold by the king who want an ammunition. That's our export majority. We still try to keep the same, just changing the cover. How many drone now Ethiopia is importing currently? The sad part, doctor, the way you said, our image, this year, it's hard for me to talk to my coworkers. Do you know why? They saw all the videos. In Ethiopia, people are like cutting, skinning, and dancing with that, burning people alive. How can I talk to them with my coworker? We justify this. Unity in the name of unity. One of the lady he spoke before me, also you put here in your, most everything is combined good and bad. We shouldn't, in my opinion, tolerate bad. In the name of good, if we do bad, that good cannot be for all. And that means to keep that status quo, we keep doing the bad thing by justifying, by tolerating, normalizing. In the first place, Africans, all Africans, when we teach our children, when we hold accountable our leaders, if we have, when I said if we have means because some of the African leaders, they care about what the Western think about them or media wrote about them than what their own people think about them and their administration. If we keep justifying bad and we didn't bring justice, we keep repeating the same thing. One of the things I was surprised when I came to United States, I went to New England to live first, around New England. Most of my whites are telling me how different I am from African American. They justify everything. Oh, you are not like them. They are just, black to black crime, all that kind of thing. I was so offended. I'm here. I'm in the United States because they fought, they bleed, they died for me to be here. They went through hell. I saw the same thing in South Africa. I was so offended. My fellow, people, immigrant to that country, the way they address the native African blacks, South African blacks, I was so offended. They fought so that we go there and to do business. We are not there to bleed with them. We have to really think about this. When someone say here, some people was gain money because of their inheritance, they didn't do bad to the people, their fathers did. Okay, yes, their father did it, they keep the system. But the people whose bad done to them, the people who lost, has to be bring back, have justice, has reward to create equal system. I don't want to punish a child for his parents' crime, but I want to reward to do just to the person who lost everything but their child father. That's how justice. For me, actually, I left a meeting in South Africa. I refused to participate in the meeting because the committee actually addressed the native in so much wrong way. I'm not advocating for retaliation or something, but we have to really own this, house Negro, field Negro. It's actually still work in Africa. They divide us, saying like, this is better. The Western, they pick a few who actually create all this scenario to the mass. I can speak about my own struggle.
Can you conclude, my dear? Absolutely, you're on spot. Can you conclude, my dear?
Thank you so much. About China. China debt to Africa. Why do we borrow in the first place? Is the production or what we borrow for actually profiting Africa? The net profit. When we say the net profit, we borrow, we create bridge. That bridge will bring actually all the benefits after we pay actually, can we pay? If we pay, can we keep it that whatever we create? The net profit, if it doesn't have the net profit, we are inviting colony in our land. The same thing, we borrow a gun, for a gun we sell ourselves and we create all the scenario. China actually, when US or Europe went to China to create, to use their labor, what did China do? One thing, they were able to have access for the technology. They force them to submit their technology. When China goes to any African country, forget even to submit or to give their technology for Africans, but they brought their own manpower. Now, even to the extent they start abusing the native people. That's one. If we see not the borrowing money, the grant African Gate, I can speak about Ethiopia. Ethiopia received the last 30 years only the grant in terms of dollar. If we really evaluate, if we really use that money, we will be like highly developed country, but we didn't. One of the shame thing I can say while I was there, we import professors from India. There is millions of Ethiopian actually in diaspora who are willing to go there, but the government is now willing to pay them equal pay with India in their own country. They're willing to go. This is US funding, because the politician does want the educated people to come back and do the system. Still, this dependency, borrowing technology, bringing, giving land. If we see Vietnam, the way they interact with the outside world, they never really give out anything. Foreigner don't own. China, the same thing. They do it for their own people. We have to teach our people, our society, to have a self problem solving skill first, self reliance. We uh, thank you so much. I will stop here because I get emotional.
Okay,
Yeah,
don't
thanks.
get emotional. We are here to support you, and we have heard
I
your
stop
voice.
myself. The only thing I want to say is we have to start looking problem solving into Africa from our administration, from self-governance, from our border. We still keep colonial border who is benefiting from this. Also, our food security system, water resource management, all these, as long as we keep importing somebody else's system, we're not getting out from our hall. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I take it from here. Maggie, did you want to say something, or I move very fast? Dobbs.
Yeah.
This man has been on this platform for 4 hours, and sorry you jumped down and went up. Please, we are using time very effectively. Nahim, I think the Oromo people have heard you. Thank you, Dobbs.
Yeah, many thanks to host, co-host, the other speakers. I do, and listeners as well. I do acknowledge what have been said by most of the speakers, and I will be in brief. I would say I will start by just admitting to say all those problems of debt and conflict in Africa. What really caused them? We tend to blame somebody outside to say it's the Europeans, it's the Chinese who are giving us debt. It's really our leaders. So what is there in Africa is lack of leadership. We don't have any leadership. You can't have a leader who just give the resources for nothing, because the one who is taking the resources are probably having different way, or they've managed to develop their own country. Then you can then just give them resources for nothing. Why can't we hold our resources and then bargain for them instead of just borrowing? What really troubles me for African countries or African leaders, they will move from one country to another country, just seeking to borrow. They don't think outside that box. And they don't really want to borrow from domestic. They want to just recycle the Africans, the really African citizens in poverty, so that they can easily control them. Even to have that data, which was being just emphasized by one of our brothers here, to say we don't have that data, that knowledge of what is actually happening. They don't want us to have it. They don't want us to be all that clever, because they know what they are. Even those narratives which have been sold before, like Pan-Africanism or whatever, we have to admit at the moment to say it's something which has failed. We can go to the regional bloc and probably the continental free trade, which is their current, and see how we can move with them. But all of this need leadership. We need new leaders. One brother was talking about the African Development Bank having 40% shares from foreign government outside Africa. And there's nothing which they are willing to do to take back that control, to buy that 40% share. They can't do that because it's Africans. That is their thinking mentality. Our leaders think as if they are there to be governors for West or governors for East. That is why you do see they will borrow money from China. Then all that Chinese
You are
come
about to go. You want to go home?
and build a substandard structures which are at a highly inflated price at the expense of the citizens, because it is the citizens which are going to be taxed and so forth. At the same time, those people who are borrowing, our leaders, when they borrow, not all of that is going to be channels for use for national development. Some of them is getting stashed abroad for their future use, for their generations to come. So we have to be careful on the borrowing to say, should we continue our way of borrowing, or should we make sure that our resources are value added before they are just exported or whatever? And we must end bargain with our infrastructure, like the way like what happens in Zambia or Uganda, where the Chinese wanted to take away the airport, because the leader was thinking it's okay to bargain, to say, to give surety, to say, if I can't manage, I will give you the structure, a national structure like an airport. You are giving half of your security to a foreign government. I have a lot more to say, but I'm seeing hands are just increasing, so I have to end up here and give others a chance. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Robbie, thank you very much. I think we've put so much focus on that, on the leaders and the borrowing on a national level. But as citizens of Africa, um, at the end of the day, what do we? Since this mic is open, not your whole mic is open. I'm echoing.
Let me talk to you.
Dr. Mata, okay, thank you. If we look, we've looked at the top of the food chain, as to speak. We've looked at how our head of states, or how Africa is borrowing. I'd like to recognize Rosemary, my sister. Welcome. Happy New Year. I've not seen you for ages, and many more people in the platform. That said and done, we've looked at how the leaders and how this
my sister, when you choose to recognize Rosemary, I also want to add more on Rosemary. Welcome. And Fahad, don't forget my own son is on the platform. Fahad,
Fahad,
yes,
many more and many more. Thank you very much.
Other people, all of you, I cherish you. I love you. I like to and where is don't go away. I still need you in Cameroon, and all of you people. I want my own people, the generation that listens. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Yes, as I was giving my point before I let the next speaker, we've focused on actually the debts and how Africa is utilizing those debts on I don't know, I keep echoing. I don't know whose mic is open, I'm not sure. We keep looking at how the leaders are using this funds that have been borrowed, and how is Africa supposed to use it, and the interest, and what the leaders are doing with these funds at those levels. But I would also like you to think about this other angle. As an African entrepreneur, you work, you've earned money. What do you do? What is the first thing that comes to your mind? What is the first thing that you want to go and buy? Is it an African brand? No. What is the first thing you're promoting? What is the first thing that an African does when he has money that they want to flex and show? What do we do? Do we own our own cars? What do we actually produce? What do we actually have that, as an Africa, if I have the money and the wealth, I would want to spend it on African things, on things that have been produced in Africa? Can somebody give me that? Can somebody tell me that? What is the first thing we do? We go to
Hannah, once you finish, I will ask a question. Just be.
All right. The first thing Africa would do is go on to the brands that Africa think, yes, that is what. I should get an Armani watch. I should get a Gucci. I should get a Rolls Royce. A V8. We've seen a lot of big cars over here. I don't know, Hammers, and you name it. And so where does that money go again? Even for the ordinary African person who has worked, who has achieved, he has thought beyond, outside the box. He's done things outside the box. He's made it. But where does he spend? Where is the first thing that he wants to get? What is the first thing that he wants to show off? Yes, he's not going to say, oh, I'm wearing a butter shoes. Hello. It's not. And this is where we're going wrong. The only way we can start is promoting our own brands. But do we really do that? Do we have the room to support and the African entrepreneurs to actually elevate their brand names? Can anybody give me any brand name that is African and they're proud of it? I'll leave it at that for now. Ponder on that, please.
And you can't leave us in suspense. Samira, you want to answer Hannah immediately because Samira answer Hannah.
Yeah, I will wait for my turn, but Hannah have raised a lot of questions. Obviously, I think I do agree with a lot of some of the few things you have mentioned, but obviously the focus has to be on the leader because they are the leaders. See, for example, if there is entrepreneur or there is a professional, if the leader is not accessing, the leader is not exhibiting, the leader is not promoting that individual, how can you even be anywhere in the country? I'll give you one example, one very quickly. There is one Oromo guy, very, very high here in USA, very well-known entrepreneur, and honestly, in this local area, he actually hired thousands and thousands of people. He's Oromo. He goes back home to just see for personal reason. Guess what happens? He was present. So because of the leaders, how can this person, like I think Monga mentioned about diaspora issue, I don't want to go there because I came in as a questioner. So how can this entrepreneur who have developed, well-known in this country, in this Western country, go back home even for personal reason, get present by the leader? He has a lot of brands in this country. He can't take this brand back. How can he? So I think that a lot of people mentioned about focusing on the leader is because that is the base, that is the focus, that is we need as a unity actually do something encouraging and take it like making responsible and accountable our leaders. But I'll come to my turn when the person before me finish speaking for my statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shouldn't focus on isolated cases, but as Africans, let's just be honest. Yes, the problem is at top of the food chain. Yes, the African borrowing. We do not own the Swiss code. It's as simple as that. We've seen what happened to Russia. We are not promoting our indigenous crops. We do not even promote our indigenous crop. We do not grow, own and control the market price of what the crops that we are growing. Let's just be serious. It's okay. We know what the problem is right there at the top, and this is what that is meant to be for us. We are trying to wiggle ourselves out of that, but then we cannot say everything else is a problem at the top. As a society, as citizens, a family makes a community, the community makes a society, the society makes a nation. And these things are chained, they're linked. So why don't we also look at at the level where you are? Look around your house. Tell me, how many African products do you have? How many kitenges that have been done? How many things that have been done by hand and you're so proud of? The Muzungu would come and buy it here for cheap and take it in the Western world and open a boutique and sell it for, God, how much dollars? But guess what? That African man who has the money, who's flexing, he'd rather buy that thing in the New York market. He'd rather buy that thing in the streets in a boutique in Los Angeles rather than buying it in Africa where he is, because it has another stamp, it has another name, it has a tag to it that does not say it came from the market. So let's just be realistic and ponder on that, and I'll leave it at that. I think I'm not sure who was next, but Maj, Daktari, please give it to the.
I know who was next. Next on the line was Adele from Uganda. Then we go to Oite. Then we come to this gentleman with a French, Russian flag. I can tell nicely. Russian flag, yes. Oh, French is not French. Russia, yes. It could be one of those countries. Norman Raporo. Then we come to that now. Then we bring Samira. I don't know why you want a special session here, but I'll give it to you. I wanted to add you on so that you can speak. So let's get those ones going. Let's stick to the date, the conflict, the image. Those are three catchwords: date, conflict, image. What is our image? And then add the third word, the continent. What do you see if you are in a plane flying into Europe? Then somebody says, "Hey, where have you come from? Africa." Which part of Africa? Hey, Congo. Hey. You people, you have come for our money. Have you, I believe Hannah and Maj and most of us and all of us, most of us who stay in the countries that are not ours, in Europe, I believe somebody very annoying in a bus has told you, why are you here on this bus? Why don't you go back to your home? I have been told that several times in those days. So how many of you have that experience? How do you feel as image? Yet you have the resources, you produce the minerals, you produce the cotton, you produce the gold, you produce the diamonds. South Africans are saying the loudest. But if you ask them where the diamonds go and the gold that produce, that is in Johannesburg, you find hills, mountains have been made out of the soil from their own resources. But they have not, they now harass, they now attack innocent people outside Africa that they have come, but they don't attack the white capital that is drilling the diamonds. South African diamonds are owned by De Beers company. Nobody has changed the law in South Africa to give this black empowerment policy to be able to run those diamonds. Who runs those diamonds? Then you come to harass innocent girl who is trying to help you, innocent man who is trying to open your eyes that it is time for you to run these mines yourself. Yes, they live on money, but they don't know where the money goes. Now they have turned the anger on us who are trying to help them because they have found a free platform called Twitter here. Yes. We also have people who can defend. You think I don't have Ugandans who can defend me? There are those who know me. There are millions, there are Kenyans, millions who know me. You touch me, they will come for you also. There are so many Sudanese, South Sudanese. There are so many Tigray and Ethiopians and the Oromo. Eh? The Oromo, my sister Zeli is here. She will always defend me. Samira will always defend me. Fahad. He doesn't feel all right when he sees his uncle being molested over nothing. I'm setting up a place Rosemary, who knows me for more than 40 years. Rosemary knows me very well. I've been there for him, for this continent called Africa. Adele, I want you to speak. Yes, then, Oite, you have dropped. Why are you dropping, Oite?
Oite is
And
here.
and I've got a problem with somebody requesting the mic. Nomadic, can you get out of the space and come back? And Ab, there are two people who are Abi Firak. I don't know. Yeah, you've been requesting for so long. Nobody's ignoring you, but be
But you
unable
can't.
to.
Yeah.
Can I speak now?
Yes, you speak.
Okay. Thank you, Papa, for the platform and the space. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, my other sisters. Guys, when I say Papa, I mean Dr. David. My name is Adela, and I'm very enthusiastic about citizen transformation, building a quality citizen, because from my experience being involved in my country's systems of probably running day-to-day activities, I have realized it is where we need to start. Now, when it comes to the question, data and conflict have definitely dented Africa, because I believe Africa's problems are mainly mountains of increasing foreign debt. You know, when you look at the question and it is just debt, some of us may think like this debt is not increasing. Yet, day by day, the African debt from almost close to all African countries is increasing. Then the second is failure to achieve, even make much notable progress in the economic development. So I'm going to start by mentioning or adding my voice to, there's an individual that mentioned here that a borrower is a slave to the lender. Now, this is a biblical principle. And when I say principle, I mean just like rain rains on both the just and the unjust. Just like you get a fish into the water, it's definitely going to swim. You get it out, it's going to die. You plant a bean, you do not expect maize or peas. A bean will definitely come up. So when some things are principles, once you are a borrower, you are definitely a slave to whoever you borrow from. The second principle that governs this day-to-day life that we live in when it comes to money is the wisdom of the poor is not listened to. For as long as you are poor, no matter how wise you are, no one is going to listen to you. I'll give an analogy. Let's say Dr. David Papa was in probably very broke man, and he stages this space, but day to day he's in our inboxes. Please lend me, help me here. I'm financially stuck. Believe me, no one is going to hear his wisdom. Yet he has the wisdom about Africa, etc., etc. But we shall all not be interested. Now, I have heard about spaces or been part of the spaces where they go like, how come Africa doesn't speak up at the world summits and probably contribute, probably etc., etc. Now, the main reason underlying all that silence, it's because it is a borrower. And secondly, the wisdom of the poor is not listened to. Precisely that. Now, while we are still here talking about African debt, I, for one, I believe debt is not so bad for as long as it lands into the right hands and it is used wisely or for the right purposes, development, spent with the right intention, spent wisely. When it comes to debt, our dates have been misused, and that is the reason they are increasing. And there's so much energy. Our leaders, our countries, our NGOs, whoever gets date has so much energy to get more. They focus so much energy on getting more date and very little energy on debt eradication. Now, that also is a problem. If we used like some little energy to focus on or to rethink how do we undo these accumulating debts? How do we get out of debt? Probably there would be hope for our continent and our countries. And there's another issue, or I wanted to bring to everyone's attention. I have come to learn there's so much money that is given to African nations as by donors. This is not like payback money. Just money is here. Spend it on this. Let's say probably, I'll give an example, skills development. I'll give another example of girl child, what is it called? Molesting. I'm into media, so I've met these funds of donors where they are given to us to sensitize, or given to government institutions to use them to sensitize. But time passes and this money has not been used, then it finally gets consolidated. Now, do you know how much we lose it in the eyes of whoever is giving us this money as a nation? And here we are, people are crying of joblessness, unemployment, and we have news going in day and day of girls being raped, people being impregnated, children being defiled. But this person gives you an amount to spend, a big amount, usually they are sums and sums, to sensitize the citizens. After you have been raped, after you have been defiled, how do you go about it legally to eradicate this out of our communities? And guess what? The 2 years, the 3 years, the 5 years are going to elapse before you spend that free money. It gets consolidated back to the donors. Now, this is where I come from. And yet we have important people in these offices. People supposed to spend or authorize this money for expenditure. But none of them is interested. They come into offices, they're very individualistic. Now, this is where I get to insist on building the African citizens. Why? Because I have found myself in a position of having to push so hard to redeem this money. You get? And because I push so hard, I'm not part of the government, I'm just in a private entity, but I am a patriot. And then after pushing so hard, I get literally institutions moving. Everyone, because I have that self-drive and that self-interest in seeing Africa transform. So I think it comes back to us, the attitudes. We need to start discussing things like unity. We need to start discussing things like getting out of poverty, because we know the principles, we are defying the principles that govern the earth. These are principles of creation. You either observe them and then you transform, or you win. You don't observe them, you go down the trench, or forever be looked at as an outcast. So when it comes to debt eradication, debt is not good, is not good, but also it's not bad. And probably we may never even get rid of it, but we just need the right leaders to spend it wisely. And not to get probably more debt. Those were my like key points. Then we need to learn to strategize way in advance of sitting down, what Hannah was talking about, and facing ourselves as a community. What happened? What went wrong as a continent? Papa mentioned about why is Africa surrounded by water itself? It is separate. Now, that opened up my mind to thinking, or something that I've been thinking about lately. Yes, we speak and fight unity. We need to unite. We are Africans. But guess what? When a white man refers to us as Africa, we are like, they don't even know that we are different countries, we take offense in being referred to as Africa. What if it is God's way to remind us of we are supposed to be united? What if it is God's way of reminding us that is why we are separate, a separate continent surrounded by water, and somehow, somewhere, people who are not from Africa refer to us as Africa. They don't even know nations. Many of them are very blinded off in knowing like Africa has 54 nations, or they can't even quickly mention African nations independently. So I think we need to focus more energy on transforming a citizen one at a time, build communities, build homes, decent homes. Conflict comes from not communicating rightfully. Where there's deception, there will always be conflict. Where there's no direct speech, there will always be lies and manipulation. That's all I needed to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When your own daughter has spoken, usually you keep quiet and allow others to make assessment of what she has spoken, talked about. Adela is my daughter, so I will not make any more. I want people like Aristocratic and others to make analysis of what she has said, and Joe, and Oite, and Pure, and Marge. So this is my daughter. So I wouldn't make an assessment of what she has said, cardinal things. She knows about the government. She also works in institutions of media. And she's tasked with so many ways of finding the younger generation working. Is our nations, do they work? There was somebody who brought a debate about the citizens. But are these citizens asked whether I should borrow how much? Whether they will be able to repay? The people who give us the money, do they also look at us? Do they come to Uganda, for example, and walk around Uganda and see whether Uganda will not pay by selling one of the sea, the oceans or the lakes? I saw when I brought this debate, Marge, at the beginning of our show, you and I were here. I suggested that why can't we give Chinese some land and say, you take northeastern Kenya and stay there, you can fly in. You'll see, you'll find rice growing there. You'll find water, even rainfall coming from heaven. Not heaven, but artificially made. In times to come down and the things will change. So the Chinese, honestly, have got a way when they, if we give them chance. But people on this platform, none of them is agreeing. There are no people agreeing that we should give them something. But 10 years from now, Chinese will be a tribe in Africa, in every African country. There will be Chinese. Because the rate of production they are taking right now is high. They are producing children. They are eating very good fresh food. And we shall have Chinese clan, like Indian clan coolies, who came digging the railway. Are they not here now? Look at South Africa. Part of South Africa is the Indian community in Cape Town. Anybody in South Africa will tell you South Africa is run by the mostly the toughest, richest elite group is the Indian community who came into South Africa with Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi, yes, Gandhi settled there.
Gandhi.
Mahatma Gandhi, yes. I don't know whether it is. I know the other Gandhi, Nehru, and the rest, Indira Gandhi. So look, they are there, and they are the most powerful people. In fact, when you talk about South Africa, you say whites. You are right. You are no. The most powerful clique in South Africa is the Asian community, the Indians. Samira, am I wrong? No, they are the most powerful there. But people are not addressing the problems that they have. Instead, they come here to say everybody from, okay, if all people from Zimbabwe go back to where they came from, or all the people who are in South Africa, 15 million of them, will the debt of South Africa go down? No, it will remain the same. But remember, South Africa used to lend people money. Now it is not lending money, it is instead borrowing money also, competing with smaller countries that they used to give money. Isn't that a shame? So for me, I have been very honest. Let's start debating this debate. Let's give this debate a prominence. Why are we having debts? Is it killing our image? Everywhere we go, we are called Gonya, 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 Gonya. Joe, you know what Gonya, Gonya means. We are Gonya, Gonya people. I don't know whether Maj, do you know what Gonya is? You never told the people what Gonya, Gonya. Maj, explain
I
Gonya.
know. I actually know what it is, and I was laughing because I did not imagine that you know what it is.
Yes.
So, like, when you're tied, somebody ties a cow somewhere, and you need the freedom. You need to be let free. Then you say, Gonya, that is untie me, like free me. And so then it would be like the poverty or the brokenness would be the things that are really tying your hands together. And so if somebody gives you money, then they're going to untie your hands. And this is why they say, Gonya, like untie me. That it just means you're just like asking for handouts in terms of money. Yeah. Which of course is not a good culture because just handouts and then people are not productive and cannot. It's not a long-term solution. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Proper translation. But here we are. We are Gonya, Gonya. We have found ourselves Gonya, Gonya. I remember this word when Obama's sister said, the former president of US sister, Kenyans were asking for money. They say Obama is coming here. What is he bringing? People thought that Mr. Obama, being a Kenyan with Kenyan roots, will now carry the whole, United States Treasury and deliver it in Kenya. So everybody went to where Obama's home is. And the first thing the sister could see is, give me something, give me this, give me that, give me that, give me that. This woman was the most hated person. You know, Africans know how to single you out and hate you. They hated this woman, I think, until she went back to Germany. I have never seen her again much. I don't know whether you have bumped into her in Germany somewhere.
Yeah, she's in the area of Stuttgart. She's doing a lot of charity. Yeah.
Dr. David, don't you like when our president, and like they stood against that?
I can comment on that when you give me a chance.
No,
that don't I like?
I really, when they were asking, back and forth. He mentioned about something that is not that important as for right now, but I just like the way Odinga responded, and I think other leaders have also took that road, and it's really that's something that be proud of.
Take it now, Samira. Take it before Oite, my son. Wait, let's hear the voice of the lady. Samira, it's your turn now.
She has a connection problem. I think it's connecting. It says connecting.
Okay. Oite,
Yes, doctor.
the floor is yours. Then the Samira
Thank
prepare. Then meet this gentleman with the Russian flag, Mokilasi, Norman Raforo. He has a guy. I hope he's from Johannesburg or somewhere. The one
Dr.
who
you.
get,
Matsanga, sorry,
yes.
I need to just one moment. Dr. Matsanga, the gentleman with the Russian flag, that's the community leader who was giving us solutions and how
Yes,
the
that is why I was beginning to think about him,
yes,
community
he
leader
was
from
really he
Limpopo.
really had good good
Yes.
conversation in the space. That's him. I just wanted to highlight that not
Thank
everyone
you
was
very
being
much, my
yeah
brother. I wish I had
yeah
known you.
yeah.
You know, you have disguised yourself in the Bampe. This is called Bampe. Bampe Calas. This man of France, the one who stays in France, who played for the French team. This color of Putin or which colors are these? But you will tell us later on. Let's have Oite.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Masanga. And I think you are emphasizing that on our question that as African deaths and conflict dented Africans' international image. Yes, I think it's very true that Africa is synonymous. Now Africa is known as a place of poverty, of ignorance and disease in the global world. We are really not, we are not yet there. So for me, I think when it comes to our debts and the conflict, they move in together. The conflicts are a result of the resource. The fights are about the resources. And we have the resources, but I think our African leaders, at first they thought that we can develop by getting these loans to see how to tap on the resources. But when you look at the Africa at independence, most of the founding fathers started getting the loans from Nkrumah. I realized that these people undertook very serious projects that turned out to be white elephants, and all these were got by the assistance with the assistance of these loans, either from the east or from the west. But these were loans. I remember the Raila, I mean, in Kenya, Jaramogi Oginga, they were borrowing from Russia, and then these Nkrumahs were borrowing also from their friends in Russia. Then other people who were capitalists were borrowing from Britain, but still it did help us grow. And I think now this is the right moment that the gentleman with figures should help us. How can we, Mr. Aristotle, can help us understand that this borrowing didn't translate into the development that we envisioned, that we wanted actually to realize. And for me, I think the best shortcut should be we need to benchmark on the Singapore. Kwan Yu Lee wrote a book and he gave his experience when he visited even Uganda. I think at that time he visited Ghana, and he was citing his experience as a leader of a third world country that managed to pull it in the 30 years. And I think Africa has to borrow from that, because these guys were very frugal with their money. They were borrowing. They developed actually under the system we keep on criticizing every day, but they were very frugal. I think corruption is the biggest problem in Africa now. That this money borrowed end up as swimming pools in this elite part of the country. Even if you go to Kinshasa, you remember our friend Mobutu Seko in Badlight, he had the whole mansion. My friend in South Africa that I don't know whether you'll allow me to talk about him, Jacob Zuma. The man had a palatial home. You may think it was Serena Hotel. And this is what this borrowed money, they end there. When you look at, so corruption is the biggest problem, and I think Africa need to address that if we are to pull it out, because these debts, I think, is not bad to borrow. However much, yes, it is bad to borrow, but not to that extent. If you put that loan into good use, I think you can still develop it, because the man from Singapore showed us that you can do that. And I remember most ministers in that country, others were resigning, others even committed suicide just because their name was cited in corruption. But here in Africa, the corrupt leaders are given the seats in church. They sit in front. Their seat is in front. They sit near the reverend. They are the first choice if time for Holy Communion come. Even in mosque, they are the prominent Muslim leaders. Even if you find them where, If they are not, if they are faced in their cultural, in their area, they became the kings. We have a very nasty experience in Uganda when we were hosting Chogam in 2007. I remember our vice president was interdicted for corruption, and when the man was put inside, his group, the two groups claimed him. The Catholics and the Baganda said, no, this is our son. This is selective application of justice. Please release him, Mr. President. If you are to punish him, then punish all. You can't punish him. But the man was corrupt. So you can see the problems with Africa. And these were borrowed money. And that is why Africa, we had an issue with the money for the rehabilitation of northern Uganda after the war. The whole prime minister bought a very expensive Benz, I think costing around 600 million Ugandan shilling. And the man said, I don't care. That was his statement. He said, I don't care. For me, I wanted the car. So you can see the elites, they are parasitic. And then you come to someone cited the local, Anna was talking about our roles as the local citizens. What can we do to really to change this image of the debts and the conflict? You realize that when these debts and the poverty comes in, we start cocooning as a tribe to start hating another one. And I think that is the biggest problem in Africa. When you look at Congo now, or in Kigali then, you hear Rwanda was full, no one should come in. The competition was about the resources. But we don't realize that Africa is too big for us, because with this 70% arable land, we can feed the world. We can feed Africa and feed the world. But you'll be very surprised that in Karamoja they were being fed on the maize from Italy, and it brought a lot of issues in Uganda. If you were following at that time, these guys had running stomach because they were not used to that type of maize. And yet we can produce this in Africa. So I think as the local people also, we need to do our part, that we have the land, we have the means of doing certain things in the right way. But it seems we believe that the problem will come from up. And yet these leaders they are the assortment from the local community. Actually, they are the representation of the local people. So if the local people can't stand and address their issues, they shouldn't expect the leaders, because the leaders come from us. They are lazy like us. They are corrupt like us from down. Because this corruption in Uganda is in Africa. It is a connivance. You find the local people also, they are the one willing to give the bribe. And even the leaders are taking it, because if they don't take it, you even find the local people saying this one is difficult. You can't deal with him. He doesn't cooperate. So there's a mess in Africa at that point. And I think that's why our debts will be excavated. Now, like in Uganda, we have so many development plans facilitated by World Bank, but all these monies are eaten. I remember the World Bank at one time, the international community saying, we can't give you more loans. You can't account for this. You can't account for that. Even the donations which are given without interest end up being eaten. So our problem is not going to be over soon, I think. And for me, that calls for, I think, a new leadership, that perhaps maybe the young generation, the likes of Adela and the rest, are the one who is going to address that. But the old guard has failed, and we should accept that.
Say the likes of Oite, yourself.
Yes, even myself inclusive, because it is.
For me, I've passed for me, you people count me the other side of the going side, sunset.
Yes, you are now in the museum. You're supposed to be. We just consult you, but 60 years of independence, we don't have excuse now. We have had 60 years of independence.
I am in the museum in the old Kampala museum near Kampala.
Yes. We can only refer to you that look at their time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
You finished?
Yes, so as I'm winding up, so for me, I think the debts and the conflict in Africa will continue, and our image will remain. I think the kids in Europe will always see us as beasts, because when you look at what the conflict in Congo, that a brother is killing a fellow brother, it's not good news. And when you look at the hunger in Africa, with all
Before
these.
Before you go there, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
President Museveni on 28th of December, while addressing a section of his people, I think the ministers and other people, he
Yes.
revealed something very important and crucial about how we lose money. The Ministry of Minerals and the Water Resources, I think minerals and the sand thing, they went to him and said, Uganda has a lot of gold, 13 trillion, equivalent of $14 trillion. Surely, I am now, because I will ask the studios in Nairobi to play what President Museveni said in his own words. But as they prepare, studio in Nairobi prepare that speech, that clip of President Museveni, what he said. President Museveni, in his wisdom, discovered something. The gold is for Ugandans. And you know, by March, one of the problems that you have seen on platforms, some people have tried to label me because I speak in a balanced manner that maybe I'm shielding President Museveni from attacks. No, that's not the way I do my politics. Marge, I think you have read something like that.
Yes, there are some people who have
The
that
people who are
opinion.
hating me want to come to use my platform as a propaganda to attack President Museveni. For me, I and President Museveni, we disagree fundamentally on some of the things, but we agree on some of the things for our betterment of our nation. I disagree with President Museveni, and by the way, these young men who are harassing me, including Besigye, and they are all young, including Besigye and Bob Wine, whom people are celebrating. When I was fighting President Museveni in 1982, where were they? Where were they? I've been fighting, opposing the president since 1982. None of them wanted me to oppose him. Besigye never wanted me to oppose him. They called us all names. Today we are in the same box. So I wanted to clear that one also, so that people must know that they should not come here and use the Twitter today and this, forgetting the history some of us have come through. So you are not going to come here because you have just got bundles from a shanty town and you come to harass Matanga when you don't know me. Yes. So you buy your bundles from shanty town. I worked my way out, and I'm sorry. That is this. I opposed President Museveni from 1982. In fact, we are together in Tanzania. All of us. I was in a different Chikosima room. He was in Fronasa. Up to today. But if he has done something very good, I have to give a credit. This one, the clip, the studio in Nairobi, is the clip ready? Come up here and give us the clip. I've called you. Come and keep the clip that President Museveni discovered that Uganda has gold, which has a value of 13 trillion. No, okay, just hold the fire. Unmute and stay.
I think the spots are full. If somebody could drop.
No. I've brought him already.
Okay. Yeah.
That Uganda has gold that is worth 13 trillion. So let's play the clip first. Then Oite, don't run away because things are hot for you now. I can see Oite has disappeared. Play the video.
In the cabinet recently, they brought this minister of minerals, brought
information that we've got a lot of gold worth 12 point something trillion dollars. I said, okay, so what's next? They said, but however, this will be taken by foreigners, all of it. For us, we are very happy. We shall get $680 billion. Imagine, the total gold is 12 trillion point something, almost 13 trillion. Nayebo, these were my wonderful people, ministry people, they were content with 680 billion, which is like 0.7 of a trillion out of 13 trillion. They were ready to they thought it was a good business. I said, no. Out of the 12 trillion, maybe we shall keep 10. And the people who our partners can take 2. So this madness in Africa must stop. How can? And this, so I challenge, these are educated people. But how could you accept this? For us, we're just looking at royalty, what they call royalty. Royalty. But the resource is yours. How can you accept royalty and you give away your wealth? This is your wealth. This gold will not be taken. When I'm in charge here, God brought me here and the Ugandans keep supporting me. And I cannot agree to the selling of the resources of Uganda.
Back to you, Doc. And I cannot. Thank you very much. There you are. Thank you very much. Let me bring Ugandans who are here. Yes. Thank you very much. Marge, you can hear the problems Africa has. Educated people giving gold of 13 trillion for royalty and taking on the 600 billion. Ladies and gentlemen, Oite, where are you now? You are here. You are requesting for a microphone. You can speak now. Somebody
Papa,
should
can
drop.
I say something brief?
Go ahead, Mark.
This is what I meant to say by educated people in offices letting donors' money that is for a good cause get consolidated at the end of probably 2 years or 5 years. So long live my president.
Okay.
That was Adela. That's not Marge, Dr. Matanga. May I place a request to you, Dr. Matanga, when you're done? Because I think your question is for the Ugandans on the space. It is coming up.
Not only for Ugandans.
Okay, I would like to request. There are 2 people who dropped off the space, and they are from South Africa. I would like to also hear from them. That's Tato. Tato was on, and actually he dropped, and he's there a longer time. And then we could also hear from Mokilase Norman Rafolo. Yeah, once you're done with the current topic, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And Dr. Matanga, this flag is a Cuban flag.
Today I've learned something, my brother. I will not forget.
Yeah, no.
as no, just hold a minute. Imagine as Mokiri answers the question. The question of Uganda of diamonds and the gold of the gold, I think also applies to South Africa because you also produce gold. Does most of the gold end up in royalty? That the problem that President Museveni has discovered in Kampala and stopped gold from going away because you pay more royalty to your own goods than the people who are buying them. Yes, go ahead, sir. The platform is yours.
Okay, let me start by explaining about the flag. If you can see, is a Cuban program called the Henry Reef Brigades, where whenever there are some countries which are attacked by the natural disasters, Cuba send doctors. When I got an attention of this program, it's when Haiti was attacked by a natural disaster. And America sent soldiers, Cuba sent its own doctors. That is where I get impressed about this Henry Reef program. So then coming to the issue of South Africa about the gold money. You will remember that the environment that we find ourselves, Britain since got an arrangement with the apartheid South Africa, and even including the ownership of land. They don't only own our own gold reserves, they also own land where there are natural resources. So even where there are traditional leaders, but those traditional leaders doesn't have a control over those natural resources that we are talking about. It's gold and platinum. That is the one that is very much rich in South Africa. All of it, as we speak at the moment, especially platinum, it's Anglo Plat that is owning it and is controlled in outside South Africa. So it's the one that you can see that our politicians, whenever they talk about the mining rights and the expropriation of land, they always don't know where to go. They're going back and forth. That is because of the control that our colonizer is still having over our own country. So we are unable to move out of that. So that is the crisis that we are in at the moment. So, but when we talk about this debt and this crisis that we find ourselves and the international image, we must remember that we are not talking out of a blank page. Africa has got a history. And as long as we try to avoid the African history, then we are doomed to make some mistakes even ourselves. But we'll remember where we are is out of the results of the 1984 or 5 meeting of the Belgians, where they discussed about cutting Africa into pieces, where they shared and they decided.
1884.
Yes, 1884,
Yes.
where they decided who's supposed to own what and where. And even when we had the leaders who were proposing about the Pan-Africanism, they were not united, even though they agreed that we must have a Africa that is being determined by ourselves. But prior to the establishment or the formation of the Organization of African Unity, we must understand that they were not working on the same page. So there were those there were 3 groups, in fact. the other group which was talking about it, it took a neutral point when they said, or no, we are not going to change anything that the colonizers has already made. We're going to retain the boundaries. We're going to retain the countries that are already been established, and even traditional leaders were not going to change anything. And when President Charles said that they're going to combine the modern democratic state with the traditional leaders, then I said he still has to explain more, because those our Eastern leaders, when they tried to talk about that, they didn't agree. And how is it going to bring those two different ideas in one, so that there will be tranquility? So now, when we were fighting colonialism, China was not a colonizer. China was assisting us to fight colonialism. And Russia also, at the end, it came on board, assisting us to fight colonialism. And the reason why Russia came to fight, to assist us to fight colonialism, is because when they were sitting in their own corners, they didn't include Russia in the benefit of cutting Africa into pieces. Then Russia get pissed off, and then they said that therefore we don't agree with this colonialism of yours. Then we're going to fight it, and we're going to assist whoever who is fighting it. That is why Russia came on our side. And now, because we are talking about the environment which is managed by the World Trade Organization, where there is free trade, I don't think it will be fair on our side when we club China and America in one box, because they are supposed to come and trade on us. But because China, especially when coming to Zimbabwe, China assisted Zimbabwe to get freedom. America didn't. The same thing with South Africa. Cuba and Russia assisted South Africa to get freedom, not America and Britain. But today when we speak, Britain and America are the most trade partners with the highest percentage compared to China and Russia. And we think that we are going to change the landscape of colonial power relations, and of which we are not going to do that as long as we are still moving along those lines. So let's come to the issue of multi-party democracies. When we get into our own democracies, we were advised to bring together all liberation organizations together, so that we are united and form United States. And many countries took that advice. And when we get into government, then they bring this idea of multi-party democracies, where we are supposed to allow parties, whoever who wants to establish a political party, to come on board. Whereas we were advised to kill other political parties and bring them into one. So you can see where we get played. And at the same time, when we talk of a multi-party democracies, those who wants to establish political parties, they get funded by the very same colonizers. Meaning the intention now is to come and now divide us. And the same thing is playing in our South African shores. And you know that in South Africa, there is this thing that is called black on black violence, which was funded deliberately by the apartheid government. And the former, especially the former minister of security and safety, community safety, Andrian Flock, has confessed on that. And the man was never even interrupted in his own life. He was never interrupted by anybody. And today he has died a very peaceful life. So you can see that always we have been propelled to fight on one another. Whereas we are leaving people who have established this an environment that we find ourselves in to live their own peaceful lives. So that is the situation that we are finding ourselves in. And as long as we think that because ourselves we are not on the time of Kwame Nkrumah and the Julius Nyereres, who together they agreed about Pan-Africanism, but they didn't agree about the modus operandi on how to go into that. So today, even ourselves, we cannot talk about Pan-Africanism and quote Kwame Nkrumah and Julius Nyerere on the same sentence without differentiating them. So that even ourselves, we must know that if myself, Mukilase, is pro Pan Africanism, which side of the three groups are you? Are you with Kwame Nkrumah, or are you with Julius Nyerere, or are you with the ones currently they are called the Lusophones? So we have to agree on that so that we must know where we are going and how to classify our own ideas. Otherwise, if we just quote Pan-Africanism and think that we are talking about one thing, then we are doomed to make mistakes even ourselves. So I think that is my contribution at the moment.
Thank you very much, sir, from South Africa, and I am happy I shared a lot that platform with you. I am very impressed with the statements you have made. I think if we have very many of you, the progressiveness of our Africa would be at a faster stage. You have stated exactly the problems of Africa. You have not been biased. You have not called people names. You agree with, in fact, now I know you. Whenever I see the flag of Cuba, I will always call you to my side because I'm also Cuban trained a bit. For 3 months, I was in Havana in a military intelligence or school. Then we came back. So, was well trained from Havana how to assess intelligence, the words, and so on. But let me now tell you, you have talked exactly how people should talk to find the problems, especially the problems that are between you and the people of Zimbabwe. The question, like the other time, you explained very well. I went home very pleased. I didn't know. I was even giving my own personal view that when we grew up in school, it is true that Pan-Africanism you are talking about of Nyerere, Kaunda, Obote, Jomo Kenyatta, and the rest. Those are the leaders who told us that every student in school must contribute some money towards the liberation of other black race that was being oppressed in Tanzania. In fact, in primary school is when I knew what the word Tanzania means. So that is all I said the other time. I never insulted anybody. But I didn't know that I was trying to say that we paid money. I wasn't claiming this money back. Then somebody goes to a media to write a thing that Matanga with his small money cup of tea liberated us. This person, surely that is okay. But sir, I am very happy. I think you will make a very good leader around the Limpopo region. And the ANC will grow through you until we find a better Africa. Thank you for your contribution. Mr. Tuta, Tato, then we come to Samia, then we bring our sister to a close. Wells, sorry. Tuto, Samia, Wells, then Oite, no, you have spoken already. Then you bring was beautiful. Our sister, our African friend, and then I'll see if there is time. I'll bring Oromo and Mr. Ibra Wage from which country is this? Yeah, Jamin. I want to know the country. This flag, Egypt. I think so. Ibra, you are from Egypt? Yeah. Okay. Let's begin with that. And thank you. Thank you very much. And we look forward to find out the problem of undocumented people. Is it the problem that is making us Africans quarrel, even when we are not supposed to quarrel? And Marge
Yes.
has put up a topic. She will announce later, not now.
Yes.
You will get the opportunity to tell the people you have decided to go head on with anybody. That is very good. You are also encouraging me. I am a one man who goes back to the shell and bring up a topic that will draw the South African government to my attention. Yes, I'm deadly on that. I will bring a topic that will make sure that they respond. And there are people there who can respond, whom I respect so much. A man like Thabo Mbeki. We have moved with Thabo Mbeki on every journey in Africa. In Darfur, if you look at the pictures, Matanga and Thabo Mbeki, we are fighting for peace. We brought peace in Darfur. My pictures are very clear with Thabo Mbeki. We have been very far. We have worked for this continent. We have never betrayed anybody. So I feel so sad that somebody would like to add me to a group of Mafikizolo. I'm not a Mafikizolo. No. No. I'm not. And I don't want to start asking Mr. Zuma to return the passport of the Somalis, because I can cause an African outcry that the other people in Africa will come and say, bring our passports back. We did this in a good heart. Uganda gave ANC a liberation base. Were there no troops in Nakasongola training from ANC? Oite. Any Ugandan who is on this platform will tell you.
Yes, we trained them.
Yes, ANC cadres were trained in Uganda, Nakasongola Air Base, Air Force Base. We trained thousands of them to go and attack apartheid regime. Now someone here comes to tell me that what did you contribute? My Jesus Christ. I'm sickened. I'm sick. But I'm not very sick. I am not yet coming yet. You will see. You will see me soon. So much. Thank you. Let's get it from Mr. Tato. Mr. Tato from South Africa. Thank you very much. Welcome to the show, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and it's my first time on your space, and I think I've come across some really amazing minds and great contributions, amazing ways of seeing how things are running in the African continent. So I think so far it's been quite valuable for me. I've been on and off. Marge, thanks for bringing me back up. Appreciate it. Just wanted to comment on what you did previously. I mean, I thought that was a great space. I thought it was a great meeting of minds. You know, it's extremely important to understand that not everyone thinks the same way, right? You'll have people with different kinds of mindsets. South Africa is in a state of its own. There are certain individuals that feel deeply about certain topics, but doesn't mean that everyone is on that same page. I think one of our biggest issues as a continent is this major thing with corruption. I mean, I've been listening to some really amazing contributions where some gentlemen were going off about, the debts are not necessarily a bad thing, and I agree with that 100%. However, our leaders with their mindsets, with this whole thing with corruption, that needs to be addressed. Now, having lived in the UAE, where I'm based, you look at the way things are run in that country, and you kind of ask yourself, had they taken democracy, would that have worked for them? So I think that's one of our biggest issues as Africans, is that we are dealing with a system that isn't necessarily ours, and we're trying to find a way around this system. We've got these leaders that have got into power, and if you analyze it, they haven't really changed anything within these so-called constitutions. Well, they have, but a lot of them need a bit of amendment. They need to be relooked at. And we're just running off a system that isn't ours, and we're struggling to find our way around it. Even the gold that you've just mentioned in Uganda, who sets the price on that? Are Africans involved in that entire value chain, in that process? So I think that's where some of these issues arise. And I think one of the biggest issues that we are dealing with as well is leadership that's not trying to let go. We need new ideas. We need new minds. We need innovation. We can't have the same people doing the same thing. The ANC in South Africa is messing up. We all know this, and we cannot just keep it running, and it cannot just remain the same. There are quite a number of issues, and I know I've been holding on for some time, so my mind is all over the show, and I'm trying to align my mindset. But in terms of there was a gentleman earlier on that spoke on Operation Dudula. You must understand that within South Africa, not everyone agrees with such things, myself included. In fact, myself included, I condemn such. I'm against such. My best friend was born in Kenya, is Ugandan. He's based in South Africa, running his own business. There are people who don't think the way that you may feel that the majority think. And not everyone in South Africa views things that way. I mean, there is an emerging market that is coming up, and that's a group of people struggling for resources. And where these Somalians and Nigerians, etc., are opening businesses, you may find that there's conflict within that. But in corporate rooms, none of that is taking place. So you have to understand the segment of the population that is dealing with this kind of thing. So I think it's very crucial to kind of have that in place. And if you look at any society, I mean, you look at a country like the UAE or the Arab world at large, their focus is on protecting themselves before even looking at any other citizen. I'm not saying, that's the model to take, but if you look at Africa in general, you look at a country like Botswana. Botswana takes care of Botswana first. That's their main focus before rushing onto anything else. But it is crucial to create an environment where people from outside can come in legally and operate and do business. So any violence or criminality is condemned. The previous speaker gave us an amazing history lesson. I mean, I thought that was great of him, and I saw you acknowledge that as well. At times, I feel like what we tend to do on these spaces, or as Africans, we tend to just focus on the academic side of it, and we forget the practicalities. It's like starting a business and you focus on your business plan and PowerPoints, this and that, but you haven't sat in front of your clients to actually speak to them about your product. Or better yet, you haven't even prepared your product, So at times I feel we get too academic with it, yet we need to be on the ground. For as long as we are separated as a continent, we always struggle against the US dollar. Imagine taking Lesotho or taking Botswana and putting them against China or all these other, Russia even. it becomes a struggle. So yes, we did miss the boat. I think it was in the 60s with Kwame Nkrumah, etc. We need to readdress that. We need to relook that. We need to find a way around that. We need to work on the currency. Our leaders went to speak to Biden in the States. I thought they were scatterbrained all over the show. So I think those are the kind of things that are making us look weak and disorganized. And as a result, people do not take us seriously. So as a professional, I may go into Europe, I may go into the Arab world as a South African professional running my business, or as a professional, right? And at the end of the day, like you've mentioned, Doctor, you carry this weight of being African, right? And now you have to be evaluated. They need to check you to see if you have what it takes based on the fact that you're African. Not to mention the scamming part. Because we as African men, especially if we're traveling out there, this is what you are dealing with. I mean, the UAE, I think it is a month or 2 months ago, banned any Nigerian trying to renew permits or anything to that effect. So this is a problem that we are dealing with, and we need to address our corruption within the continent. It happens everywhere. It's in Kenya, Uganda, it's in South Africa. And yes, this black on black hate is
Yes, go ahead. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
I cannot hear him. Can you hear him?
Go ahead, Mr. Tato. Mr. Tato, go ahead. Oh my God.
I see him. I see him on the space, but I don't know if he's hearing us.
He's not hearing us, but I think, okay, he will come back.
Yeah.
He will come back. Samira, was it Samira next? No, Wells next, then Samira.
Oh.
You are two ladies on competition here. Oh, there
Okay.
comes Tato. Tato, can you land your points before the two ladies, one of them comes in?
Have I been audible all along or not?
No, you have now just started being audible.
Oh my goodness. Oh
no,
my
but
word.
No,
the
whole
last
speech
1
was
minute.
okay, just
Yeah.
for seconds.
Seconds, yeah.
Okay, so you said you haven't heard anything that I've said.
No,
we
have
have.
heard.
Oh, okay. So at the end of the day, I was just going to say, look, as a continent, we have to work together. We have to stay focused and work together. I'm against xenophobia. I'm against all of that. I mean, I interact with everyone across the nation. My wife is not from South Africa. She's from Zim. So I'm against all of this. My kids are half Zimbabwean, half South African. To understand. So this is the angle I'm coming from, and I'm saying it's wrong in all angles. It should not be tolerated. Africans should work together as one and be united. But I think it's important for people to understand that not everyone living in South Africa thinks the way that certain people have reacted towards you. You know what I'm saying? It's like I've been on a Kenyan space and was treated a certain way, but I do understand that that's not all Kenyans, to understand. So that's I think I'll land there and leave it there. I hope you caught me earlier on, because I thought I was my mic was off. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. Willis, I now want to give, we are coming out to landing time. It is getting too late where I am, and where you are is already late. And I want to continue thanking you, and I want to thank all of you who have been listening from the word go. All of you, thank you very much. The contribution you have made, we have not quarreled. I've taken down the points, especially nobody has accepted that at a certain time we shall have a Chinese tribe. We must start catering for them. Because they are here. in Uganda, very good food. They are producing children. And if you don't plan for them, they will force their way. There's this gentleman, Pure. We have Pure. Now we have the two sisters down here. Willis, Samira, in that order. Pure, then Transit. Uh, uh, my sister, my brother, my African comrade.
Yeah, beautiful.
Beautiful African comrade. Thank you very much. I got the you are very very influential. You are very. She asked a very good question whether there's any work online that she can help. This is very good, and you are doing a good job. We want people to do that. To ask you questions. Then we go to Benny. Benny, you started Benny Lee. You
How you
started
doing, Elder?
Benny Lee. You're a man or a woman now? You have these guys under the ladies banner.
What, sir?
Yeah,
Sir?
the Benny Lee. Your photograph is of a woman.
No, it's not. No, sir. No, sir.
Have you looked at your photograph?
Maybe in your culture it is, but no, sir. This is very masculine.
It- oh, oh, this is an African man dressed up.
Yeah.
Marge, you are an expert at your good eyes as a doctor. I can't see properly
Yeah,
here.
it's a male African.
A male Africa fighter from
Yes.
Zululand
Well,
or West
so this
African.
this picture this picture is an inspiration behind anime. I don't know if you're familiar with Dragon Ball Z, but like this is a black version of Goku, and Goku is the main
Okay.
character in Dragon Ball Z, one of my favorite childhood cartoons. But
Oh,
Goku and all of
are you the gentleman who wants to go to Zimbabwe?
yes, sir, yes, sir,
Oh yeah. There are so many Zimbabweans who are looking for you. Today you must leave your number.
definitely. That's why
Yeah,
I
leave
came
your
back
number on
to.
my DM. They want to talk to you, man.
I want to talk to them too because I want to
You are
just do
determined
more
you want to go and
research.
settle there. There are so many ladies from Zimbabwe who have been looking for your number. They like your voice.
I definitely appreciate it and let everybody know that they can get with me through you, because I'm trying to just learn from people like you, and I'm only trying to like just be with well-meaning Pan African people. I'll just leave with one quote by Marcus Garvey. He said, "Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds." And I just
Okay.
leave that with
Thank
that.
you. Thank you very much, my brother, for honoring me. And I will always look out for you and protect your interests. You want to set up businesses in Zimbabwe. I am looking for going to connect you to the one official in the Zimbabwean government. You can invest your money there. Don't worry about that. You invest your money properly without anybody cheating your 10 cents out of it. Thank you. Samira, where are you? Samira has dropped again. If Samira has dropped, where is
Yes.
my sister from Cameroon, another sister friend of mine?
All right. So I've been following the conversations again, and of course, the submissions have quite been extremely brilliant. So there will actually be no point to come back to start re-emphasizing on the things that have already been said. But I'll just like to say that Debts, of course, are not bad. Aside being government, in individuals actually take loans, but then what we are using the loans for is actually what turns out to be bad or turns out to be good. But I think we have to be realistic. African nations need to be accountable. There needs to be consultations and there needs to be transparency. We've so much normalized doing whatever pleases us that we actually do not even see the need to give account to the people that we are actually governing. I'll leave it at that. But I would like to emphasize this time around on conflicts. How conflicts, of course, have dated Africa's international image. So I have a couple of points I would like to reflect on. I have the first one that has to do with security implications. Um, but first of all, I'd like to look at this conflict from the angle of elections conflict. Now, I'm looking at it because I have a particular interest in it, and I wrote my master's thesis on the title An Appraisal of Presidential Post-Elections Conflict in Cameroon, a case study of the 1992 and 2018 presidential post-elections conflict in Cameroon. And throughout the research, I was able to pick out a couple of points that are actually a couple of points from elections conflicts that are
Willis,
actually
which university are you in?
University of Boya, but I graduated this December
Yeah,
already.
the Buya University of Abazonia. Yeah,
Oh,
you don't know. I've traveled everywhere. I know that university. There was a Kenyan a Kenyan a Kenyan father working there in Buya who was murdered by the
yeah,
regime. Yes, by the
yeah.
regime of Paul Biya. So I have been to Buya and I covered during the Sky News when I was an Africa consultant, senior consultant for Africa for Sky News, the whole continent. I've been
Wow.
to Buya, University of Buya, very good old English buildings. Yes,
Yes.
you
It's
see,
actually the lone Anglo-Saxon university in the whole of
exactly.
Cameroon.
Yes, and we had an interview with the professor there. Then
Yeah.
we flew out to back to Yaoundé.
Yeah,
By
only
then,
that's the
when I was
capital.
working with Sky News, there was no conflict that has like now. I don't know whether
Oh,
that university is still standing, but hey, I
it's
don't know.
standing stronger and better.
Okay, thank you,
Oh,
ma'am.
um, talking about the separatist movement in Cameroon, that's quite an intriguing subject for discussion. With let me just stay focused on elections conflict at the moment. So I was
Yes.
looking at a couple of issues that elections conflicts are actually triggering a bad image for Africa in the international scene. When we look at most African nations, almost all their elections, after the elections, there are always conflicts. And then we begin to ask ourselves, why then the ballot box? Why do we put the ballot box that that the population go there and they vote for their choice candidates? So at the end of the day, we always have issues of the incumbent and opposition fighting here and there. But then these are all issues that actually have a bad image for us Africans. Let's look at security implication. These security implications are not just for a state, but the entire continent. When we look at what Omotala in 2008 wrote, he said some notable security implications include the collapse of public order, the presence of a large number of internally displaced persons, the flow of refugee, and further militarization of the state and society. Now, the international world looks at Africa as that place where if you want to call refugees Africa, if you want to say internally displaced is Africa, if you want to say this is Africa, public and disorder it's Africa. So when we cannot handle our elections properly, these are the aftermath, and these are consequences that of course are bad. And I would say that because I come from Cameroon that had never experienced a conflict, only the 2016 the socio-political upheaval, I never knew what an internally displaced person meant. But during the conflict, when I saw internally displaced persons who had left their residence, persons who had lost their homes and everything attached to them for being for what they have worked for all their life. It's sad and it's horrible. But of course, these are issues that we could prevent if we could handle our elections properly. Right. So the attempt to restore sanity usually leads to the massive deployment of military and mobile policemen who subjects the people to various threats, harassment, intimidation, sometimes even extortion, torture, and rape. Now, I'll look at the 1992 presidential elections that had series of challenges. Now, the leader of the leading opposition party during that time, the Social Democratic Front, which was led by Nee John Fundi, was even arrested. In fact, the elections result actually sparked up series of protests, especially in the English-speaking regions, which of course is the northwest and the southwest, but predominantly in the northwest because that's where the SDF, Social Democratic Front, has its base. So when you look at, because I like to quote a lot, I don't talk from the blue. When we look at Cameroon, a transition in crisis, Article 19, that was in 1997, public demonstrations and protests against the fraudulent presidential elections result from the SDF militants who felt they were cheated and led to massive destruction of properties. Now, opposition parties were arrested. Their supporters were also arrested. And the same thing actually happened in 2018. Again, that was the last presidential elections where the leading opposition party, Professor Maurice Kamto, was also arrested alongside several opposition parties. So sometimes because we cannot handle elections, we see that we have a lot of security implications and the news is talking it. So this continent cannot handle the elections, and just by going to the polls to cast the vote, the next thing everybody's being swept and is being detained. We have another issue of deep-seated legitimacy crisis. These two particular elections that I've cited, 1992 and 2018, are very particular because it's like the same trend. It took the same trend. History repeated itself. Let's look at 1992. Before the elections result were even proclaimed, opposition leader Nijon Fundi had already stated that he was a president-elect, and the same thing happened in 2018, where Professor Maurice Kamto said the same thing. Now, at some point, we look at Africans like you've gone to the poll and you've said that the poll is that which is going to determine who is going to lead you, and before you even get the result, you start self-proclaiming self-proclaiming you start self-proclaiming and telling who has won the results, and the world doesn't look at it as serious. They don't look at you as serious. They don't, especially in the 1992, because that was the first time Cameroon had multi-party elections. Because prior to that, we already knew who, even if you are going to vote, we already know that it's Amadou Aidjo will be the president. But in 1992, that was when we had multi-parties and different candidates came on stage. And the first time actually, it led to severe conflict. And in the international scene, for me, I don't find it funny, and I don't think someone from the West is going to find that kind of a thing funny. Let's look at foreign policy ramifications. Of course, your ability to handle external relationships very good is actually what determines how you are going to get more deals. But if we as a continent are best known for always taking loans and then we don't want to pay back, we are best known for taking loans to sponsor our luxurious lifestyles, and then at the end of the day our citizens are suffering. If I don't think the international scene is going to take us serious, because if I find that I can manipulate this person, of course I'm going to do that. And like I said, we have so normalized the very bad things in life that it cannot even be a win-win. It has to be a win-lose. One person is winning so up there and the other person is actually losing so low. And the last part I would like to look at is proliferations of arms. Now, presidential post-elections conflict is a great contributor to proliferation of arms. The exit and entry of arms from leaky borders have also contributed to armed conflict as a result of these elections. Now, during this contest and challenging the elections, brutes smuggle, they carry arms, oppressing opponents And even after the conflict is resolved, this remains in circulation. Now, these arms are later used to carry out criminal acts in the society. So sometimes I will not even want to look at who actually sponsors the conflict, but I want to look at our ability as a continent. Conflicts are bad. Yes, of course, we are bound to have conflicts because we socially interact, but our ability to move past that, our ability to agree and to know that whatever we do, we are working for ourselves, so we ought to stand together to fight for ourselves is what is supposed to be, is what is supposed to prevail. We take things like elections, is actually deciding who leads you. So why who is leading us is actually a cause for us being looked upon badly in the international scene. At this point, I would like to drop my submissions here, but I'll also say that it has been a wonderful space. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. From Cameroon, let's give you claps because you are in a war zone there, and that university I traveled to that university, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very important historical university. Thank you very much. Keep it going, my young friend. Let's be in touch always. Tag everybody here so that you don't miss any of my lessons. By the way, my the final major for me, which I did, was conflict resolution.
Wow, I have an MSc in conflict resolution, actually, sir.
Okay, so there we are. We can always in exchange intellectual papers in writing. Competition. I like writing competitively. So thank you very much.
Definitely, sir. I'm grateful to be on this space. Thank you very
All right,
much. I
and
look
you
forward
can
to learning
register
more.
on any of you who wants to be part and parcel of the lessons that are coming next month, starting from 4th of February. Register on africastrategy@hotmail.com.
Okay, I'm signing up already.
africastrategy@hotmail.com. Register your name and say your country. We are going to give pro bono lessons together with other 6 professors and PhD holders to students across Africa for free. So you want any topic that we shall choose every week, 2 lessons for 2 hours. You can ask any questions of what you know, what you don't know. We shall answer them on African politics, especially myself. I will lead it, the group. That's what I can impart for the world. I'm not seeking money from you. It's a free take. It's on the discipline. You listen to what we say, ask your questions, go and write your papers. And
Thank
that's
you
what we
very
are
much,
going
sir.
to do. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
So
Please, can you
anybody
call it
who is
again?
willing on this platform can register there. You will be called every day. You will be given a timetable for free and a pro bono. And that is why we went to school. Now, we are about to come to an end because I have held the merge for a long time and the time is passing. And the merge also, I will attend your show to hold you. If you want me to co-host it, I will do so, and let's see who can come and threaten us. So
Okay.
I am ready to have a head on because I've thought, second thought, what did I do wrong? Nothing. I didn't do anything wrong, and I'm not going to be scared. Mwaura, I can see. Mr. Pure, I can see you. My comrade Trans Beautiful, I can see you. But the comrade down here, the world peace mover. I don't know now, Darren, where you have come from. You want to talk. But let me start with Mr. Pure. Then go to Mr. Mwaura. They have been here Pure has been here from New Zealand. You have been there waiting for this call. There you are. They make it short, 1.5 minutes to 2. I know you are very good at cutting things short.
Thank you. I enjoy very much this space. Coveting of power and wealth is leading mankind astray. This is a problem we're all facing, people of the world, of goodwill and peace. We are constantly under this threat of this coveting power and wealth, this corruption. And one way I see of gaining a good image is by developing democracy better than these other countries who say they have democracy, but in fact, it's concentration of power and wealth, trying to steal the resources of countries within Africa and other parts of the world. And us, people of the world, have a common interest. GDP is not a good indicator. There are other indicators like Gini, MP, and others that look at the human development, how the poorest are treated, and make competition for beneficence, not competition for profit, to lead our countries into despair and warfare and crime because of frustration and nothing is working. All the ideologies are corrupted. Democracy, capitalism, communism, so on and so forth. And we can eliminate that and make a
Is
better
that
world
different?
and forget our divisions, ideological, and unify around what is good within all of these ideas and eliminate the evil. And that was all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being very brief, just like Dr. Matsanga said. That's very good because it's like we are winding up. It's 16 minutes past midnight. My layout at the moment is very different. Let me see who hasn't yet spoken.
There is
Maura. Yeah, Maura, yeah.
There is Maura.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you miss Maura, he will kill you. There is Maura. There is a Miss. There is a the mover, the movement, the world peace mover.
Yeah, I just added
is
him. Yeah, yeah.
The beautiful.
Okay.
Where is she gone?
No, she's back. She's back. I added Trans Beautiful. Actually, she dropped and I added her. And the World Peace Movement, I've added him too.
And now, before they speak, listen to this. The Radio Punchline Africa. Go ahead, give them this wisdom. Not me, but listen to that. Enjoy it.
Our own men and our sons have joined the ranks of the stranger. They have joined his religion, and they help to uphold his government. If we should try to drive out the white men in Umuofia, we should find it easy. There are only 2 of them. But what of our own people who are following their way and have been given power? They would go to Umuru and bring the soldiers, and we would be like Abame. He paused for a long time and then said, I told you on my last visit to Mbanta how they hanged Aneto. What has happened to that piece of land in dispute? Asked Okonkwo. The white man's court has decided that it should belong to Nama's family, who had given much money to the white man's messengers and interpreter. Does the white man understand our custom about land? How can he, when he does not even speak our tongue? But he says that our customs are bad, and our own brothers who have taken up his religion also say that our customs are bad. How do you think we can fight when our own brothers have turned against us? The white man is very clever. He came peaceably and quietly with his religion. We were amused at his foolishness and allowed him to stay. Now he has won our brothers, and our clan can no longer act like one. He has put a knife on the things that held us together, and we have fallen apart.
Back to you, Doc.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how many of you did English literature here on this show. Maggie, did you do English literature?
Only in high school.
Yes, or it is only in high school, yes. In English literature, Mwaura, anybody all of you who did English literature, put up your hands. Who wrote that book? Is Chinua Achebe. That book is page 53 of Chinua Achebe. I did it in 1974 and I passed English literature with a distinction number 2. So give me the claps. There you are, Madge. 1974, where Madge, where were you? My sister, that book is called, that passage summarizes the problem we have, the problem I and Madge are facing. You see, the capital has been injected in some people. They don't want to listen. The image of Africa is collapsing. We are fighting each other. We are telling others to leave our countries. We are telling them we don't want to know you. 15 million of you should go home. We shall kill you if you stay here. That's what they are saying. You listen to that? As he put a knife on the things that held us together. Things have fallen apart in Africa. The unity of purpose is not there. As we come to a close, Pure has just said quick words. We are in trouble. Mwaura, I expect you also to say quick words that we are in that same trouble. And accept this man. I want this lady from I want my comrade, who is herself a South African, to summarize. The comrades from South Africa will summarize everything. There are no more requests here. I have 9 minutes to finish and send everybody to his bed. Maggie has been very kind enough. I will give 2 people only. And that is the movement man, Amwaura, the movement man, 3 people, and Oromo. You came too late, my brother, but okay, you are from Oromo. If I don't bring you here, you will think I have done something wrong. So I will spare those minutes. Maura, make it
Hello,
quick.
Daktari. Habari?
Yes, my student Maura, make it quick.
Okay, thank you very much, Daktari, and thank you for this space. I thank you for inspiring me. You have become my teacher. And I know maybe after you are gone to heaven, I'll take over from you, mentoring Africans.
Are you wishing me to go to heaven?
And how do you know who is going to go to heaven first? This is strange.
Masaka said he's a believer in Christ.
Maura, if things go wrong tonight, my children will not forgive you. Adela, have you heard?
Yes, Papa.
Yes, have you seen what Mr. Maura wants me to do? I am done. Okay, humbly, he didn't say to hell, so at least I'm a good person. Maura, proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. As we can see, and everybody, happy New Year to everyone who haven't met. I'm going to talk about the debt. I'm going to pick 2 countries, and about conflict, I'm going to pick 2 countries, but very quick. On the side of debt, I'm going to pick my country, Kenya and Zambia. Now, we have a problem when we come to negotiating about debt, the loans we take. And as we have seen now, the Chinese, are coming to Africa everywhere and providing us with loans with no strings attached. And if I can give you one example, is the Kenya started the gauge railway. When Kibaki and Raila left power, it was supposed to cost us 210 billion. But when the new government came, it cost about 320 billion. And you can believe me that every day that railway runs, it gets at a loss of about 10 million Kenya shillings. So it will never repay itself, that railway line. So the problem is about our leaders. When they sit down to negotiate their own on behalf of us, we as Africans, we as a citizen who pay that loan, they don't take into consideration how we have to be paid. What is the long-term benefit of this project? Is it viable in the first place? Because if I can take a loan from anybody, somewhere from a bank, and I want to start a project, I must know what is the interest that I'm supposed to pay, how long to take to pay, and will the project be able to pay? But these are people who don't care. They just negotiate anyhow. They just take the money because they want the kickback. So Kenya has been burdened with the debt because of this. Now you can imagine we are overpaying for every 100 shillings. We are paying up over 60 shillings in repaying in our debt, and you see, and the problem also is that we take commercial loans, which is very, very expensive. Which should it be happening like that in my country? Now that is about debt. We don't have leaders who negotiate with the interest of wananchi, the way we call them in Kenya, common wananchi, wajiko, at heart. They just want to fill their pockets, and that's one problem. If you look at Zambia, the former president, Edgar Lungu, if you look at Lungu, listen, I'm very, very happy about the way Hakainde Hichilema, HH, is taking the country. I'm very happy about it. If you remember some time back during Trump era, Rick Tillerson, who was the U.S. Secretary of State, he came and he told his Zambians, please, don't just be debted, go into a debt trap. Because he cited an airport they were building that is taking them nowhere. A presidential private jet was bought by Edgar Lungu at a cost of 195 million, where the real price was only 60 million. Hakainde Hichilema now has put it up for sale, and he has taken those people to court who were involved in the purchase of that jet. And I'm very happy the way, and that's why you see even the talks between Zambia and IMF, and they are stalling because you don't know where to start. The debt were too much. Some debt were hidden by Edgar Lungu's administration. Now, so it's a huge problem. Why do I talk that about Zambia? Because Edgar Lungu never had the interest of the heart of the ordinary Zambian people. It was just corruption, up, down, and everything. So the problem with the debt in Africa is that our leaders who get into office, respective of how they got into office, they don't have their common interest of the common 190. They just want to line their pockets. Whether the people will be burdened by the debt is none of their business. So that is it. It's a question of leadership, and they don't have the right negotiation skills. Number three, they don't care about us, we the common 190, the common people who are going to pay those debts. Now I go to conference and I talk about two countries. I want to talk about Mozambique. What's happening in Mozambique, and then since we have talked a lot about the DRC, I want to change gear this time when we talk about southern Cameroon, where our sister talked about, because that area is very dear to me. I know a lot of people in that area. Now, if you look again in Mozambique, it's also a question of about leadership. I have some confidential reports about what's happening in Mozambique. It's about the leadership and also the military there who are supposed to take care of 190 and people there having no clue of what is happening. And number two, being very, very corrupt. You can see when Rwanda forces went there to maintain peace, particularly in Cabo Delgado, where there is gas and everything, the way they are working in a very, very professional way, the Rwandan armed forces in Mozambique, you cannot compare it anywhere with Mozambique defense forces. So it's also a question of lack of leadership. But for those people who think that conflict is over in Cabo Delgado in Mozambique, they are wrong, very wrong. Because what terrorists have done there, they have regrouped themselves. You see, today they have hit Nampula province. Tomorrow here they have Zambezia. Another one they have hit. You hear they are hitting here and there and there. So Mozambique has a wrong way to go. And it is my sincere prayer, very, very sincere prayer, that President Filipe Nyusi of Mozambique will make sure that these billions that are going to be gotten from the natural gas that Mozambique has already started shipping it to Europe and other countries, that they will create the way they have said, aware of the fact that we will uplift the millions of Mozambique people out of extreme poverty. because that is the root cause of what is happening in Mozambique. People feel neglected. People feel the elite in Mozambique, in Maputo, the capital, are the only one who are benefiting. They feel that they have been left out. And yet this is their country. God put them there. And now the natural resources only go to the pockets of a few. And also, I hope it was sincere that the hidden debt was also have been following issues in Mozambique, who were even the son of the former president was also jailed for 12 years. It was called the hidden debt. You can read that one in Google. A lot of people, about 11 of them were jailed for each for 12 years, and they forfeited a lot of billions for the hidden debt of the $2 billion in Mozambique. So that country is very, very dear to me for some other reason of investment and other kind of that. But let me now go to Cameroon because I have a few minutes. Cameroon, if you look again, is also a question of lack of leadership. If you see what started this crisis in southern Cameroon, it's all because Paul Biya and his government never wanted to listen. I've been knowing what is taking place there because, as my sister said, the problem there, I have friends in one village called Goroboro there in Cameroon. I know also friends in Mave, in Bameda, in other, on all those areas. I have friends there. So I know what is exactly taking place. And you see, Paul Biya, despite being in power all those years, he don't want to leave office. Again, number two, Biya rarely stays in Cameroon. Most of the times we found Paul Biya in Switzerland. He is rarely in Cameroon. And you see, he has gone so old that when he's waving to the crowds, he cannot lift his head up. The wife has to help him lift his head up. What a shocking thing to have in Africa. So if they never wanted to listen, that's why things are there. My heart bleeds for people who have been killed, women sleeping in the bushes, and houses have been demolished and everything. All because somebody somewhere never cared to listen. And it was a very small issue. This one in South Cameroon. The thing that we are complaining is these people speak English. You cannot bring, let's say, French, judges who speak French. You cannot bring magistrates who speak French. You cannot bring heads of Jadam, another kind of a police was there, who they speak French. You cannot bring teachers who speak French there. Yet these are regions that speak English. Although I'm not about what the Abba boys are doing, but I'm sure that this year we must find a solution for Southern Cameroon.
Yes.
We must find a solution, come what may. And I thank you, my sister, for being part of the space and continue being with us. We are praying for your country. We are making donation to Cameroon, and we know that this year something is going to be found. I pray that God remember those people. And if you can remember, there was also a Kenyan priest. A Catholic priest was put in a place called Mafe, something like that. He was shot dead there by those people military. So please, let's pray that solution will be found this year. And I think the best solution for you people is not even for you to have your own state. It's for you to be integrated in the Cameroon society. And if you have to be an autonomous, the way Switzerland governs, you be governed like that. But I think having your own different, you are completely new state. I'm not for that idea. Although I'll leave that one to you. Is your country, is your area, what you want to do. So thank you very much. And Masanga Asante Sana, I'm not praying for you to die, please. I'm not praying for you to die. I'm saying if you live the next 120 years, maybe the years I'll take over from you to coach Africans. I'm not praying for you to die. Thank you very much. Rosemary, habari mzuri sana.
My daughter has listened to you, so
please,
you are
Doc, please, can I get 1 minute?
Okay.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased and excited to see someone from the other side of Africa actually thinking my exact thoughts, especially in my country. I would just also like to highlight that you mentioned the place Manfi. I actually come from there, and it's actually one of the core places where the crisis has hit so badly in the English-speaking region. And my mother actually stays there, so I actually have first-hand information on what's currently going on. Thank you very much. I'm so pleased to hear you talk about the situation.
Yes, there is another man there who can speak about this. Gilbert?
Yeah, hello.
Gilbert?
Hello, David. Hello, everyone again.
Yes, just one minute, please. We are closing down.
Thank you very much, everybody. I just wanted to make a comment in regards to one of the sisters mentioned something about our leaders making business decisions, signing contracts, inexperienced. That's very true. one question and a challenge that I give to all of us is, what are we doing to help them? If we know, and it's great that we know that they are incompetent, of course.
But my friend Gilbert, do these leaders even ask us about help? No. Have you ever traveled in a presidential convoy going to sign these documents? No. They don't ask us.
Yes.
They come back and make announcements on us. So I don't think
that's very true.
That one, Gilbert, just say some thanks to the gentleman who has spoken about Amazonia. Is up there.
Okay, something I want to add about that is, let's make an effort. Let's try a method to see if we can improve on the way in which those contracts are being managed and signed. There could be there could be pressure on them. We don't know, but let's think of something.
Yeah, the only thing to think about is let's beg for mercy for them to be cancelled. You don't see the message that I'm trying to deliver. I'm going to read you the final statement. You'll be very shocked. How many countries in Africa are under debt distress? You'll be shocked. Just wait and listen to what I'm going to read in a few minutes. It is becoming sweet and more people are coming back, like Joe. But let's listen to Mr. The Mover, the World Peace Move.
Hello, Mr. Dr. David. Thank you for having me. Great space. I just wanted to say, as an American, an outside observer of things happening in Africa, Africa does not owe the world anything. The world owes Africa, and all these outside foreign countries have put a bunch of money into Africa with the hopes of expanding their own empires instead of actually helping the African people. And if these projects that we are indebted, or you guys are indebted for, are meant to actually help the African people, then why haven't we seen, more progress? So, to be honest, I hope everybody in this space who is listening takes away the fact that the world owes Africa a lot, and Africa does not owe the world anything, and that is my opinion as an American, and I hope you guys can agree with this because I don't want to see. I think the debt should be erased. All of the debts with all foreign countries should be erased. If they are not a country in Africa, any back debt should be just wiped completely clean. Seriously. I mean, after all the shit Europe and Asia have both done to Africa, the least they can do is wipe the debts clean and just, I mean, give the power back to Africans, you know. Another thing I want to say is today in California, I filmed a white man attacking an innocent African American woman, and I posted the video up there on the nest because I want to raise awareness that there are still prejudices, there are still bad people in the world, and we need to fight this. We need to spread love and equality. And right now, there's a whole lot of inequality. And for 2023, I want to spread peace and love. No more inequality. Thank you, Dr. David.
Oh, this is now very good. Things are becoming nice and nice and nice. Oromo. Mr. Oromo, I hope you'll also be as short as.
Hello?
Yes, Oromo, madam, how are you?
Yes, hi. I just want to ask, Thingy, what you call it? This is actually, Trans is Beautiful talking. Like, I'm not sure if you were able to see me or no. Hello?
Yeah, you go ahead now, since you have taken the microphone. Go ahead and make your points. Summarize them quickly, because you are one of the last speakers.
Yes, sir. But thank you for letting me talk, and thank you to Miss Marge also for letting me talk. And what's happening? Okay. What you call it? I just want to say, like, a lot of it has to do with the debt. I can't talk about the entire African continent, but I know we have different countries and stuff, so I can't concentrate so much on foreign countries that I don't know. I know little about, like, the inside details, but I will say as a South African, I feel a lot of the conflict is a result of mismanagement of the ANC government and just so many things and to do with that. And I'll actually say since tomorrow this March is holding a space concerning xenophobia, I'll actually say there was some what like why is this person doing this? Like really? But yes, I'll say that. Like, dude, really? Why are you doing that? Like seriously. Anyway, what you call it? Yes.
Are you okay, Trans Beautiful? Is everything okay?
This person I don't know. It's more rough something. He keeps making these noises when I'm talking, and I'm just
Okay,
like,
then
okay,
then just ignore and finalize. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. But yeah. So yeah, a lot of it has to do with the ANC government, the mismanagement of
Maura,
funds. And,
switch off
yeah,
your microphone, Maura.
I just want to say that, and yes, I'll
Maura.
save the xenophobia in detail for tomorrow. So yeah. Otherwise, thanks everybody.
Marora, your microphone, please. Thank you.
Maura, switch off your microphone.
Okay.
Mute it, mute it, mute it. You have left your microphone on, boss. Yeah.
I'm muted it, doctor.
You have left your microphone on. We are hearing what is going on in your bedroom. We have heard something very strange. Okay, where's the beautiful gone?
Let me see. I'm having technical issues here.
She left, but I think she needed to take a walk anyway. She was a bit upset, and we need to have a clear head when we are talking about Africa. So, like I was saying, Africa doesn't owe China or Europe any money, and even though it may say on paper, or they may have built a bridge, or they may have built electricity, or whatever the hell, 2023, you need to wipe the debt. Just no, and you guys need to spread the idea that Africa doesn't owe the world anything. And I think once we can return power back to Africa, you guys can decide whatever you want to do and do whatever you want to do. And if the world is smart, we will learn from you. And fuck, China. What the hell is China doing in Africa?
Don't, boss.
Yeah, could you
Thank you
please
very much.
use very we do not use such language here. I'm
Don't
sorry.
use that language here.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm a American, so my morals. I'm still learning. I will pass the talking stick, but thank you for having me. And also,
Okay.
I posted the video
Thank you
up
very
there.
much. You have been a very good person, and you have spread a good message. We don't owe anything. In fact, in my summary, I'm going to make it. Mr. Simbiso, last one on the chopping board. Make your comments, then Joe, make the closing remarks. Then I hand the microphone back to my sister to announce her. Oh, some people who have spoken, calm down now. Maura, calm down. Pure, calm down to give space for other people. Even when you are down in Maura, you are my student. I know you listen a lot. So calm down so that we can give space to one speaker. Yeah, that's very good. This man from South Africa impressed me. Joe also. This guy from South Africa is a very good cadre officer. These are the type of ANC
I'm
that
from
we want.
California. I'm not from South Africa, and I don't approve of what South Africa is doing to Africa.
Who is this?
No, he was referring to somebody else. He wasn't referring to you. He was referring to the other guy, the South African guy. Yeah.
Okay.
I also want to say Cameroon. All my people in Cameroon, always great. They are always so nice to me. Everybody I meet from Cameroon, there are just
Okay.
good
Thank you
people.
very
You know.
much. Thank you very much. Let's wind up now. Thank you very much, Mr. World Movement for Peace. Thank you. I like your zeal, your determination to give us encouragement, especially from the America, from the United States with Mr. George Soros hanging on our heads. We have a problem here for regime change. If we don't do something about these dates, our countries are going to be spoiled by regime change, by strikes, by demonstrations, by uprising. Be careful, all of you. So, thank you. Now, the last time everything, Shakespeare said, for everything nice, there must come an end. You leave the stage. Simbiso, from Zimbabwe, is it Zimbabwe? Your word, one minute. And then Joe, 1 minute. Then Mokina, 1 minute. Then I hand over to Marge just to say her words and announce her platform. Then I just
Do you mean Sbusiso?
Yes, Simbiso, yes.
Sbusiso. I'm from South Africa.
From South Africa. Yes, sir.
Yes. I'll just keep it short, hopefully. I just want to say we need to just stop with the excuses of we have these companies coming in and taking our resources because we I remember there was a gentleman, I think from South Africa, that spoke a bit earlier talking about the companies that have agreements that go back to the apartheid regime that are still here and saying that we are stuck with these agreements. Well, the truth is we control the government, and I don't see why any agreement that has been made in the previous regime has to be maintained. It doesn't matter if before it was agreed that this is going to be a 25-year or 50-year agreement. A lot of these agreements don't work for us. And I'm talking mines that are foreign owned, resources that are just given to companies who come here and then sell them at a small price, and then products are made, and then we have to buy those products because they're not made in-house. We're not making a law that says you have to beneficiate these products. I know this is a South African case, but I'm 100% sure this is not exclusive to South Africa. We're seeing this happening in many countries in Africa, and it's high time we put the people that we put in power to task, and stop accepting these weak excuses that we are stuck in agreements that we can't get out of. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Simbizo from South Africa. That is, I don't know whether you are reading my mind, but that is what I'm telling you in the name of God. That's the route I'm going. That's the route. We stop these excuses. Why should there be lending rates? America's lending rates in the IMF different from us. We don't pay the same rates. Our money is given to us at a higher price. And America borrows on a lower price. And African leaders continue to borrow without querying. Why are we stuck in this type of agreement?
Yeah, in every direction, we're getting the short end of the stick. Every single deal that we see, I don't know.
Yes, and we have a problem here. Why? Why is it that the rates for returning the money of America are different from the rates, conditions given to Africa? There are so many people who die in America as a result of so many, even policemen brutalizing them. Who has put America on a blacklist? Why should you put a country in Africa on a blacklist? Because an accident has occurred or policeman has shot someone Eh? We have a problem. Then you tie it on the money you have lent them. Africa will never come out of debt. In fact, the design by these nations to pull us in this web is a cobweb of disaster that you will never get out of the conflict, of the whole thing. The whole thing will create you a conflict. Have you seen that? It will create you a conflict, and the people will come on the streets of your city, overthrow you. Did you know that? Did you know that is what they want? They will get on the streets and overthrow you. You will be overthrown. That's what the governments want. That's what they want. The more you borrow money from these places, the more difficulties you are going to have with those areas when they want their money back. And if you fail, they send people, they organize people. Mr. George Soros is the first one. And now they have given Mr. Johnny Carsons to be the boss, to contact man in Africa. We are done. You are going to see, we are done. We are done. Johnny Carsons, look at the history of where Johnny Carsons worked. Zimbabwe, Kenya, Uganda. You see what he left there? What he left there. There, you can call it democracy, but we have a problem at our hands. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before I hand back, I give the microphone to the last people. Joe, you will make your comment. Moki, you will make your comment. And who else? Those are the people I saw. Mugisha from Uganda. You haven't requested any microphone. My lawyer friend, Mugisha, from Uganda. Mugambi, sorry. Mugabi Mugisha. You haven't. Rose, today you are very quiet. I needed your input here. It is Africa. However difficult the conditions are, we shall tackle them. So thank you very much for me. I'm ready to tackle them. Joe, what is your word? Last word. We have been here for more than 5 hours. Actually, not more than 5 hours. I know it is about 3 a.m. in East Africa, and that some. What is your point?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Matsanga, for the.
Speak a bit louder.
All right, thank you, Dr. Matsanga, for the opportunity to chime in my last point. And I'm going to start by saying that a united Africa will command better rates at better rates or a better credit number, or even they will get a better deal. But as long as each and every individual, each and every one of the 54, let's say 55 African countries, try to go out on their own or go it on their own and try to obtain credit, they will always get the short on end of the stick. They will not get a better deal. The system is rigged against the small guys or the underdogs, and we are the underdogs. But if Africa unites and starts negotiating these loans as a bloc of 55 united countries, they have a GDP of about $2.96 trillion. So if they need money for infrastructure, they will get bigger loans. But if a small country like Kenya or Rwanda tries to negotiate the loans, we will always get paltry amounts that are not going to be enough to cater for the infrastructure or the industries or the economics and the commerce that we need. So my parting shot is, if Africa unites, if Africa approaches the IMF or China as one bloc instead of individual, we will be in a position to to get a better deal. Right now, we get very high interest rates. We also get very stringent conditions, and we shouldn't. The difference between China's economy and Africa's combined economy is not that far. We have the same. By 2022, African population hit 1.4 billion. The Chinese population is about 1.416 billion. We have we can feed maybe 2 or 3 Chinas into Africa. We have more natural resources than China has. So when we are negotiating, when they ask us for what do you have to back this loan that you need, we do have more than they have to offer. The other issue is the population of China, that 1.416. When they have more poor people than we do, and when they, let's say, they approach the IMF for a loan, they are deemed to be, there's a lot of people suffering, so they are given more priority. They also have more per capita millionaires or more rich people in numbers than in Africa. We have more, very few millionaires, but many millions of poor people. So we need to use these numbers to our advantage once we unite as a continent. The other issue is we need to link up Africa. We need to open our borders. We need to link every road. We need to link Africa by road, by sea. We need to link it up by train. We need to open up Africa for trade with other African countries. So we don't necessarily have to go and borrow those external rates or those loans at very high rates. We can get borrowers internally who are going to be lending us money in African currency, which is not tethered against the dollar, and we will get better rates. For the longest, the Kenyan government had been borrowing money from local banks. They were getting a high rate of 14%, but mind you, that 14% is not the same rate when the same government was borrowing from the same banks and wanting to be the loan to be in dollars. They would get maybe an 8 or a 9% if they wanted the money in US dollars. So what I'm saying is, we do have the solutions to our problems. We don't need to look east or west. The solutions to African problems are in Africa. And everyone who's looking around this globe with carrying the African DNA has that solution to the problems of Africa. And
Thank you.
that's it.
Before you go far, I just want, before I bring in Rose, thank you very much for coming, Elida Rose. She's one of a few veteran journalists who has ever interviewed us, some of us, when we just came in exile. She has known some of us for the longest, when we are not even what we are. I just want to ask you one question to all of you, and please don't be shy to use your, what is it called? That thing with a heart. Joe, help me. Is called what? Your image. Is it anything? What is it called? That shows the heart, the what?
Emoji.
Emoji. Maj. I'm not a new one like you. Emoji.
Okay. But you're stronger. You're stronger than me now. I'm very sleepy. It's almost 1 a.m. I see you. You have more energy than I do here.
Don't worry. I'm going to show you the coffee that you should take and stay longer. Now, any of you on the platform, those who have learned something from this platform today about debt and conflicts in Africa, is there anything new you have learned? Just put up your hand. Please, don't be shy. I want to see how many of those are those who are attentive. Yes, the number if it comes to half of yes, 22, 24, 26, 28, yes. Thank you very much. We are 60 at the moment. We went up very nicely, and that is very good. You don't know why I'm doing this. I'm doing that in order to keep whether the substance, the Zeleki, you are mine already, so there is no problem. You are done. You are gone, and you have come under this, Mr. Mr. Rwanda. Thank you. You have brought something very new, data. We are gone. We are forming now a very powerful group. Dobas from Zimbabwe, Oite from Uganda, and the Sabuso. There's that man from Simbuso, and then Mokelis, Mokilase,
Yes, you're
Norman.
correct.
We are forming a group, Rose. We are forming a group, Willis, that lady from Cameroon. That is the type. By the time of February, we shall have a very powerful executive that will actually be choosing topics, so that I don't choose the topics alone. I want you to choose your topic, send it to me, then we vote on it. There will be a council of elders. We don't no leadership here. The only elder remains me. I will not make a decision without consultation. And we shall be making progress. We want an organized way of how people can learn from us, how heads of state can come and pick something from our platforms. And there you will see, other than quarreling over these platforms every day, choosing it, so using this platform, someone comes here to talk about something very funny. You don't even understand what he's talking about. So Elvis, before I bring in Rose, finally, Elvis, what did you want to say? I see your hand coming up, even when I've given you space. Say something.
Good day, everyone. Sorry, good evening, everyone. It's really amazing being here in this platform this night, and it's also good. Like from what Joe said, he said that we have to link up Africa by road, sea, air, everything we need, so Africa can get one heart. And it's really amazing and nice saying that. But let us look at the case of Morocco. They don't consider themselves Africans. So it might be a little bit difficult for us to link up that much. But if we can come up with one heart and one mind, we can do that. And also, in order to make it enhanced, if a country is poor, I think we should print more money. Let's contact the CBN. The federal government should contact the CBN to print more money. So their central banks should print more money.
Okay. Thank you very much. What about Elves and all of you, the platform? Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Elves seem to have gone off, but he's saying each country we might have difficulty. Morocco is not part of us, which we all know. But what an idea which has come just now. What about African country lending another one without going through these difficulties? You go to Zimbabwe and I say, my friend, you have diamonds there. Give me these diamonds. I'll trade in them for 2 weeks or 5 weeks or 1 year. I return the money. You also trade in it. Why is African heads of state telling us to do chama small circles, but the bigger country itself cannot do the circles? Have you seen if the country started doing chama, the circles. Like in Kenya, they call them chama. Things would be different. Like Kenya gives Mozambique money for 2 years, and later on, it asks for that money. Eh? That would be, you don't need to go to IMF. We have a country like a DRC with a lot of money. It can give, but the money is taken out by the capital owners in the West. So Mokili, there you are. Just 1 minute. We are tired. We
Okay.
are going. Marge
Okay.
is
Thank you.
tired. You know, Marge has stayed here because until she got you, Mukili, to come, and you have impressed me. I give you this last chance of about a minute only.
Okay. Thank you very much. And is there any African country that owns its own reserve bank? When we talk about owning each other money, because in South
Yes,
Africa, I know that.
Zimbabwe owns its own reserve bank.
Okay, that
It's
is
the
great.
only
But
country. Zimbabwe is the only country that does not borrow. Where does
oh,
it borrow? They have refused to give it money.
okay,
And
no, that is
another
great.
country that
Yeah.
does not borrow on African continent. Ask me, I'm the expert here. Sudan,
Yes, yes,
Sudan, Khartoum,
yes, yes,
Khartoum. If you go to Khartoum, carry your dollars,
yeah.
carry your hard cash. If it is finished, you are done because
Mm.
there is no credit card there. They have banned it. They have put it on sanctions. Have you seen the country? Do you want me to go on mentioning?
I think you will have time for that because it's very much important for us to
Yes.
know that
Look
information.
at those two countries, an example. Zimbabwe has its own
Yes,
reserve bank. Khartoum
yes,
in Sudan, there is no money coming from outside.
yeah.
They have put it on sanctions, full stop. So there is no
Okay,
credit card that works there, no MasterCard that works there, no Visa. If you go to a hotel, you have to carry cash, either dollars or pounds or euros, or have the local money to pay. There is no machine there.
yes,
I've been there. So if you are carrying luggage extra like a suitcase and the airline says you have to pay cash. If you don't have the cash, you leave the suitcase there. So those are countries suffering on the continent of Africa. Make your point.
okay. No, thank you very much. And I was thinking that if we can at some point have time to look into the developmental history of Africa, where we are going to discuss the period towards the establishment of the Organization of African Unity, OAU, where we are going to discuss more about the Monrovia and the Casablanca group and the neutral group, so that we must know, even ourselves,
I
our
will bring
thinking.
it. Mr. Don't go far.
Yeah,
I will bring it.
yes.
I will bring it next week. That's a
Okay,
good
thank you.
topic that will also teach some of your youngsters from your country
Yes,
who might come in and listen. If they come disciplined, they can listen to the history on how they were liberated.
yes,
The
yes.
Casablanca and the
The
Monrovia
Monrovia,
groups.
yes, and
The
the
two
neutral one
groups.
also. Yeah,
And the
yes,
middle group. How
yes. The middle group.
how Uganda lost the first government because Obote was crying for the liberation of South Africa from apartheid and Zimbabwe. He was overthrown
Yes,
while he
yes,
was in Singapore. These young men who insult people here don't know the history. So
yeah,
we are
yeah.
not going to condemn every South African. No, we are going to condemn each individual who comes. I was in on a platform, by the way, you people, let me tell you.
Mm.
And that platform was being guided by another gentleman who has just appeared here from Nigeria.
Mm.
Yes, I was on a platform from Nigeria. Oh my God. The gentleman is called Mr. Biggie. Biggie. He has
Mm.
been here. He has just gone away. I
Mm.
tell you what I saw on that platform. I was there for today at around 3 p.m. It was like a war in Baghdad or Afghanistan. It
Mm.
was South Africans versus Nigeria.
Mm.
My God, I have never seen a war of this nature. I said, Rose, even I said these insults, the ones that were held there, and I think for us, let's just keep quiet. I just listened. The guy called me to speak. I said, no, I can't go in this. There were bad words there. They were bad
Mm.
words. When you hear what they call bad words, some of them I cannot repeat here because my children are around here. My daughter is on here.
Mm.
The topic on some that that Nigerian men are more handsome and they South African women fall for them.
Mm.
Hi, hi. It's something I have never. Nigerian ladies poured there like 200 of them. And then
Mm.
the South African ladies, and then the men from South Africa. The Nigerians defending their ladies that they only marry their ladies or English people or white people.
Mm.
So it is a topic. Such a topic does not add us Africa some food. It does not change our lives. But I'm telling you, my dear brother, what was being said on that platform, you can't stay there for even a minute. You run off. Even if you who is listening can grow mad. The type of words exchanged does not help Africa.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. We shall bring that topic and let's
Okay.
the next so that we teach you people like you can bring in to teach and be speakers to teach for 20 minutes 30 minutes about African history, how
Yeah.
AU and OAU was formed, the two groups, how South African issue divided Africa. There were countries that never wanted to see anybody, how people lost governments, how Idi Amin came to power because Obote
Mm.
was busy fighting with Kaunda and Nyerere, the liberation of Southern Africa and other states that were colonized. They were
Mm.
overthrown. The only man who survived a military coup was Nyerere.
Yeah.
But Kaunda, there was a military attempt, a coup attempt in Lusaka to overthrow Kaunda, you remember, by the Air Force men.
Mm. Mm.
Obote did not survive. We lost the first government.
Yeah.
Nyerere had a coup attempt by Marichela, or there is a man there who was his foreign minister, was very, very, very vocal. He wanted to throw Nyerere out.
Mm.
Okay, Sudan, Nyemeri removed the Alimadis there because of the South African issue.
Mm.
Mogadishu, 1991, why Americans hated Siad Barre. They overthrew Siad Barre because of South Africa, because Mogadishu was issuing South African passports to all ANC cadres like Zuma and a
Mm.
group.
Mm.
They were
Mm.
training in there. So these young men who come on these platforms and insult people must know that there are people in Mogadishu who lost their lives, who were killed because of the Somalia support for against apartheid.
Mm.
So these are some of the things that some I can see you coming very late, and unfortunately you told me you were busy, but we're about to finish. And thank you very much, Norman. We are going to
Mm.
bring that topic next week on Monday.
Okay. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Yes. Finally, Rose. Sam, do you have anything you want to say? Sam? Samson. Okay, Sam, just one word. Then Rose prepared to finish. Then Marge finally close the session. Yes, Sam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masanga. Can you hear me?
We hear you properly, sir.
Yeah, I'm sorry I'm coming in late, but I think most of what I wanted to say must have been said. And I think it's just crystal clear that Africa's debt and conflict has actually dented the international image of Africa. And I don't know how to agree, but most of what has transpired between 1960 and to date is what has carried Africa back and denting the international image of Africa. Because looks like the moment independence was given to African countries, they had to load all the African countries with debt so that they can continue being dependent onto the colonial system. Because right now, as we see, the debts are too high. It's like somebody going into a country and finding a credit card system. It seems like our leaders need to have some sort of education about the credit card system. They come in and they start, it's like a student coming out of school and getting excited with the credit card. So they don't really bother to know how this system will continue. And they load onto them the credit card and they assume they are getting whatever they are getting, but in the end it becomes useless because it's like what is happening. I usually want to compare it with people who are trying to get education in the Western world. You come in, you want to get education, and most of them, especially the people who are in the Western world countries, where higher education is supposed to be paid by the person, these people have a lot of credit cards or a lot of debts that are attached to them. You become a doctor, you study for 7 years, you carry a debt of $200,000. So how do you begin? Much as you have the title of being doctor, you are carrying a debt of $200,000. So was it good for you to be a doctor, or you would rather have started out doing nothing and using the 200,000 as a loan for you to develop? So the African countries gained independence, then they got the debt. So it looks like the independence is now covered up. Would it have been better to remain under the colonial system without the debt, or we are free but still in shackles with the debt? Actually, the international image is not to our own making. It looks like we were placed into that ditch by the system that was giving us the independence. They knew they are going to give us the independence, but they knew they are going to introduce dependence. Economically, most of the countries are dependent, more dependent than they were before on the outside countries that were ruling them. Some countries, especially like France, I know people must have talked about this. France is holding countries captive in the system whereby they hold their money, they control their resources, they control the banks, and those countries are destined to achieve nothing. So I think I won't talk much, but I know many people have already mentioned this because it's already.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Masang.
Thank you very much, Sam. And don't forget, your title still remains Marge, and we have stood by you, and our sister, what is her name? Hannah, my sister, we have worked in your place Today you are supposed to be part of this hosting it, but better late than never. You are still part of us. Rose, now bring it home. Let's see. Here you are. The platform is yours, Rose.
Thank you. Thank you so, so much. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Masanga and Maj, I didn't want to talk today. I just wanted to take a back seat. I told a few people I wanted to take a back seat. Sometimes it's nice to listen because sometimes we don't take time to listen, breathe in the fresh air, and hear different perspectives. Some of them may be very, very antagonistic to our own. They may not agree with us. They may be even hateful. Some of it is disinformation. But here we are. And some of us have been in that space, like I've said, and Dr. Masanga knows. I've worked as a broadcaster, as a journalist, both in electronic and print media for many years. I'm now in the humanitarian space, as you all know, and I've mentioned it a couple of times, living in New York. That said, I really just want to contribute very briefly because I know it's extremely late in any part of the world for those in Africa, anywhere else. Even here in New York, it's going to about 7:20 p.m. Has Africa's debt and conflict dented Africa's international image? Absolutely, yes. Absolutely. But I know there are so many ideas, so many solutions that have been mentioned here to the point that I think it would be wrong and I would not be doing justice to try and repeat any of them. What I'll try to do, let me borrow something that I saw President Yoweri Museveni do when he was addressing the UN General Assembly. Because there were so many heads of states in the high-level meetings, as they called UNGA, and they were all given 5 minutes. So he said, in a very joking manner, I'm not going to speak about any policy issue, but I'll just spend these 5 minutes being a comedian, telling jokes, and pick on a few points here and there. Oh, they say Africa, we are fighting among ourselves, we are doing this and that. No, we don't fight. There is no way Africa can fight with the other one. Even for Uganda, some of you may remember that, and you can always access these things. For us, if you go back to the history of Africa, and it has some little truth in it. No, when those days of Dahomey, for those who care to know about history and things like that, when they were fighting, what they would do is that the men would fight, but they would annex the women. They take all the women and they take the cattle and take the women and marry them. This is how we've intermarried in Africa. My former president, the late Mzee, people said, oh, this one looks like a Sudanese, or he is, I don't know from where. All of us look like something else. But we tolerate each other. Where I live in New York, you find a Chinese, you find a Ukrainian, you find a Russian, you find all these things. So, Dr. Masanga, when you say in Africa, the tribe that is not even being acknowledged, and it's coming, is the Chinese. Because they are there, even in my village, they are there doing construction, doing this, marrying the local women, they are getting siblings. When you go to Angola, the whole of Africa, that is happening.
Yes, you thank you. Hold the microphone first. Marge, what did I tell you? What did I tell you? I told you people that the east or west, Rose has hit it. They are marrying people, especially in conditions which are so good, like Uganda and Busia and so many border areas. The Chinese are producing double. So we have to expect this problem. In 10 years to come, you will have Africans whose eyes look exactly like a Chinese. So where will you throw them? They are our people. Why don't we prepare land for them? Why are we not preparing for them? And tell them we cannot pay this money when your children are going to use these things in the future. African leaders should be quick to think and go to China and said, my friend, we have a place in northern Uganda which is dry. It needs some people to settle down there and create rain and water from the ground. Chinese will irrigate that area and there will be rice, millions that will feed the world. Why are we not planning now? That is my question. Rose, back to you.
So, I mean, before I land my mic, I'm just going to make a few remarks and say, first, I want to acknowledge Marge for holding these spaces and really bringing us on board. Really, just an upright human being. I want to applaud all those who came to the space and are contributing. We've tackled so many issues. What saddens me and, really made me very sad is even the topic on xenophobia in South Africa. And, and the reason I'm not thanking Masanga, Dr. Masanga, I want to thank him last. Or I'm forgetting my sister Hannah, who was here at the space and left. And there are people I have met on these spaces who are spot on. One of them is Samson, who's just spoken. Now I'm meeting Mokilase, and Mokilase actually gave us some sort of historical perspective. He didn't go into the details from the 1883 when Africa was being partitioned, but how many of us were born or were existing in 1883? Even our grandfathers were not born then. But this is something that has been passed on. My young baby and sister were from Cameroon. We stand with you in solidarity. And I think my brother Maura really did say, this the problem in Cameroon, the Anglophone and the Francophone. I was in CAR. I was living in Bangui for almost 3 years, while they were fighting. And my break, I would always go to Douala, and Kenya Airways, there was a tragedy there. So I know my people also died in Cameroon. So anytime I go there, I go by the ocean just to feel their spirit. So in one way or the other, we are all connected. We are connected. And so to go back to, and even Tato spoke very, very well. He's based in Dubai. And all this business, we come to these spaces and we are vilifying each other and we are demonizing each other and we are saying all manner of things. I mean, I literally saw a space and the title was Dr. Masanga with such a huge negative disinformation. I'm not holding a brief for him. Please don't get me wrong, so that at least you people will not be running to my DM and vilifying me and saying all manner of things and what have you. But all I'm saying, even ourselves, somebody like me, even a journalist, what a journalist does is that we are not an expert on anything. And I cannot say I'm a custodian of ideas. But what we do for the many interviews, some of you may not even remember, I was doing a TV program in Kenya. When it was Voice of Kenya, it was the only one. And it was a live program. I remember interviewing Joshua Nkomo. I asked him one question, and he was a tall, hefty guy. And I asked him one question, he did not like it. He walked off the screen. So all I'm saying is that let us do our research. Let us come up with points. Let us come up with experts to really support our brothers and sisters. How do we tackle some of these conflicts in Africa? What are we most proud of in Africa? How can we resolve some of these problems ourselves? I think Dr. Masanga has tried to bring that perspective. I mean, he's called names, but for some of you who have not met this man, and I'll tell you something, I met him in his heydays when he was a young, tall, handsome, black African man, drop dead gorgeous. I would even say somebody like Tom Brady, equivalent of, white people.
You are selling me to my Cameroonian sister. Whoa. Hala. Rose, what's going on today? Hey,
so
he's
no, he is now
aristocrat, my secret.
He is
daughter,
now.
My daughter is online here. My daughter.
I know. Listen. I'm
Adela,
just putting.
Don't listen to this.
Let me learn. And Adela, please cover your ears. All I'm saying is that
no,
by
you can
bringing.
Go ahead. Say
But
the truth.
But by, really vilifying him and demonizing him, he is just making a contribution. If you completely disagree with him, and even my own children disagree with me because I brought them that way, they have a nicer way of telling me, Mommy, I think there you are wrong, or something like that. We must do that. There is no need to hold a space and call him names and do this and that. He knows many people. I know many people. And all we are saying is that we want to change Africa for the better. Can Africa be the bread basket of the world? Why should we be importing grain from Ukraine? My brother Maura is even growing, doing business in Ukraine. Why should we even be importing some of this GMO? And that is a topic for another day. Even the topic, Dr. Masanga, that you talked about, the space you went to, and there were Nigerians about men, about that, and what have you. Let us have those sort of things, but let us do our research. Let us encourage and mentor the young people, even when they come to these spaces. Let us have some decorum, some respect. Let us not be hateful. But give each other information, enough information that we can use. What are you at individual level making contribution to Africa to make it a better place? And it starts with your community. Have you adopted even a local school? Have you empowered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 girls by giving them, those menstrual pads or things like that? Because there are some places where kids cannot even go to school because of this. So what difference are you? We always come here and just talk about problems. What are the good things that are coming out of Africa? We know we have gotten independence from 1963, Kwame Nkrumah, Kenyatta, all those Pan-Africanists and what have you, but we still have what we call minyororo. We still have the chains around our neck because of the neo-colonialism, and we should start supporting each other. Some of these leaders in Africa, where we are unhappy with them and they have overstayed and they are doing things that are not right, we should call them out. But there is no need to just call out anybody for the sake of calling out anybody. Maura talked of Zambia. I was in Zambia in 2021, literally not supervising the elections, but I was part of the team that was actually funding the elections. It was being funded by the UN. So I was there to talk to the media, train them, not train, but I really exchange notes in terms of how do we de-escalate the violence and things like that. Sorry, somebody's talking?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. No, somebody was saying something. So I was saying, before I learned, I was in Zambia, and one of the mandate and the assignment I had was to really bring the police, the security machinery, and the media, the bloggers on the same page. We developed a training curriculum, and look at what happened. Where is HH? HH is on a different pedestal. Hichilema, he is on a different pedestal. And I can tell you for free that Zambia is going places. Do you agree with me? Show that sign. Zambia is on the right trajectory. I want to land my mic here by saying, has Africa's debt and conflict dented Africa's international image? Yes. Dr. Masanga talked of, why don't we trade among ourselves? No, the Muzungu will not allow us. And I always cite the example of Uganda. When the young Yoweri Museveni, of course, you may know my age now, came to Nairobi and was negotiating, and he was the president. He said he's not coming to IMF, World Bank, or wherever to borrow money. He's going to go to China and he's going to exchange beans with labor, with what? Oh, the Brenton institutions called him and said, no, you don't do that. You come to us. And we give you money, and you do this and you do that. Money that is tied with high interest, money that is tied around your neck to pay back. Let me land here and say I could say more, but I'm not going to say more because it's very late. But all I want to make an appeal to each one of you. You are looking at an auntie. And, really, for those who need support, yes, let us give each other support. Let us also contribute in making Africa a different face, a place we are proud of. When you ask me if you make so much money, and there were questions that Hannah was asking, what would you like to do? Buy your, go to Dubai or buy your Swiss watch or what have you? No, I would like to buy my beach in Mombasa. Just look at the ocean, or buy my beach in a place called Monrovia, because they allow anybody black to buy land there and invest it back to Africa, create Africa, build Africa's economy. Thank you. I salute you all. Bye-bye.
Hey, what? Thank you very much, Rosie, for selling me and marketing me. I can see Willis is very happy. Marge has not made any comment. But my daughter is sleeping. So, my daughter, I hope you are sleeping. Zelek has made a comment. And my daughter continues sleeping, please. And Oite, my son, are you not hearing that your father was very handsome, small, and slender? Now I am called this big man, So big man. So don't worry. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I have something for you here, Zelik. Listen to this man in those good days. Listen to it. Radio Punchline Africa, Nairobi. Are you on? Yes. Your night shift is coming to an end. Go ahead.
Do we benefit much from these conferences? How many people in Africa do benefit from these conferences? One strand of the reasoning of the School of Thought of Africa, Africa School of Thought, benefit much from these conferences. How many people in Africa do benefit from these conferences? Reviewing and fatigue evaluation of what projects have been done and what projects need to be done. But the question remains, do we really tangibly see the fruits coming out to the ordinary citizens of Africa? This last night, I had a tweet with Madame Bianyima, who is the executive director of Oxfam. She sent out a tweet to say, can friends write how many sins, 7 sins that the G7 have committed to bring about the hardships in the world? Believe me or not, in that conference there was a Ramaphosa in Paris, and a Ramaphosa was not recognized until it has made news internationally about Ramaphosa's recognition and being called an identified person. Does Africa learn from these hiccups, mishaps that occur in these conferences? That is one strand. The second strand are countries that are inviting us to go to their places. Are they inviting us because of the rivalry between the superpowers themselves? I've only seen almost all the superpowers have been inviting people for the French conference, American conference, Africa conference, China Africa conference, Russia Africa conference, now Japan Africa conference. To these conferences come in good heart. We have seen conferences being duplicated. Qatar Africa conference, Saudi Arabia Africa conference, UAE Africa conference. These conferences must teach us something. And the something that we must be taught is Africa must begin to hold and host AU. Africa Summit Conference, where the big leaders can come and view and see what can be done on the continent. It will help us, it will make us very valuable, expressing our values, putting forward our values, what Africa stands for. As much as I encourage the discussions, and hopefully African leaders will learn from what experiences that Japan has gone through from the Second World War, being bombed upside down to a superpower in the world in terms of trade, in terms of economy, in terms of defense security. I believe Africa can do the same. And I believe one day we shall have the Africa Summit calling all the superpowers, including the heads of states of those countries in the world, to come to our African continent. Thank you.
Back to you, Doc.
There you are. Is there anybody who did not hear that? There you are. That was my clip that I made, and I addressed the heads of state. Each one has got a copy. Do we really need to go and crowd in small offices in Washington, D.C., when we have AU? That should actually take all our grievances and say, Ghana needs this, Uganda needs that, Kenya needs that. Any head of state who came back and addressed us, any head of state, all of them did not tell us about, the Uganda president did so. He said, we have got a lot of money from Kenya, from America. Even the Kenyan president did so. But some of the presidents just drove to their homes. Some of the presidents drove to their homes. They drove to their homes. They didn't even tell any native what was going on. When can Africa start thinking? When? When? Yeah, Farai, what do you want to say? I see your hand up, or you are requesting. What do you want to say, Farai, from Zimbabwe or wherever you are from? Yes, thank you very much. Since you have nothing to say at the moment, I just want to hand over the mic to my sister to say her words and announce her next event. Then I will tell you that what prompted me to talk about this is something I'm gonna say in the closing. Thank you very much. Much.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you now.
Yeah. I'm going to be very brief because it's almost 2 a.m. my time. I would begin with I'd like to make a very brief comment about the suggestion to have a Chinese tribe in African countries. It's a very progressive idea, but I think we should learn the techniques, because if they can do something, if we believe there's something they can do well, why not have them train our people first before just bringing them for the sole purpose of doing that? Because I have a friend who many years ago went to work in Japan and that's a German person, and for him to even go and start a company there, he needed to start it with the Japanese. So that was I know Japan and China are two different countries, but I mean, I think my opinion, I have a divergent opinion there, and I think we would rather better learn the skills that you don't have, like and secondly, when we're thinking of a Chinese tribe, then we should also get the society not to question a Black British, but not question a white South African, because you rarely find a white South African being told to explain how she's white South African. They say, I'm African. Like, oh, wow, from South Africa. Oh, yes. But if you say I'm Black British, they'll go like, from where, originally. So there is a discrepancy. And so it's good to be very progressive, but I think it should be more global. And I understand our willingness. And these are something to do with most African culture, where we are very, very welcoming. But sometimes we tend to not to look. We tend to oversee our needs, because when we bring people also to stay somewhere, of course they're coming in. It's like you're going to stay somewhere with you everything, and if they're having children, I think these children shouldn't get any other tribe, because there's already a tribe that they have. The mother is Ugandan and the father is Chinese. That's clear. But if they're in a position whereby they are supposed to have the next generation, there's a lot of generation of mixtures, and I've actually also seen a Black girl who's born in Japan, and really culturally and totally she feels Japanese, and her parents are American. So there are these things that are we're yet to really get to know more about. But I think we should, and this is where we're talking about the bargaining. With the bargaining power, if we are giving people land to develop for us, we should be taking the skills from them and developing these lands. Now, to the next point, during the last, let me just call it fracas, for lack of better words, the diaspora was seen as people who were supposed to be bystanders in the African, development or suggestions. And my opinion is that really we should tap into the diaspora, and even the lending here. We, the diasporans, can give our countries money. We give the countries we live in a lot of money. The taxes that we pay in these countries are very high, can bring in salaries and stuff. So, yes, so Africa should also try to invest in relationships and really their citizens, abroad, and try to connect with them. Now, lastly, about my space, that's going to be tomorrow. And I think Dr. Matsanga has already spoken about the origin of the space. And we had a space about xenophobia. And if there are people who came in later, I could just briefly explain that it was a coincidence that I followed some friend of mine to a space where I found a lot of hate speech going on, and really, really some very nasty comments. And nobody else who was not ascribing to their beliefs or, a way of calling people names were not even allowed to speak. And as a result, I just wanted to have, a platform of letting people describe what's going on. And yes, and after that, and the main point that came out, the reason why the precipitator of this happened to be many speakers, more than 3/4 of the speakers said it's the undocumented persons that they have in their country. And actually, they did not call them undocumented, they called them illegal. And they had really very nasty names that are not even supposed to be used. So the idea of the space tomorrow is to find out, really to describe the problems, the problems, what the feel that they have, and then to see what caused those problems and to find solutions. Yes. And so we are at first looking at the South African perspective, because it is happening in South Africa. And when we say South Africa, we're not really pointing out South Africa or being against South Africa. If something happens in a country, it happens. Just 3 days ago, there was a space about homophobia in Kenya. And I didn't see anyone being trolled later and we claimed that Kenya was called homophobic. That was gross generalization. So yes, the space is tomorrow at 8 p.m. If you check my page, let's follow each other. You will see the space there, and I hope that we're going to have a productive discussion. We already have. In the previous space, we had very productive discussions with some people, and now some of them have also been into this space, and you see that what you see written out there, even the death. I had a death threat sent my way. And what the people forget, because this is what I was telling them also in the space, that the internet, doesn't forget what you write there. It might have consequences. And it so happens that the person who sent me a death threat, they're already being investigated, because there are things that you cannot do in other countries. I mean, in Germany, that's not allowed, and in also other countries, so yeah, so it's unfortunate that it has to get to that extent, and it was really, really, very cold, because the person who was threatening me used an example of a Zimbabwean who was killed, and the name, the Zimbabwean is called Elvis Nyati. Yeah. So how numb can we get that this guy was beaten up and burnt? So, and then you go to threaten another person and tell them that you'll do the same thing to them, the same thing that was done to them. So really, it got nasty. Nevertheless, I'm not intimidated. Like you can see, I will never be intimidated by people who are cowards like that. But the situation is real for those who are on the ground. And this is why we need to really, really get to those spaces and discuss them and come with solutions. The one solution that we previously heard from the other space is the community programs, which until now was not clear to me that is also being done there. So this was a perspective that was also coming up. And thanks everyone. Thanks Dr. Matsanga for the opportunity, and thanks everyone for staying on until this late. And I now give the mic to Dr. Matsanga. Dr. Matsanga?
Yes, thank you very much, my sister. Thank you for being there today, standing in the feet, in the legs of a man called Samson from US. You owe this young lady a drink, and don't say you are very far, you can't send that drink. The drink these days is sent by phone. Therefore, you should not tell Maggie or me that you are not fined. We fine you. And we are going to be serious on this platform. When we say you are a co-host, we mean it. Today, Piero Lumumba, because he didn't turn up, he sent me 10,000 Kenya shillings on my phone. Because he tried to connect through, and Professor Hoyle was not feeling well. He had a flu, a very heavy flu. In fact, I excused him. I said, no, you rest. Because the way he was speaking, he couldn't sustain. The rest, Professor Piero paid a fine of 10,000 Kenya shillings, which is $100, for having not been able, because his Twitter handle was being misused by so many people. So he put some coordinates on it that needed to open, and then request, then they open it back. You remember there were so many people writing that tough English in his name. so he couldn't turn up. He wasted a lot of almost 2 hours trying to open up the till. Farai, before I make my final submission, sir, you're a journalist yourself. You are based in London or wherever you are now. I see you analyzing quite a lot of things. Debt, especially investment debt and the conflict, have dented our image. In a nutshell, because of my respect, I give you at least 1 minute or two to say something.
It's an incredible honor, Doctor. I think we've conversed, or rather been connected for a long time during your period of covering Zimbabwe, during its sanctions time. And
Yes.
I was one of the proponents to agitate the argument that we should internationalize it, continentalize it, and make it an African affair. And you are agreeable to that argument. And I'm grateful for that. And so thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I think on the African debt, I must agree. What I've often differed with is the over concentration on Chinese debt. Yet, if you look at the whole debt of Africa, Chinese perhaps makes up to about 12% of that particular debt, which makes it more of a fundamentally geopolitical issue. In as far as is the debt healthy or unhealthy, I think we can always go into that. But what I'm always concerned about when it comes to African debt, it's the servicing charge of that debt, which a lot of the global North communities tend to not be non-negotiable with. And I use an example of Djibouti, for instance, who have an incredible debt with China. Because you see, Chinese debt is very concentrated in a few countries, not more than 5 in Africa. And if you look at how many times they've been able to revise that debt, restructure that debt, reservice that debt at a very equitable, in a very equitable fashion, it's been China to always look at the longer term horizon. And I recall when Ramaphosa came to England last year in December, and our company, the Southern African Times, was invited to the banquet to at least converse with some of these investors and be part of the delegation of Ramaphosa. One of my issues that I continuously raised with a number of our British investors, who are one of the biggest investors in South Africa, was that when it comes to debt, your horizon of return is very short term. And I think because it's short term, it does not consider the importance of actually reestablishing some of the networks that colonialism destroyed. So in that context, you have a debt, a moral debt. But let's remove the moral debt. There's also a fiscal return in establishing a wide range of interconnectivity amongst African countries, because that's the number one bastion, the front line of investment that's left in the world. You have 64% of most arable land in the world is in Africa. Africa answers 3 critical inflations, which is water, food, and strategic resources. All this can be looked at. Then, final point would be, I have to differ with you, Doctor, on the American aspect. I think that this time the heads of state of Africa were quite more confident and more boisterous in as far as their approach to the American Africa Conference. They really raised critical issues. Of course, paramount to that would have been the engagement between Africa and America, but also that they emphasized that they did not want to be caught in between the China U.S. conflict. But of course, we can have a deeper analysis as to how that can be averted. But fundamentally, what I realize is that they avoided a lot. Yes.
Farai, what do you call they were confident? By saying we are not, we're neither friendly here or friendly. Is that
No, but
confident?
I don't limit it to just that, Doctor.
Yes, let's look at the word
Yeah.
confidence. A confident man
Mhm.
says no.
Yes, indeed. But
A
equally,
man who is not confident
but Doctor,
says
you and I
yes.
know that historically, post-colonial countries have always subscribed to the non-aligned movement, which is to suggest that we're neither here nor there. We are open, and they simply adhered to that fundamental principle. So the non-aligned movement is something that the principle that African countries subscribe to, as is the case with India, which is also a post-colonial country. So my confidence does not only just resonate, or the confidence that I speak of when it comes to the engagement with the US is not only limited to that. It's equally limited. It also looks at look at the avenues that they went to. They didn't continuously go to policy avenues of like the Bretton Woods or your what you call it, you know, these different workshops that would be there. They went directly to business. They were clear. A number of African countries focused on contracts. Where can we get the business? Where's the business? And the negotiation levels were.
I know,
Mhm.
Farai, Farai, you are an investor. You're a journalist who writes for
Yes.
investment. The truth is, those things that they signed might change. Have you seen the person whom they have put in charge?
Yes.
The person they have put in charge is called Johnny
Yeah.
Carson.
Cousins. Yes, they put Cousins in charge. Yes.
Do you really know who he
I
is?
do.
Yes, you should
I
know.
do. Intrinsically, yes.
So you tell me, when practically he lands in a country like a country
Hmm.
X, the first thing Johnny Carsons will
Hmm.
do is to go and talk to the
Yeah.
opposition.
Yes. He would. He would.
He will not talk to the
Yes.
government.
But
And I'm warning African heads of state. Mark my words.
no.
Some of them are younger
But here.
than me, and
But
mark
here's
my
my thinking
words.
around that. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
no
So.
way. He is going to talk to the
Mhm.
opposition. Tell them, agitate for your
Mhm.
rights. Then the following day, wear a suit and turn go to the government
Mhm.
headquarters.
No, you're right. You're absolutely
Tell
right.
them, yes, tell them we are
But but but
we are
but
behind you
I
and we are
but
surrendering the
doctor,
money.
I don't
So
differ
what
with you.
is that
No,
confidence you
but
are
doctor, I
talking
don't
about?
differ with you. On remember the Johnny Carson's appointment is a U.S. appointment. I'm focused primarily on the
Yes.
African approach. The Africans are tired,
Yes.
and they demonstrated that. If you recall, even within the meeting with Joe Biden, the AU chairman clearly stated that we are not going to be continuously conferencing. In fact, one of the recommendations after that was that, well, after this, if we're going to have a U.S. Africa sort of conference, you know, the recommendations on the sidelines, of course, was let's have it in Addis, right? In Addis Ababa, right? And why? But that's another argument. Let me focus primarily on the argument I'm trying to make. The argument I'm making is that the confidence is in this. Africa was able to posit its position based on what it is looking for, hedging upon its own Africa Free Trade Agreement. So its terms were very collective. It was clear about its vision. This is a different Africa that we've seen over, you know, if you consider the last, the past, when it comes to the US Africa sort of conferences, it was more like, you know, policies are being dictated to us, things are being told to us. But this time they came up with an agenda. I'm simply saying that there's a bravery.
I agree with you, my brother. I think we are going to open a very. We have been here 6 hours,
Yeah. I think, yeah, but as
but
my closing point, as
Doctor, can he clarify us on the Grigori Mix Act introduced to the Senate?
Of course, that Africa even differed with, even including the in inflation. So I'll give an example. If you recall the Inflation Act that America recently introduced, Macron was in the US and he equally challenged it and said the US is causing the decay or rather weakening the West. So if the West, Europe, so if Europe is equally going through it, then I don't think Africa should even think that it's going to benefit. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's not about the US being right. I think I'm arguing more on the disposition of of Africa this time. We were able to clearly clarify what our agenda is. Now we need to do that from a policy framework, like what the Caribbeans have done. In order, for example, they were able to present an alternative to borrowing and looking at debt within a green financing mechanism and so forth. So there's a lot of discussions around that. But fundamentally, what I'm trying to say is that in this last US Africa engagement, we've seen a braver Africa. And of course, there are weaknesses that we can point out, but I don't think I think that there is room for us to be cautiously optimistic. However, the outcome, and we know historically Americans have made a lot of promises and never delivered on anything. But the fact that Biden, post the U.S. Africa conference, started talking about getting Africa into the G20, talking about reforming the UN security. Security Forum. I think those things speak to things that even Mugabe was speaking about before he passed away during his tenure as president. But
Yes.
fundamentally, what I also appreciated is an Africa that boldly said to America for the first time, collectively, that we are not appreciative of the sanctions against Zimbabwe. Now, to me, that is the bravery I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. On that one, we agree 100%, Farai. You know, I am one of the few people who has never gained a penny from defending Zimbabwe. You know it
Oh
yourself.
yes, awesomely. Yes.
Yes, I
In
have.
fact, I know
Some
I
people
learned of
think
you through that. Yes.
yes, some people think I have got a farm. A British company accused me of having a farm in Marondera, and
Doctor, do you know where
they,
Marondere is from Harare?
yes,
Ah, then
Marondera
they'll
farm.
accuse you.
Uh, they accused me that I had a farm in Marondera with a helicopter pad, that which I had taken from a white farmer. Surely, then I said this farm came through a dream, maybe a dream. Jesus brought another dream. So this white farmer, I bumped into him in London. He said, "No, I'm writing an article to the paper to clarify that to the world." I sold my. He wrote a paper and said a letter, a statement that he sold the farm to another gentleman called Bright Matonga.
And Bright Matonga is a good friend of mine, to be fair. I know Bright Matonga quite well.
Yes,
You former journalist as
and
well.
that farm had a helicopter pad, where that man used to land. So that farm of Chinoi, in Chinoi, somewhere there, and the farm was not even in Marondera, is where not Chinoi. Yes, Bright Matonga comes around there. There was a big farm. So I have suffered all these accusations. This is not the first time I was accused by so many, people who never liked Mugabe, but
But
some
doctor,
of them
doctor,
have
you're
gone to hell.
aware that people like George Shire, Professor George Shire, your counterpart, look
Yes.
at how eventually he divorced as a consequence of how much of an attack he received, and it was a trying time, and one must commend your consistency to Pan-African
Yes.
principles.
George Shire lost a wife.
Yes, and
You
property
know,
and so
I
yes.
lost. He lost property. Me, I was targeted by people under the Scotland Yard. They had to protect me for 5 years.
And hence why my respect for you has never shaken, because
Yes.
you contributed to
So
the Pan-African
thank
vision.
you very
So
much.
thank you for your service
Thank
to my
you very
country.
much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is something that Farai has raised. And Why did I? Oh, there is a man I said he should speak. Where is he? Six. Somebody called Six. Where is he? He's gone. All right. So, in summary, let me say this. Thank you very much, all of you, for having Gaetano. I saw Gaetano. Gaetano, you want to speak?
Yeah, but you can go ahead. I'll be
No, no,
brief.
no, no. I'm finishing.
Oh, okay.
This and after this, Samson, you had something. You better say it now, because after saying this, I'm just going to put on my African music.
Okay.
I,
All right.
I oh,
Oh
One
yeah.
of yes.
Thank you so
huh?
much, Dr. Masanga. Uh, all I wanted to I wanted to contribute in this really beautiful conversation. I've been in and out due to work, but I love the spirits, the Pan African spirits in this space, and it's going to be in this spirit that I'm going to add this first. I think that as African, we need to first stop coining the term international to like white or Western, and second, maybe also stop worry too much about what Western European uh, think about us, because if we have to go back to when they first sent the colons here, they didn't think of us as human. As a matter of fact, we were enslaved for so many years, a century, I would even say it. So we already know. We talked about here about racism, white supremacy. So we already know that ideology still resides in the mindset of certain um, Europeans slash Western people. So why do we really care so much about what they think of us? Russia invaded Ukraine after people were telling them, including the United States, not to do that, but they still did it because they believed in what they believed and they did what they thought was right for them. China is still oppressing the people, Muslims in China. They also do not care about what the US think, about what France think. They are doing what they think as Chinese people, Chinese identity. They do what they think is right for them. So for Africans, for us Africans, regardless of the conflicts, regardless of everything happening, I really ask myself, why do we worry so much about what France think of Congolese people, about what the United States thinks of Kenyans? We should be able to live our life regardless of our flaws, you know, just and just focus on us. We are we Africa has one of the richest countries on earth, yet we still go out and beg for money and then worried about like what they're gonna think, like the debt that we're gonna get and the interest that we're gonna have to pay. First of all, like even the way that structure is being set up, like the IMF, we need to understand that those institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions, were never even created for Africans. As a matter of fact, the World Bank, you only see Americans leading that. The IMF, you only see Europeans leading that. You're not going to see any Africans there. But we go and beg money. And I think, Dr. Matsanga, you mentioned that earlier, that they came in Africa, plundered Africa, went back, made what is today Europe, what is today America, and now they created that financial system to like lend us money, and now we kind of have to like pay, like suffer, right? Because they become rich thanks to us. So I really don't I really think that as African, we should stop like worry so much about what Europeans are thinking, about what they're doing, and just worried about ourselves as Africans. When yes, because of the financial system, because of how the world is set up, we have loans, we have things that we have to do, money that we have to get, we have aids, unfortunately, and that's a question, or that's an issue that African leaders need to face. Why, when African leaders get aids, why that aids end up in some other people's pockets? I don't know if maybe Dr. Matanga, you are familiar. In 2020, February 2020, the World Bank published a report talking about the elite, like African leaders, people in charge in Africa or third world countries, literally capturing the aid that has been dispersed to those countries from like 1990, I think 1995, up until 2010, and that's only when they limited the research. So why would an African leader get money that he knows, because those aids usually sometimes comes in forms of loans? Why would they get that money, steal it from the people instead of using for them, and then later blame the IMF for having, tough interest? So all of these questions
That's
that
a
need
very
to be
interesting
asked.
debate. That's a very
Yes.
interesting debate, Gaetano,
Yes.
which
So
Yeah,
all
you
of
yeah,
these.
Doctor.
you
I
missed
wanted
the
to say the
chance
I'm
same
to
just
thing
gonna
debate.
land.
because I think
Yeah, I'm just gonna.
the number of
I'm just
things that
gonna
I
land
think
in.
should be debunked in his analysis, and I think it will be an interesting discussion.
Yeah, and all of these questions that really needs to be tackled, need to be, you know, discussed, and that's my honest contribution in this debate. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much. Farai and Gaetano, that is what we call intellectualism coming up in the right direction. So if many of us are going to talk and tackle African problems the way we are talking, a better Africa is coming tomorrow. But don't forget to create a tribe, a space for the Chinese.
Doctor, I know what you're doing.
Yes. No, I am telling Rose, all of you, whether in Cameroon, whether in South Africa, whether in Zimbabwe, whether in Ethiopia, especially whether in Uganda, I can see Samson here, and many Oite and the rest. Please, and my daughter, all of you, and other people from different countries, Kenya, where Mozambique, Tanzania, Nigeria, create room, a tribe called Chinese. In 10 to 15 years, we shall have children whose eyes look exactly like the Chinese. So if you think Matanga is talking a lie, I might not be around. I will be gone, maybe God willing. Mwaura has already sent me there. Mwaura say,
But
Mwaura
doctor,
said,
my point to that would be that at least they will not be imposed.
no, but even if whether imposed or not imposed, they will be imposed by the virtue of the money we
No,
are
but
borrowing.
the imposed or not imposed is the difference between being colonized and making a
No,
bad decision.
okay.
Okay,
If we
making
are,
a bad
if
decision.
can you
Yeah.
see the way? Can you see the way they have come in? They are having our women and some. Have you seen any Chinese women working in the railway?
No, I've not. But I don't think that's a critical point. My point is this:
No, the critical point,
imperialism was not
Farai,
negotiated. The presence of the Chinese is a negotiated
Farai,
one.
come on, come on,
No,
my
no. I
brother.
mean, no.
Come
But doctor,
this way and reason
my
with
good
me.
doctor, on this one we have to differ.
Yes, my good argument here is the the Chinese, whichever way you want to put me, don't take me that route. Me, I know the Chinese are producing double here because even back at home, if you study the anthropological difficulties of China, one of the anthropological difficulties is that they had to be put on one family, one child by Mao Zedong. Does anybody on this platform remember
Yes,
that?
yes, yes.
So now, why are you opposing me? They have now found a good climate
They found
in
breeding
Africa.
ground. Doctor, I'm a doctor.
Yes, they go to DRC Congo. When these ladies are dancing on the stage in Cameroon, when they are dancing, you think that's not a good climate?
It's a fertile
They
environment.
go
It's a
they
fertile
go to
environment.
But
Zimbabwe.
doctor, that is part of the benefit. That is why in South Africa, racial relationship was outlawed.
You see? Now,
because
look at what Mr.
But
Molokezi
Molokozi,
normally
it
is
was not a
talking
good thing,
about.
was it?
If they
Was
yeah,
it
go,
a good thing?
if they go
because
to
it
Zimbabwe,
disadvantaged us, but advantage whites because whites they were
Yeah, but
crossbreeding,
you were not.
whereas ourselves they were refusing us.
But
Yes.
now
so
it's intersectional.
can we
There's an
call it?
intersection. Chinese and Africans.
No, I am saying, are we having crossbreeding here, or intermarrying, or cross pollination, whatever you can call it? Prepare a tribe, a space for Chinese. That's what Matanga is saying. He's saying, telling you,
On that
start
one, I agree.
preparing now.
We may as well.
Yes.
But
When this,
but
no.
why Gaetani
Farai,
why
Farai.
Gaetani is saying that we mustn't worry about what the French are saying while we are still having a francophone in our own continent.
But there's a form of
No, the
resistance.
francophone, the French have never come to take our women. They come to take our men.
But doctor, the French.
So no, wait. The French come. No, you show me where there's a
No,
French tribe. The French take our men and pay them to fight a war. But the Chinese have come without women. Why is it that the Chinese don't bring us also women to work in this railway so that we can seduce them?
Well,
Why are you not being open?
but doctor, you are in England. There are many.
No, have you ever seen Have you ever seen a Chinese railway worker or
No, but
builder?
I've seen Chinese women working in
Yes or
Ethiopia in
no?
a factory.
I'm a lawyer. I'm taking you through a very
No,
tough
but
terrain,
doctor,
Farai.
I've been to Ethiopia and I've seen Chinese women working in a factory.
Yes. Okay. If you think there are Chinese women working in the factory,
No, not I think.
they
I've
work in the
seen.
factory, but not on the railway.
Not on the railway, of course. But have you seen British
But
women working on the
at
railway?
least,
Have you seen British
no,
women
wait.
working on the railway?
At least you are lucky. You saw them in a factory.
But have you
But
seen
in my
British women?
country, wait. In my country, Chinese men and women are selling things in the village.
So
they are sleeping, drinking, eating meat in the villages. So, with that climate of Uganda, as good as it is, which you know is favorable for operations, which I don't want to mention here, I'm an editor. So, by the time we wake up, we might have a tribe. So, in short, I'm saying every African country must prepare a place where these guys can be making their miracles for us. Because if you give Chinese the northern part, Kariba Dam, for example, Farai, you are from Zimbabwe, any area around the Kariba
but
which is
okay,
very
doctor. Here's
dry.
my serious point on this. I fear, doctor. This is what I fear: that as thought leaders, we may succumb to geopolitical narratives that are influenced by the West by virtue of how they perceive the Chinese. Nevertheless, that is not to suggest that as Africans we must not criticize Chinese practices in Africa. I'm simply saying that as we criticize them, let's do it in a fashion that is contextualized to our own realities, as you are doing, for instance, pointing out this issue about there may be a.
And by the way, Farai, please, Farai, I am not criticizing them. I am just telling you, in fact, they came, they gave us money, we built roads, good roads, expressways. You can reach in 10 to 20 minutes. But how many of you Africans have asked what is their intention at the end of the day?
And what the thought Masanga you're saying is true, because I don't know if Mr. Farai knows, but a few years ago the Chinese built some building for the African Union, and then later on it was found that those building was bugged. Like China has been spying on Africans. So
No.
yes, they might with the intention.
I agree with that. That listen. At the end of the day,
Yes.
let's make 2 points very clear. What China
Okay.
does for Africa is always going to be within the interest of China. What America does for Africa is always going to be within the interest of America. As we negotiate these two geopolitical power bases, we should equally understand that in as much as we have a deep historical tie to Africa to China, due to their contribution to our post or pre-colonial fight, we should equally understand that it's a different global reality with different competitors, and therefore we should put our own faces at the front. The reality is this. It is up to African policymakers to make decisions within the interest of Africa. It's not up to China to make that happen. So if there's anyone to blame for that particular incident, it is African policymakers collectively.
Yes, but the way you're phrasing it is as if Africans only have two choices.
No,
and I think
Africans
that's
themselves. No, I've not phrased it that way.
No, because you talked about the
No. You said something. Let me clarify it so that you understand it.
Okay.
It's not that Africans have two choices. Earlier, if you heard my discussion with the good doctor, he said what he said about the American position. And I said that actually the reason why Africa takes that position is because it believes in it is a signatory to the non-aligned movement, which is to suggest that we always play a neutral ground. But where Africa should never play a neutral ground is when the issues are concerning itself. Therefore, it should never be about Africa in favor of China or Africa in favor of America. It should be Africa in favor of Africa first, irrespective of who it's negotiating with. Do you understand that?
You're right. Yeah.
Now, but in doing that, there are conditions you must measure against. Africa has, in terms of infrastructure, because of China's approach with a long-term horizon in investment, we can clearly say that we are a friend to China based on the evidence of their work with us. On America's side, we've received nothing but policy after policy after policy. I guarantee you this. If China was still weak pre-2000, we would not have a US-Africa conference.
Yes, I wanted to add to what you're saying, another alternative, because African countries don't necessarily have to deal with China. And I'm gonna give a really good example of Nelson Mandela, who, he's a man that I respect because of his life and his work. And to me, it was interesting how he that when he was looking for support for his anti-apartheid struggle, he didn't go to China, he didn't go to Russia, he didn't go to Europe. Like, he was in Africa. He attended Pan-African movements all over Africa. He met with the Emperor of Ethiopia. He met with the President of Ghana back then, President of Morocco, and even Egypt, who somehow guaranteed him support to his struggle. He was trained in Algeria for his military struggle. So all of the support that he first received, like first-hand support that he received, they were coming from Africans.
Point of correction. The ANC received support from Russia, including China. Mandela personally.
And Cuba.
Mandela, hold on, 2 minutes. Mandela may not personally have received, but Mandela, and I can tell you the same about the ZANU-PF, which is an offshoot of the ANC in Zimbabwe. ZANU, and there were two factions. There was ZANU, not factions, man. There were two parties. The first one was ZAPU, which came out of the ANC in the region, okay? Because remember, we were once a federation collectively. And we were inspired by the Freedom Charter movement. You got ZAPU, okay? ZAPU then birthed ZANU, okay, where you then get the Mugabes and so forth. But ZAPU then had an affiliation as because of its relationship to the ANC with the Russian, the USSR, okay? So a number of ANC countries were trained in the USSR, Cuba, Venezuela, Yugoslavia, and so no, I'm just correcting that point that you're saying that they never associated. That's not a historical fact.
I was talking about Nelson Mandela, who was not even the president of the ANC back then.
No, he was the leader of the ANC when he took his training.
He wasn't the head.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, Gaetano and Farai, for us who have been here longer, and
Yeah, we have an
Farai,
appetite.
I think
We
you
have an
came.
appetite for debate. I'm sorry, my doctor.
No, I
I
wish
apologize.
Farai and Gaetano, you came much earlier, and you would have given us a lot of this. And I believe, Farai, don't miss any of my
No,
platforms
my
anymore.
doctor, I've got your number. After this, when you drop, I'm going to call you, and then you can tell me the schedule.
Yes, these are platforms that are very interesting. The ideas that we have collected here, if used by analysts like you, who can bring out what we have been talking about. This question of China is not going to go away easily because America is coming in to actually stop Chinese influence. Therefore, China will up its game. And don't forget, the purpose of this topic is to warn you that there is already danger. As America pushes in its money, China ups its game. If America goes with the government, China will go with the opposition. Farai,
And as
if
and as Farai said also, ourselves
yes,
as Africans, we must be ready to
yes,
negotiate a better deal
Actually,
for us.
exactly,
I wanted to
exactly.
say,
Farai, I will
okay,
give you time. In the question in your Zimbabwe, as we stand now, you know me, I'm a straight talker. In your Zimbabwe, as we stand now, why my friend ED is not going straight flat out to woo the Westminster where you are right now, isn't it? He's not going flat out to make sure that Westminster comes on his way, removes him from these chains of anything. There is a faction that is pulling him, saying, hey, look this way. They are our friends here. Those people were not our friends. So I know what is going on. Africa has, not only in Zimbabwe, several African countries have found themselves at catch 22. You borrowed the money, they gave you the money, they never came to disturb you. You agreed later on to build the roads. You have built the roads, you are using them, they are not breaking down, and you have improved your economy. Now there's a new wife or new girlfriend in the town, well organized, from Cameroon or from the Cameroon or Chad or Nigeria, who has arrived in town, who is making rounds. There you are, and the African countries are going to this new child because immediately they called them before Christmas and they gave them some pocket money, which it was not declared. Farai, I don't know whether as an investigative journalist,
I know exactly what you're talking
you
about.
followed
I know
whether,
exactly what you're talking about.
yes, was this money declared? Because there is no leader who came and said, while we went in that place and something, a package arrived in my bed, in my hotel room without notice. Look, I have been there. I worked with a president before, and I know how things work in president in Obote. I used to travel along with Obote. Ask Samson here. You know, I was a PA to His Excellency Dr. Milton Obote, running with him in those days, running here, running there, going to North Korea, where even we had to drink wine which had a snake inside. You know, these type of things we have tested. And that's why you see Rose is very saying I was very handsome and tall. She has told you here, I've broken my secret, and my daughter is listening. So if you look at this type of things, I am telling you, there is something which I was not happy with. And that's why I brought this topic. We are laughing stock. Internationally, our image is gone. Very many of us go to beg. If two people, if one person is begging on our behalf, we have credibility. Can you tell me why Zimbabwe has got a United Nations representative at New York, and then about 200 miles away or 60 miles away in Washington, D.C.? What is the distance between New York and Washington? It's 2 hours drive, isn't it? Samson, are you there? You live in those places. Is it
Yeah, it's
2
just
hours and a half? Eh?
it's about 45 minutes by train.
By train, and it is an hour and a half by car.
Yeah.
Or 2 hours to Washington, from New York to Washington. In Washington, we have
Considering the
an
traffic, yeah, you could say 2 hours.
2 hours. I've driven on that platform. Yes, I've been there. So, what is the use of having one ambassador in the UN, a country, Zimbabwe, that has no money, and another ambassador in Washington? Look at that.
No, but the UN takes
Uganda.
care of the UN permanent secretary, the UN permanent.
No. But there's an ambassador there.
No, we have an ambassador to. So the UN is multilateral. The ambassador is bilateral to us, isn't it?
Maybe your country, you are lucky. You don't have two. Do you have two people?
No, we've got the ambassador, right? And then we've got the
You have got an ambassador in UN, and you have got an ambassador in
yes,
America.
we do. Yes.
What for?
Well, because for multilateral issues, you want to.
You tell me the rationale of the other one working. What?
Okay, so doctor, I
you
cannot speak as a government. I'm not a government spokesperson.
Now, no. You are now speaking as an not even only in Zimbabwe, the whole of Africa. That's what.
Well, okay. So I suppose the hope, doctor, is that the multilateral institution, as it's intended to be, is to act and fashion itself in favor of the policies that we argue for. So we have a particular representative as a requirement of the UN that who then supplements that salary. So it's not on our budget. It's not on African countries' budgets anyway. It's on the UN's budget.
Let me now tell you what we should have done. Can I suggest what you should have done? Should be done?
Yes. Go ahead.
Or do you want? No, Paul, Samson, you'll come and tell him. Why do we have African Union? What's the use of AU? Why is AU also having an ambassador in America? And then we have an ambassador as 54.
No, I share that criticism. When it comes to the collective approach.
But look at it. I am trying to save money. Why we borrow? We are borrowing to pay.
No, but for me, I don't think it's just a money issue. It's a question of how do we create a stronger, multilateral, collective approach on the world stage.
Exactly. So how do you create it when you are becoming gonya?
Well, this is the problem. Now, this is a continental problem.
Do you know the word?
Yeah, gonya. In my language, you call it as bububu. It's sort of like a crowded, confused.
You have become
you know.
You look at that word. In fact, even pronouncing it alone is very dangerous in your mouth. Look at it. Gaetano, what do you call it in Congolese? Begging.
So it's like Gaetano, if you're a rugby player, imagine a confused scrum.
Yes. Look at that. Samson, what do you call it in Uganda? What do you call it in Uganda, Samson? If you don't know Uganda, then I'm going to teach you Uganda today.
There are many words you can choose. Yeah?
Okusabiliza. Okusabiliza. Gonya.
Yeah.
Kusabiliza. Hi, give me. Hold this me. Give me this. Gonya. Popo. I don't know. Any other person here in South Africa, what do you call it?
Baduko di mareteng.
Oh, no, the South African one is longer than like Indian or good mama and open. What did I? That's very interesting. Cameroon, what do you call it? Wales might be young. She might not know how they call it. Let me look for Zele. Zele, what do you call it in Ethiopia? Begging, please help me. Help me this. What do you call it? I'm trying to teach some people something here. You see? So these are some of the things that are worrying Africa.
No, but my good doctor, the
Hello?
issue here that should worry Africans more is the fact that Africans, what does that emanate from? It emanates from us continuing the frame of thought as to how we were established as independent states, following along the lines of our borders. The fact that we negotiate.
Okay, listen, Farai, before you go further. Why don't you refuse it?
Well,
you were forced into states. You have realized states are not delivering. You have created the African Union. You have the African Union chairperson. You carry him along. He's your clerical officer. You carried your clerical officer to Washington, D.C. in the White House. He also stands in front. Have you ever seen a clerical officer standing in front and the head of state behind?
So you asked this question. If you recall, in the early 90s, when Mugabe was chairman of the AU and Libya was sanctioned, what was the action of that particular AU?
Mugabe refused.
Right. So it speaks to the quality of leadership that we have.
That is the next topic in this year. Is African Union worth it?
No, I think African Union is worth it, but we need to. No.
I don't think African Union, Farai, is
dead.
It's
dead because it's dead
about?
Because let me tell you. Let me make my case. It is dead because African independent leaders, right, make decisions in silos. If African Union is going to be strengthened, we have to. So, for example, Africa trading with Africa, as you know, doctor, is less than 20%. We need to incentivize the context of union.
It hasn't even started.
Yes. So this is what I'm saying.
Can you get the camel milk to South Africa?
No, you can't. Can you even fly to Senegal from Zimbabwe without going to France?
Yes.
So I'm saying.
Can you go? You try to fly from Nairobi to
no, but doctor, in as much as I understand, I share your pessimism, but I'm slightly optimistic because I think there's an answer to that particular question. If we increase trade amongst each other, we are incentivized.
Let me allow you to finish, but start by being optimistic on Chinese having.
No, but that is a gift. They already have homes. No, but doctor, here's my point. If we, right, here's the critical issue. The last line of defense for any sense of African unity is trade. Remember, the EU did not start off as a European Union. It started off as a commodity community, okay, in exchange of commodities, okay? So it started off with trade, and as a consequence, they realized after 100 years of war fighting amongst each other, they realized that there is a commercial incentive here, okay? So I'm saying that, and until Africa stops, we cannot stop the discussion of Pan-Africanism from a ideological basis. That's not what Nkrumah ever spoke of. Nkrumah spoke of internal trade. Nkrumah spoke of if we're going to, of course, we can talk about the practicalities of one president and so forth. That's besides the point. But that can equally occur. But you need to firstly begin to trade. If our trading amongst each other is less than 17%, how do you incentivize a Senegalese to respect a Zimbabwean
There is nothing he gets from a Zimbabwean, as does a Zimbabwean get from a Senegalese. But if I beef up the
Okay.
trade,
Now you are don't bother yourself near the topic of South Africa xenophobia. You are touching. You are almost touching there. It almost cost me a lot of life. You have seen the way people have hammered me because you are talking almost closer there. The South Africans are saying, "You Zimbabweans are in South Africa illegally. You should
no,
go home."
but the South Africans, and normally when I go into South African groups, I'm castigated because of my point of view. If South Africa was to utilize that argument, and Lesotho said to South Africa, "Well, we'll stop supplying you water," what would the South Africans say?
So you mean South Africa has no water?
What water supply do they have?
No, we get water from the mountains of
Exactly. So
Lesotho,
they know.
especially
You know,
Gauteng.
I like this Naman. Naman, I like you so much because you are frank.
Yes, South Africa has
You
no
know,
water
these are
supply. They
some
don't have
of the
their
things the
independent water supply.
younger boys who are insulting people on the platform don't know.
No, but that's
You so
fine.
the
That's fine.
Soto can close the
Yes,
tap.
Lesotho can close the taps. And remember, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, up to Malawi. We want one, and Zambia. We want one country. The systems are the same. The labor, the market was shared. Okay. In fact, in South Africa, you can go as far as the late 1800s and look at how they recruited people in KwaZulu Natal itself from India. That's how you get the population of Indians in Durban. Okay, so there's a history of immigration.
And in the Sun City, there are very
Yes,
many.
there's a history of immigration. I'm sure my brother from South Africa
Oh.
would know this particular history.
Then why?
Yes,
In
yes, you are
fact,
correct.
if you look at me,
Then
doctor,
why do they
if you look at me, doctor,
why?
I originate
Yeah.
as a Mofu, as a Shava. I originate from KwaZulu Natal. We migrated under the leadership of what they call the Nyashan in Shona, the five brothers. Some of them migrated as far as Uganda. So there's a Mofu Mpofu in Uganda as someone whose totem.
You are now changing the
No,
history.
it's fact. It's written.
Please,
And this is
you
not
came.
a
You
Terence
came.
Ranger history, by the
I want to
way.
teach you. I want
And
to
I'm
teach
open, my daughter.
you.
I'm open.
Please, I am going to teach you. You have touched a subject which I what are you talking about?
Saying that I'm
Migration
saying my
never came.
totem.
No,
My
listen.
totem.
My migration never came from down.
No, I'm saying we went. So here my.
You didn't go. You came from up.
Oh, is that what you said? Okay, so we came from up and okay, well and good. Okay, maybe when
Yes, you
okay,
came from up. You see
so
the Bantu. Let
okay,
me
go
tell you,
ahead.
Bantu came from the. You see the Igbo,
Yes,
and then you see the
yes,
Amazonians. Look at
yes,
the Igbo,
yes.
Amazonians. Scat Central Africa. Come into Central
Yeah.
Africa. There is Matanga there, a name called
Ah.
Matanga, but it is called differently. Forget about Chad. Now come into that valley before you reach the Great Rift Valley. The Luos. These two tribes came all the way from up in the north. The Nilotics were coming straight down. The Bantu were coming straight from west up to. They avoided the River Nile. They went on the west into Congo. Into Congo and a part of western Uganda. Have you seen?
Yes.
And some crossed over River Nile, arrived in, avoided the Nilotics who were coming from up, who look like Zenawi, Tigray, Isaiah Safeki. Have you seen the way they look like? And Isaiah Safeki, then Mogadishu. It reached Mogadishu. Have you seen Somalia? Now, they left us, the Bantu, scattered around Mount Elgon. Mount Elgon and the other group of Bantu also scattered around Mount the west of Nile, River Nile.
Doctor, I think you think I'm arguing with that history. I don't argue that history. But after the Mfecani
So
after the
the
Mfecani
kingdom,
war,
let me tell you, the kingdom of
yes.
Kabalega, the Bukama of Kabalega, the Buganda kingdom, which became the main Baganda, the main Bantu kingdom that stood up, that threatened the British Empire, plus Kabalega in the west, the Mukama of Ankole. Now, some people went on moving south through the Hehe, Nyamwezi. You find Cape Delgado, and Swahili is now being diluted. They picked the Swahili from East Africa. Some of your Shona words are
Yes, they
Swahili.
are, yes.
Ndume, umurume. Ndume means a man. In Shona, you say mvume,
Murume.
eh? Murume. As in Uganda, Ndume. Ndume in Swahili in East Africa. So they did not come from down and
No.
went up. They came from
No,
up to
I
down
think
to
I
where?
think there's a different posture to our history and our analysis. That's not what I argue.
Okay.
I'm arguing post the Mfecane War, there was a huge migration upwards where you got a number of people that
But when
and,
that huge migration, let me correct you, Farai, that huge migration came afterwards.
that's what I'm saying. It's a second phase.
But the
So
first
you're
phase
arguing something
was
that happened
Bantu
earlier
came
because
all the
if
way
you
from
compare
up.
your history with when the Mfecane War actually happened, the Mfecane War happens later to what you're describing.
Anyway, that's another argument for the
But
other
no,
day.
but you find, Doctor, we're not actually arguing because I think
no, we are not
we're not disagreeing
disagreeing.
at all.
It's
It's
another
simply just
argument.
another.
We are already
It's
tired.
another
We are
epoch
already
of
tired.
history. But the point I was making, however, is that the people, the people of South Africa, with the people of Zambia, the people of Zimbabwe, the people of Malawi are one people. These are families that migrated.
So why are you being hated in South
Well,
Africa?
this is part of the colonial debate, isn't it? The post-colonial discussion around the issue of states.
And it's a sponsored hatred.
A sponsored hatred. That guy comes from Limpopo. He's a very
Yeah.
serious community leader. It's a sponsored hatred by who? There
By
must
the
be somebody
colonizers, by the
sponsoring
white,
No, for example,
by South
I'll
African.
ask my brother here from South Africa. If you look at the South African media landscape, show me one black owner of that media landscape. I'll show you someone who doesn't exist.
I was still going to compliment Dr. Mazanda about him owning a media space. Whereas in South Africa, you can see that the beneficiaries of the BEEs, the likes of Patrice Motsepe and our current president, they are contesting the space of being the richest South Africans. But none of them owns anything except being the directors of those particular companies. They don't own land where their companies mines. That is the challenge that we are having in South Africa. Our rich black South Africans, they don't own anything.
They are the people who tell you welcome to South Africa. To
Yes.
Africa. In fact, one of them told me welcome to Africa. Mr. Norman, it was a very painful day that night. I even told the lady I was with, who had accompanied us, 3 of them, who came from the foreign office to leave us alone, to leave me alone to go to sleep, because they had brought some documents that I was working on. When the man told me, welcome to Africa, then I said, which I have just come from Nairobi by Kenya Airways, and I have offices in Africa. I said, no, my brother, that is not Africa. I thought he was joking. He repeated it.
Yeah.
So that is the only experience I was giving the other day on your on the platform that brought me all this condemnation. And I received it myself from this gentleman who was working in foreign office, foreign and international office during President Zuma's time. He was working there. He called me. I was going to South Africa. I've gone to South Africa like 62 times on different occasions, including a private and then official. But then this time when this man told me, welcome to Africa, and if you are not here, you can't say you reached Africa. I thought he was joking. And he made it. So
That is the apartheid implanted mentality.
Yes.
But my brother
saying this.
from South Africa, the problem with that mentality is that mentality is something I see when I walk into South African, amongst South African bureaucrats. It's sort of like an inherent way of thinking, of like South Africa is seen as the gateway, via Europe, as it were, but the counter to that ideology requires structural change, which I fear the ANC is not yet prepared for. However, if the EFF not take government, but are able to garner sufficient support in order to complement the broader nationalist movement in as far as an opposition, a tangible opposition that speaks to Black empowerment, Black consciousness, and Pan-Africanism. Perhaps the ANC, which, judging by the last conference, they were clear. I think there was this great awakening that there is a need for them to quicken the process of decolonization and establishing a freedom charter styled policy framework. For me, I think the only hope South Africa has is having a real political discussion around structural issues rather than immigration and so forth. However, that will not change until South Africa realizes that part of decolonization is, in order, you have to take control of your media framework. You have to take control of critical institutions, your education framework, your tertiary education, your early education frameworks, your curriculum, and so forth. Some of the things that Zimbabwe has already done in terms of even including judiciary reform. We reformed our judiciary if you recall, in the early 2000s, we fired a number of judges that were inherently from the colonial past and were tied to that history. And we reformed it in the context of our own challenge. And then in 2013, we then created a constitution that, in our own view, because your constitution is your DNA, South Africa has not yet written its own DNA. Its DNA is inherently apartheid.
The reason why there is so much hatred from Black South Africans to Zimbabweans, because you can hear when they speak, they're talking mostly about Zimbabweans. Nigerians, they just it will just pop up sometimes, but the main threat is the Zimbabweans, because Zimbabwe is a bad example to Black South Africans on the white side. If Zimbabwe can be allowed to even prosper, then you are going to be a very dangerous example to Black South Africans, to what they will do to white South Africans. So that is why you are not supposed to be allowed. The most fear is that if Zimbabweans are allowed to come into South Africa, at the end they will have South African IDs. They will come and vote, and obviously they won't vote for DA. And automatically, what they've already done to destroy the power, the support base of the ANC, Zimbabweans are going to supplement that. Then they are going to derail the program of taking power back from a Black political party to a white political party.
Doctor, this analysis, I've never heard it in my life. This is a profound analysis, evidenced by the commentary of Thabo
But
Mbeki.
that's why my platform is the highest on terms of analysis. This gentleman, Norman, has been bringing the truth, which is at the center of South African problems.
Doctor,
I'm telling you.
I've never heard someone lay out this argument.
Yes.
And you know why? You know why I say that?
Rose, have you heard for
You know
yourself?
why?
That's
You know why I say
exactly
that?
what is at the center of South African
Thabo Mbeki
problems.
said this.
And if you are not careful, I am one of the few people, for I wait, I'm one of the few people who has told the world, and I've asked very cardinal questions. Mr. Malema has no factory. Mr. Malema has no shops or supermarkets. Mr. Malema doesn't have a gold mine. Where does he get his money to run a party that can fight ANC? He must be